My stupid ass, dumb fuck, life-wasting, loser, mouth-drooling, brainless, dickless, ballless, soulless, mindless idiots of trolls have decided to stalk me every time that I play Keem. I just want you to think about this. There's a detractor meme about steaks. They're using names like Porterhouse and T-Bone to jump on a steak meme. Yes, they actually think there is a steak meme worth repeating. These people actually made a running meme about steaks. There's no steaks. There's no fucking steaks ever. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and you need to stop brainwashing yourself into believing it. There's no, it must be steaks when you play. I can't wait to see Phil get his asshole to Street Fighter today, and he's gonna lose all his ranking points. I can't wait to, fuck you. No adult would care about your dumb meme about steaks. There's like 3 or 4 people who are actually excited and engaged with Street Fighter and trying to talk about it, and it's being lost in a drowning of fucking discussion about steaks and barbecue. The moment that some moron says steak explosion on DSP stream, you say, there's no steaks in anything that I play. Nothing means anything in any game. There's no steaks. I'm not a pro player. None of that ever mattered. Never, ever. There's no steaks in anything that I play. Nothing means anything. There's no steaks. I'm not a pro player. None of that ever mattered. Never, ever. I'm not in a competition with anyone. You're fooling yourself into this weird parallel dimension of people care if Phil wins or loses. Nobody does. All people want to do is make fun of me anyway. Assholes. Imagined rank points are still stakes. No, they are not. They're imagined. They mean nothing. You know what it is? Drama. You like drama. Ranked is drama. What are you, 4? There are no stakes in any game I've ever played on this channel. Zero. Stakes. There's 0 stakes. There are 0 stakes. The moment there's a moron, the steak explosion on this stream, you say, there's no stakes in anything that I play. Nothing means anything in any game. There's no stakes. I'm not a pro player. None of that ever mattered. Never, ever. There's no stakes in anything that I play. Nothing means anything. There's no stakes. I'm not a pro player. None of that ever mattered. Never, ever. I'm not in a tournament, training in a league, wearing their fucking jersey, sweating it out, traveling the country. There's no prize at the end if I win or if I do poorly. Why is no one here talking about Street Fighter on a fucking Street Fighter stream? People talk about steaks and shit. There's no fucking steaks. I'm gonna say it one more time. Nothing means anything.
Are you tired of this happening to you?
On Wednesday, my eyes started to burn uncontrollably, and then I couldn't even see. Like, I could see the TV, and then when I looked over here, the entire laptop was a blur. The blood pressure goes up, my body's hot, I have to pump up my air conditioning in here. I haven't had eye drops, in ages.
Experience Refreshies, eye drops for soothing eye relief.
Listen to one of our favorite customers rave about our product now.
I have purchased eye drops. I actually have one here in the office that I will use when I need them if my eyes start to burn or wig out or have issues. Because some days here I'm just sitting here and I say, oh, my eyes, I'm gonna use this to lubricate my eyes and try to make them feel better.
Be sure to incorporate a self-care routine while using Refreshies eye drops for best results.
Hey, my eyes burn. Let's put some eye drops in. Hey, let's hydrate, right? Let's get a drink here. Let's get the blood pressure down. Let's get the adrenaline down. Take a breather. Blink like this. Try looking at the corners of your room. That's what's furthest away from you. That helps the eyes. Okay. That's good advice, I feel. Thank you.
Refreshies eye drops works miracles thanks to our patented secret ingredient.
Carboxymethylcellulose sodium. Carbethylmethylcellulose sodium and glycerin. So it's basically eye lubricant. I've already put eye drops on my eyes for today, and they already feel much better.
Try Refreshies medicinal style eye drops for the best eye lubricants on the market.
Do not use Refreshies if you are allergic to carbonated water, pollen, or sunlight. Effects of Refreshies medicinal style eye drops may include mild to severe eye irritation, temporary blindness, and inexplicable rate, uncontrollable blinking, spontaneous, hallucinating leaking, and dry skin. Some users report feelings of frustration while playing video games, sudden outbursts of begging, and an irrational need to explain mundane tasks.
Hello, no one is available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone.
You don't just get to say and do whatever the fuck you want on this planet without consequences. You know, consequences have actions, pimp. So, it's this simple. Stop being a bitch. Let's do it. Oh.
Pussy face goatee. You can't speak to me. Transplant hairline trip. You can't speak to me. My services cost. My bands.
Band, 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 band.
My bands. Symmetrical jawline, crispy hairline. Chisel, crispy complexion. It's the gym daily. Body to kill for. Peanut butter skin. Focus on your sexy, bro. Your shit's looking real poverty, bro. You looking real pale and shit on stream, like pussy face goatee. You can't speak to me. Transplant hairline trip. You can't speak to me. My services cost. My bands.
Band, 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 band.
My bands. My bands, bro.
You fucked up because you took the first step towards a public view. Crispy hairline, crispy jawline. You're not crispy, dumbass. You're crisp. My streams are clean. They don't have a bunch of butter on the screen. Look at my face. It's fat. It's oils. It's grease.
Pussy face goatee. You can't speak to me. Transplant hairline trip. You can't speak to me. My services cost.
My bands.
Band, 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 band.
My bands. And block me. My bands.
Band, 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 band.
My bands.
My band, bro.
If you or someone you know has used Refreshies eye drops in the last 2 years, you may be eligible for a class action lawsuit.
I put eye drops in so my eyes are fine, but now my face is itching. So I don't know what I should do, if I should go take a medicine or not. I'm debating. My sinuses are unloading down my face. My eyes are so super watery and crying at full speed. You know what I'm saying? I'm coughing because I can't breathe. Like, wait a minute. Oh, my eyes are watering. My face is like pink. Oh.
Call Misery and Misfortune, attorneys at law, now to receive compensation.
I must forewarn you about eye drop use. My mom is an optometrist. My whole life she warned me against using eye drops, ones containing carbon sodium. In the short term, it relieves dry eyes. Over time, your eyes dry out more frequently when you're not using it. Prolonged use damages your eyes. A lot of eye drop brands are facing a big lawsuit over this. This does it. This has glycerin and it has what you're saying. Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Call Misery and Misfortune attorneys at law now.
I was saying my eyes, right? So here's what happened. I've already put eye drops on my eyes and immediately like, what the fuck? What the hell? Dude, my eyes start watering. My nose starts running and my blood pressure goes up. I'm sweating. I was like, what the fuck?
You or someone you love may be entitled to a cash payment.
Drop the eye drops and call Misery and Misfortune attorneys at law now for your free consultation. Don't let Refreshies ruin your vision of the future.
Call now.
Am I excited to hear about rumors of a new Eminem album coming this year? No.
Well, I'm ready. Are you ready, Sado?
So, Robert, let's do this.
Let's go. Forcing the wife to give me a kiss, but then you bring up the whole panda sitch, calling me a pedophile. Well, isn't that just rich? Lock him up like the boss man Jack into his Dropbox. Forgot to review the tech. Insult me while high off seltzers. Keno Casino felt you. Now dickers, that being said, operate my own household. Why do you live with your parents?
What a loser.
Stressbot iPad, reply guide to kinda sad. You are nothing but a soundboard of fart noises and clapping. Can you not quit the internet every weekend then? Come back with shit beats now, guys. I can't have a midlife crisis. It is impossible, man.
can't have one.
When Evo and Keem, not 2, not 3, but 4. Someone brought up, hello, Jew, I gotta ban one.
If you like my shit, send me a tip. I'm buying Canva. You just gotta hope like the wage quit. I'm stuck in diamond. All my inputs dropping. All the buttons made by Sanwa. I'll exploit my wife on stream. She says I gotta ban one. All the stress of living with a pig made her a fat one. I just gotta pull a new JPEG. I got that whole gun. I just don't know what the hell to think. They're talking stakes now. Laying
Now,
down the
guys.
law. If you derail, I'll lean in.
1 minute man's
mad
in,
one.
next minute he's gone. This rigmarole, no dicks you can not stop tipping a wheel when I hit the hack goal. It isn't my fault that Argentina is one of the trolls like JJ Lugo. My hair like the pitch. He thought it was cool to say 50 bits. You must be on drugs. What are you, Ricky at his kid? Fuck Boogie and his scams. And the cancer he don't have. Went and fucked wings at a shit show, but he lost it like a crypto. Screw the locals, this co-op. I'm a god cat as a band. King be cruel needs to be stopped. Needing, I gotta ban one.
When they say my life is really not like itchy bands one. When they fail to tell me when to blink, I'm stuck in diamond. Do not hold your breath if you were waiting for more Brian. I love your suggestions, no I don't. I'm gonna ban one. You should see me tearing up my stick, my knife's a fat one. When it doesn't help, I'll blame my wrist, I'm carry diamond. I just yelled at Derek, shit, I hope that June was spying. Kirk is back, he made another sock because they banned
When
one.
I challenged you and you demanded bans for it, it sure was cute. You thought you're worth that much, you're just a scammy bitch. I turned down 10 times that amount when Keem would try to hand me it. He never came to your ass with that, cause you ain't worth a sandwich. Discriminating by color, you call no man your brother if he isn't your precise color of peanut butter. That is dumber than dumb, but if you just take on all comers, then we could get with each other and make a nice fluffer nutter.
Oh, the camera's on.
And I know that you were grooming a minor like Panda Lee. You jumped the gun there and your legs are real spindly like mine are, bro. You
I gotta ban one.
Know what? How about this? Ban, going forever. Simple has been slow for Elden Ring. Here's a reminder. Concentration skunk, cause cat is sick. This is my life now. David said it's always sick. Shut up, I gotta ban one.
When they take attention off of me, I cannot stand it. When they say I shouldn't wear the hat of a dictator. When they say that Maximilian Dude's appeal is greater. If I'm having fun not on my phone, it's cause I banned one.
Blue Kid did a super chat saying new Eminem track is a blast from the past. Yeah, I guess Eminem must have released an album today because you're like the second or third person to talk about Eminem today, right? He must have dropped a new song or album. Pimp, we get a big ups to Darcy DeFlo and add his song to the playlist. No. What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Only mic was on. It's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello, hello, hello. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Turn up my headphones. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. What's up, Jamie? Yo, yo. Good to see you here today. Are you ready for this? Yo, yo. You know what time it is. Yes, Jay. It's time to go. Shout out to all my niggas from Guadalajara and Acapulco. I'm cruising in my blue Corolla. I need that money to be high rolla. trapped and made and control her. She's crying downstairs, so I have to console her. Swimsuit model with eating disorder. Spent $200 on her DoorDash order. Yo, just a fucking crook with a fucking crooked jaw, false flagging down channel with my puppy dog. I committed fraud, and I got low T's. I'm a low T god. False flagging, mundane maggot. Phil's fat, Phil's a faggot, Phil's a loser, Phil's a beggar. Arnold, Phil's a nigger, right? How do you say? Brunel's a nigger, right? Very nice. All right, let us continue. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance to save the best streak. I'm going full mask off. It's not that deep. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance left to blow. You ready? 8 time go. 8 time flow. Whoa. They thought I fell off. No. Like a prime D rose, I'd be dunking on these hoes, turn you into T-part, striking a T-pose. So let me tell you now what the story is. They call me ESP. Notorious. I'm cruising and wrenching, fast and furious, with my homie Pastor Eric Miller.
He's quite curious. They don't have nearly what it takes to be a man. And since I took their manhood, that's mine now, so I ain't giving it back.
My trolls are always watching me, waiting for another disaster stream. They won't even give me a piece of peace or like a whole fucking team locking onto my stream like a detractor beam. I can't get rid of night sober. I'm losing my mind and I'm losing supporters. Detractors are bending me over. Just another knot in this looming world order. And now I'm seeing so much clearer as I sit here staring into Dark Dave's mirror and all of my fears and all that I see. The raw DSP, bottom leader, cult leader. It's 3 a.m. and I still can't sleep. I guess this is all I will ever be. This is just how time flows. Until it time goes.
It's gonna take years of effort to try to dig myself out of this fucking hole. It really is. And it sucks. I hope that someday I'll get out of it. I don't know if I ever will. I may be living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, begging for fucking tips and shit on stream for the rest of my life.
Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade.
That's really chill vibes. Nice, soothing tone. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready as the soothing sounds of ESP Gaming come to you live. Renton, Washington. Here today on YouTube.
So, here we go. People have seen that when I'm playing Street Fighter 6, the ranked matches, it's people trying to play their absolute best. Basically, it's a lot of stress. It starts to fall apart. I start freaking out. I don't know why I got hit. I don't know why that's hitting me. The blood pressure pumping up could do a simple move. My body's hot, the adrenaline. I didn't know what to do. My agitation makes me want to keep going, right? And that's gonna spell disaster. It starts to fall apart. So here's a comment left directly on last night's video of M. Bison gameplay as I continued to, grind. I was doing good, but, there's issues that arise when I'm playing, right? I think this might actually lead to a direct change to when I play Street Fighter that actually is going to be for the best, both for me and for the viewers. So this is what I mean about getting truly constructive feedback, is that it really can help and change things for the better. So here we go, ready? To take a breather, to blink like this, to be natural, to be human, instead of being a robot mashing through a bunch of matches back to back. Honestly, let's get the blood pressure down. Get the adrenaline down. Recuperate, blink, right? Hydrate in the eyes, hydrate in the mouth, hydrate everything, and then come back. You should take breaks every 2 matches or so.
You better take a sip, you fucking sleazy asshole.
Hey, bud. When you're mad, remember, chill. Hey, bud. When you're mad, remember, chill.
I don't know if when I'm playing fighting games, if I'm blinking or not, because I'm focusing on the fighting game. The game has this really vivid color scheme, explosions and everything. When that's happening, I gotta take a break. I was saying my eyes. It starts to fall apart. The logic betrays you. My eyes start to bug out a bit. My eyes start to burn. My eyes, I started to have issues. I didn't know what to do. I have purchased eye drops, 2 different kinds. This one is Refresh Optive. Oh my God. I was gonna tell you what the active ingredient is, but I don't think I can read that word. It's got more syllables than I think the fucking dictionary has in carboxymethylcellulose sodium. Carbethylmethylcellulose sodium. Glycerin. Take a breather. Blink like this. To be natural, to be human. Instead of being a robot mashing through a bunch of matches back to back. Honestly, let's get the blood pressure down. Get the adrenaline down. Recuperate. Blink. Right? Hydrate in the eyes. Hydrate in the mouth. Hydrate everything. And then come back. You should take breaks every 2 matches or so.
You better take a sip, you fucking sleazy asshole.
Hey, bud. It's time chill. Please. See you.
What is up, everybody? That one I have not heard before. Remember Chill from Misery Merchant. Just came out 9 days ago. So, fuck yeah, let's go. Oh my God, Phil's been on one. Phil, my God. I don't even know what to fucking say. If you've noticed, my, what's it called? Spectralizer has changed to purple and white. That is because if you haven't seen any of my lifting videos, you would know. But if you haven't, I'm a massive Kansas State Wildcat fan. It is game week, so we're rocking the purple and white today. Yes, because Emaw, every man a Wildcat. I contemplated doing this on Monday because it is that fucking bad. And I decided against it because I knew I needed to calm down. I knew I did. And so I don't even have the stream set up to like close the windows and stuff like that because I don't even know which way I want to go with this first, right? There's so many ways. I've got a playlist set up. That's true. Okay. And so what I have is I've got the DSP and null discussion on Raw Phil up first. Or I have it, that's what you're seeing right now. The other one I have is from Mighty D, who basically, which by the way, Mighty D, I don't know if you've ever seen my shit. If you've ever seen my shit, or if maybe you come on one day, I hope you see this, man. Fucking big salute to you. Mighty D heard the conversation between Phil and Keem and basically went out on Twitter and said, oh, I understand that Keem has a problem with people reposting something in its entirety without any edits. So I reposted this in its entirety without any edits. Just fucking big dick energy, and I really like it. So a big salute to you, Mighty D. That's the second thing. And then lastly, which is actually incorrect, I was actually trying to find the Indrid detractor beam squawk origin, because I still do not to this day, I don't know that is a thing, or where it comes from. I just know that is labeled Indrid squawk. So I don't know where that comes from, and I looked for it. And what I meant to do, well, wrong one, not my channel content, was to go to my playlists and have my August 27th playlist brought up. So we've got Keemstar confronting Doody. We've got DSP, they throw another nuke on the Doody streams, call him broke. The ballistic telling of Doody streams. The huge meltdown on WWE Champions, and his refusal to ban Darish. That one is an absolute must-do. We will be doing that. I just don't know where to even start. However, I will tell you, we have a new sound for the soundboard. This one comes to me courtesy by the idea, anyway. I've got to find who gave me the idea. It was on my Discord, which, by the way, if you don't know, I have a Discord. That's right. And, fuck. I can't remember if it was in Hanging Out or if it was in... I have no idea where the fuck that went. I will find it, or whoever is on my Discord will fucking tell me about... There it is. Soundboard idea. Oh, it was Special Gout Investigator. Do I know who that is? I know that one. Oh, yes. I know who that is, but I'm not going to out him. He's a good dude, though. And, oh, hey, Tony Kruger. Thank you so much. Defense Leading PD. Oh, my God. Beautiful. That is amazing. Thank you for the 2. But I had an idea brought to me on my Discord. God damn it. Disaster stream. Already a disaster stream. And so we now have this for the soundboard.
I can't like unfuck her sister, you know?
Which comes to us, of course, from the Null interview. And of course you have stuff about her sister. Do you have that online still? Yeah, I do. Well, how come it's still on there?
I can't like unfuck her sister, you know?
And you can't unfuck the sister. It's gonna be out there. I'm really not sure what he was going for there, but there it fucking is. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Please clap.
Please clap.
That's the new one. I want to say I have another new one that
For those that don't know, the U.S. government actually made $2 bills. What morons?
Thank you again, Dunning-Kruger, for the 2. I don't know. There's one other thing that I can't guarantee will happen, but I've been in talks with. I've asked him to come on, and he said he's willing to come on. But he can't until at least 8 o'clock my time, which is obviously roughly about 2.5 hours away from here. And I want to bring him on because, goddamn, it would be, I think, a lot of fun to have a back and forth with him. Doody Streams says he might be able to pop on after 8 p.m. Central. So that is waiting in the wings. I can't say it's going to happen. All I can say is the offer has been made, and I said I would have my Twitter up so he could hit me up if he, in fact, had the free time to do so and, in fact, wanted to. And that is true. I do have my Twitter up for the man, the myth, the legend. That is Doody Streams, namely because I would love to get his take on this. So that's the only reason why I'm not immediately guaranteed starting with the Doody Streams bit. But I don't know where to fucking... I don't know where to fucking start. I'm not even lying. There's so much that is going on that what is it? Decision paralysis, I think is what it's called. I'm wanting to start with Keemstar because I have a lot of shit I want to say about that because I was blowing up the chat because that shit was pissing me off to the nth degree. And that's where I think I want to start, is in there because yes, that was not fun for me. And yeah, which actually is Keemstar confronts Doody. I don't know. What does Nug say? Why don't we start with the Phil bit? And if Doody ends up coming on, we can switch over. Okay. So in that case, I'm actually going to start with his pre-stream. Keem a snitch. Yeah, Blake and Ryan, you know, I'm not going to disagree with you on there. Bruh, Teeling Soldier, the 5-minute clip pissed me off so fucking bad. Because there's an expectation based on, I believe there's an expectation in a community of like-minded individuals where there is obviously a hierarchy, right? So you've got the Fortune 500 companies, and I can't imagine a Fortune 500 company reaching out to, say, a 50-man shop and being like, you should listen to me, and if you don't listen to me, bad things are going to fucking happen. That's what I have an issue with, especially when it comes to I'm offering you definitions of how you're breaking rules, and there is no precedent set of how are you breaking those rules, which is that whole 5 to 8 minute bit that I tweeted about. So I'm gonna hold off. We're gonna see. I'm gonna take your advice there, Nugs. I'm gonna hold off. Hopefully, Doody comes by, but we will be touching on that tonight because that one really rubbed me raw. I don't know why, but it did. And Teeling, not only did it rub me raw in that regard, Doody actually navigated his way out of that quite well in terms of a legal standpoint, right? So talking about how, look, I have the permission, this is what's going on. And the direction Keem went with that was so disconcerting to me that we absolutely have to talk about it. But not right now. What I have, unfortunately, it is, and I say unfortunately, I don't know why, but Raw Phil has had to drop his quality down to 360, so it is not going to look great. but I have the pre-stream and the null discussion in its entirety on Raw Phil. If the pre-stream is boring, I'm gonna jump straight to the interview. And based on that, let me go ahead and set my beautiful little, display correct, because I don't like seeing my whole window. I don't know if anybody else is anal retentive like that, but I don't like it. So, and the chat is just too grainy to see, so I'm just going to cut the chat off. And we'll bring him up like the big tool that he is. What's up, big tool? How you doing? Yeah, and I'm talking, I'm looking, so if I'm missing you in chat, if you're tagging me and stuff like that, I apologize. I am distracted, so, but, hey, Dave did the impossible. He pignatized the note. God damn, Choopy. Fucking damn. The shade being thrown. I love it. Yeah, Unirate, you're not wrong. He does look better this way. Okay, let's go. I'm not going to boost him. Let me know if he's soft, if he's loud, and we'll adjust from there. Let's start with yesterday's pre-stream pisscast. I already hate this.
For those that don't know, the U.S. government actually made $2 bills. What morons.
Thank you again, Choopy Trooper. Greatly appreciated. What in the actual hell am I watching right now?
Ow.
What?
You know, sometimes I think I'm not cut out for this job.
You aren't. You're not cut out for any job, but you need to go apply for one, please.
All I wanted to do today was wake up, have a nice normal morning, a coffee,
shut
breakfast,
the fuck up.
prepare for my early podcast because I knew that I had to appear on Kino Casino this afternoon to speak to Josh Moon. But I'm not allowed that. Okay? Not allowed that because, everyone on the internet has to always be talking about me and always has to be doing drama.
Dude, get your dick out of your mouth, please. Okay? Like, I get it. You're being talked about. There's a level of like infamy about you, okay? But they talk about serial killers and it's not in a flattering light, okay?
Shit about me. I wake up this morning finding out that one of my detractors, who I've been talking about a lot on this very show, Doody, has had a breakdown.
A breakdown.
Has literally had a live cope session with his audience revealing all this personal information about himself. Essentially.
Oh, shit. Yep, this one's not going to be fun. Don't worry, the alcohol is far away from me. Oh, you fucking dick. Let's go.
To kind of cut off
Why are you doing
attempts that
this
people
to
were trying
me?
to find out this information for themselves. And I'm like, oh, okay. Now that all this information is public, all this stuff that I've been saying for the past couple of days actually kind of makes sense. Then I'm not kidding you. Live on stream, Keemstar joined Doody and for about 30 minutes put his balls on the coals and basically said,
put his balls on the... Is that a fucking... Was that a DSP original? I ain't heard that one before.
Literally your content is in violation not only of the law.
Oh, yay, fantastic. We got lawyer side Phil here. And he bases this upon fucking nothing. God, I need that one. And yes, I'm making adjustments live on my stream. Bear with me. There we go. I don't like seeing the separation because I am anal retentive and a perfectionist. And shut up. Let's keep going. Disaster stream. My God, what's wrong with me?
Because you're putting completely unedited, giant, long clips of people's content on your channel without any commentary or criticism, but also it violates YouTube's terms of service. So,
dude, the amount of times you violated YouTube terms services is actually frightening, but whatever.
Everything I've been saying on this channel, on this podcast for the last couple of days and showed evidence of, Keemstar agrees with.
Oh, okay. Literally on the side scrollers, Keemstar was a piece of shit, and you had this, and you knew he was a piece of shit based on a June the King documentary that you took as hand of God, right? That he's a fucking misery broker, and he's a terrible person, and all this other shit. But now that you are in line with Keem, all of a sudden he's a god. Cool. Glad to know that you can turn at the fucking flip of a switch. This is the dude in a movie that everybody looks at the movie and goes, this motherfucker's betraying the group. I don't know when, but this motherfucker is betraying the group.
What is 2024? What is happening? People are like saying it's like the multiverse crossover or something, right? Like, how is this happening? Worlds are colliding. thing. Like, it's just so bizarre.
Yeah, you're not wrong,
And
Curious Mage.
I'll just say this. I did try to join the chat of Doody's live stream.
This is true. He did.
And immediately, his mods timed me out permanently.
And that is also true. I did notice that, and when he called out, hey, I'll try and invite DSP, the chat was going so fucking fast. I sent out, I was like, look, he has been timed out. He has been timed out. He has been timed out. And it did not come to light that we could get him untimed out.
I can't talk in his chat. He actually...
And yes, everybody is a mod in Doody's chat.
Had them time me out permanently. And so I couldn't respond. 'Cause he was actually saying on in his stream, oh, I need DSP to respond. I need DSP to respond. His mods timed me out, so I couldn't respond. So I said, fuck it. I'll just go on my own stream now. So ladies and gentlemen, today on this very show, I will give my final edict, the King's Edict.
Bruh, please, first of all, drop the king. Second, what the fuck is DSP 316? Okay, I know there's, God damn it, what was the wrestler's name? Steve Austin, so it was Stone Cold Steve Austin or 316 or something like that. I don't even know what that was about, but I remember that from Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yes, back in the day, Austin 316. And that was, I don't know what kind of the reference is, but, and you know what, the one who waits, you've got it there as well. I don't have the clip up. I should, but any man who must say I am the king is no true king.
On Doody.
Motherfucker, Hey, remember, I want you to remember this, Phil. Every time you hear that, I want you to remember that on stream, you did the whole especially every time you fucking chest out, okay? Just please.
Right here on the Level 1 podcast.
No, we are not doing this. Absolutely not.
By the way, I'm just trying to make sure everything's working. For example, I got a super chat here from Volsair. A $10 super chat. Doody couldn't last 1 week of negative attention. He's a beta. Well, here's the thing.
Oh my God, dude. Okay. Nope. I'm reserving. Let's go.
I have some stuff to say today. It's kind of sad, actually. It's kind of like I don't even know how to go about it, because no matter what on the internet, when you talk about certain topics, people always spin it in a negative way and act like you're a villain and you're a jerk. But
you are a villain and
really
a
not
jerk.
trying to do that today, because after Doody basically self-exposed himself today and said all of this personal information on the internet that totally should not have been exposed.
Jesus fucking Christ, Silent Weapon. Oh my God. My life goal is now to hack that thing and write Ket Ways as opposed to DSP and take the colon out. That is now my life goal. Oh my God.
Ever should have said any of that stuff to the internet. It was really none of anyone's business. I'm like, I don't even know how to respond properly without.
Wait. What was no one's business? I want to hear that again.
Said all of this personal information on the internet that totally should not have been exposed. He never should have said any of that stuff.
First of all, it's his prerogative to say what he wants to say. You don't have any right to tell somebody they should or should not say things unless criminal or otherwise. You can make recommendations. You can say, I wouldn't have said shit like that.
Through the internet, it was really none of anyone's business. I'm like, I don't even know how to respond properly without people saying, oh, you're a horrible person. Seriously.
Okay.
I
know where this is going.
What he exposed today, what he actually said on his podcast, fully explains everything. Why he has.
Before this gets too far in, I am diagnosed with autism, high functioning Asperger's, as well as neurodivergent. Now, I hate bringing up both of those things. Why? In this day and age, you go on TikTok, you can go on fucking Facebook Reels, you can go on YouTube Shorts or whatever, and you will find and I do not mean generational disrespect. I do not. And I know that the pool is tainted by a few bad apples. That said, you will find a slew of people who will brag about how they are neurodivergent, how they have the tism, how you need to fucking coddle them and blah, blah, blah. It is medically factual. I have these things. I fucking hate it. Okay? I absolutely hate it for that reason. I am not asking for sympathy. I am not asking you to coddle me. I am not asking you to hold me to any different standard that you would hold somebody else. As a matter of fact, I'm asking you to berate me when I am operating outside of normality, because I will not learn if I am not given direct feedback. Okay? So, that said, let's continue.
Systematically harassed me for 2 or 3 years, despite the fact that I've never said a word about him until this week. Anyway, I don't know what's going on with my pop-up.
Disc, I just caught that joke. That is actually a really good dad joke. I'm going to steal that. I hate being bipolar. It's awesome.
Here, hold on. See, my pop-up should be working, but they're not. Like, Voltaire, thank you for that super chat. Oh, wait, it just appeared now. Oh, wow, that was like the biggest delay ever. No wonder. All right, so it is working. Okay, good. Let's get Voltaire on the leaderboard. And I got to tell you guys everything that's going on in a nutshell, okay?
Oh, dear God, here we go.
Because I got to summarize this. Basically, here's the deal, guys. After this podcast ends, which will end around 12:30 p.m. Pacific time, I have to set up, and I'm going to be going on the Kino Casino show over on Kick. And for about an hour and a half to 2 hours, we're going to hang out, and we're going to talk with Josh Moon, the owner and operator of Kiwi Farms. Yes, I have a lot to talk about and say to that man, because...
Yeah, I do happen to know how that went for him. That dude walked in with big dick energy, thinking he was the big dick in the locker room. And Josh walked in with a fucking tree trunk between his legs and was like, "What's up, DSP?" And dude, DSP shrunk so fast from confident to bitch. It was, oh God, I didn't even need dessert that night. That was so fucking delicious.
Because of the stuff that's been on his site that has been incredibly, incredibly harmful to myself, my business, my family, and people all around me.
Oh,
Yet it still
shut up,
keeps getting
Phil.
put on that site. I mean, I don't think a day goes by when there's not insanely toxic stuff on that site about me. Okay? So that's going to be an interesting afternoon. And so,
you know, other than stuff like, I hate Phil is stupid, with no basis for the claim of, hey, Phil is stupid. Or insert like, I wish I could do bad things to Phil, right? You pull all those posts out, and I'd wager that's less than 10% of the posts. Kiwi Farms throws a lot of shit with like basis and merit behind it, or I've heard this, here's the information I have, hey, da, 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 da. And if that is what is damning to you, that is known as truth. And if the truth is damning to you, bruh, you're the problem.
So I do need to have my show end early. That's why I started the show early. All right? I didn't expect that all this crap was going to hit the fan with Doody streams this morning. I have nothing to do with it. But here's the thing, and I've been saying this all along. 10 years of abuse, 10 years of being attacked for no reason, 10
Nope. I'm saving that energy. I got to save that energy.
years of being the butt of the joke, 10 years of being the negative meme, and everyone making money on my back, essentially clipping my content, commentating.
I am not. Well, I don't know if that was a typo, Dustin Newhouse, but I am not the king. I am not a king, and there's no king tax here. I appreciate it, but no.
On my content, saying I'm a horrible person, saying all this shit, right? It's now finally in the year of 2024. It's karma time. It just happened to Review Tech. His entire life is in shambles. Things are falling apart. His content is a joke at this point, and he's going to be broke.
And Curious Mage, we'll talk about that.
Right? Now, it seems like it's going to systematically start happening to all of my detractors, and Doody is the first.
Yeah, this I don't quite understand. It's going to systematically happen to my detractors. What is systematically happening? Okay. Keem has, in this one segment, not even gone after, but basically passive-aggressively threatened Doody that I am going to come for you through YouTube because I am the hall monitor of all content, and I'm going to tell on you. Because I don't know why, King Jad alludes to the fact that his interests and DSP's interests are aligned, and so he's basically trying to build goodwill, I think, towards DSP. Fine. Let's go that route, okay? I don't do clip content. I react. I do live streams, okay? So I actually had a chat or a comment on one of my videos that's like, I can't wait for all you detractors to like crumble. I'm like, bro, what is your attack against me? You want to go after the fact that I got drunk on stream? Fucking let's go. That was a fucking building point for me. I was just like, yep, it happened. I learned. Let's go. What attack are you going to levy against me besides I'm annoying as fuck? Honestly. Skullmaster of Skulls with a 10. Thank you so much. And says, say what you want about the farms, but Josh is incredibly, erudite. Did I pronounce that right? Erudite. It has specific and reasoned arguments for what his site is and what it does. Did Phil really think he was going to win this fight? Now, I'm not going to lie, and I never try to purport that I know something that I do not. Is it erudite? Or erudite? It is erudite. I actually do not know the definition of that word, so if you'll give me a moment, I love learning new words. So give me just a second to look it up. I love this shit. It just lets me expand my vocabulary. Look, it's like a kid. I know, I'm a kid at Christmas. Shut up. Having or showing great knowledge or learning. No shit. God damn. Okay, the next word that I'm going to be abusing the shit out of. All right. Let's go, Skullmaster. Master of Skulls. And you know what? I feel like just your name deserves it.
Blood for the blood god! Skulls for the skull throne!
So I appreciate erudite. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Skullmaster, thank you for the 10. And I agree 100% with you. I don't know why he thought he was going to big dick this. I honestly don't, with the exception of the casino, like propping up his energy. I don't know why you would walk in to somebody who knows how to code a fucking forum. Not only that, but also skip around hey, we're not going to host your shit anymore. Okay, I'll migrate my site. Bro has a brain on him. He does. As a matter of fact,
$10 will go a long way to make Cat stop crying.
Skull Master of Skulls Super Chat $10 to buy Cat DoorDash. Say what you want about farms, but Josh is incredibly erudite, and has specific and reasoned arguments for what his site is and what it does. Did Phil really think he was going to win this fight?
and again, I agree 100%. I don't know why he thought that he was, with the exception of his ego was propped up. Now, in what I had seen in some Twitter, some Kiwi farms, I honestly can't remember the arguments that were being made, but I know that there was some light cast on Null. I'm going to call him Null because that's how I know him as. I don't know him as Josh. As on Null as being very kind of eccentric and very, it's my house, my rules, which it is his house. Kiwi Farms is his house. It's his rules. I get that, but I want to say that there was a take he had that was a bad take. And so I really, my initial thought of him was less than stellar. And then I heard him talk and I was like, oh, shit. I am glad I did not take a fucking negative opinion of him from the word go, of just like, oh, I hate this fucking guy and he's dumb as a brick or something like that. Cause bro got some synapses firing. No lie. Dude actually sounds, smart as fuck.
And I guarantee you, it's going to be the first of many. All right? Because again, I don't have to lift a finger because of karma. You understand? I didn't do
karma. Nope.
Anything to deserve to be treated like I did. But now, all of a sudden, it's exploding all in their faces. All right? So in regards to Doody and Doody streams, all right? Here's what's been going on. 3 years, he's been clipping my content. 3 years, he's been commentating very negatively on me. Insane amounts of, over-the-top hatred towards me.
You joined Broside Phil? Banned.
Hey, Dustin Newhouse, thank you. I saw that you went from a newbie to a neophyte. That is very nice of you. Thank you so much.
Oh, Phil stream suck. It's Phil stream suck. He lies to his audience. He spends all his money on this. His wife is fat and ugly.
Yes, yeah, she's fat. I won't say she's ugly because I've seen her skinny, and I've said, skinny cat, I would have probably chat up if I was her age.
He does this and this and this. Horrible things. This is systematic bullying. It shouldn't be allowed on YouTube. And
Are you fucking kidding? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit, U.S. Army with a 10. Doody, I'm assuming, laid a trap for Phil. With the ad revenue, Phil exposed himself as the hypocrite and a liar since Phil knew he fell for the trap and has been on ones about Doody since. Agreed. I think the fact that Phil has ammunition against Doody is why he's riding him so hard. I don't think Doody would have gotten near the negative attention if he wasn't so right about Phil. Now, back to what was being said about systematic bullying. Like, for instance, I don't know, I know more about bitrate than you, an engineer, which was, I can't remember, it's something dog, I think it was, and boom, he got fucking banned. I know more about my mini PC than you, boom, she gets banned. It's just like me, Furfur, King Be Cruel gets banned. Look, I know I've been doing all this work for you. Could I have a Fiverr, my guy? Arkham gets banned. Lavinia, thank you. Arkham gets banned, right? Everybody gets banned for just not conforming. You have not paid the king tax or what the fuck ever. Yeah, do you like steak? Banned.
$10 will go a long way to make Cat stop crying.
Army77 Super Chat $10 to buy Cat DoorDash. Doty laid a trap for Phil with the ad revenue. Phil exposed himself as the hypocrite and a liar. Phil knew it fell for the trap and he has been on one about Doty since.
Not wrong in any way, shape, or form. And this whole, I'm a victim, I want to start a victim counter, I really do, but I think it's too niche, so I'm not going to do it, not this stream at least. Maybe I'll do it for another stream. But the amount of times that Phil is a victim is actually staggering. I wish I could find some statistics about how often somebody actually, in terms of all circumstances across life, how many times they are truly a victim on average, and then compare it to how many times Phil claims to be a victim in a month.
It certainly shouldn't be allowed to be monetized. Okay? But that's the YouTube game. YouTube, for some reason, allows bullying to...
Archie Beef. I don't know why I was thinking it was something to do with dog. Thank you, Rebsy. By the way, Rebsy, I hear you look submissive. Never mind. I'm not going to do that, Joe. I love you, Rebsy. Thank you for being on my stream the other day.
Be monetized. And
Wesley H with a $5. Thank you so much. Says, you could make a 24-hour stream of every example of Phil bullying and treating his fans like garbage, and like half of it would be in the last 5 years. Last 5 years? It'd be in the last 2 years.
Profited from. I don't understand why. Okay? I
You
don't
joined
understand.
Broside Phil? Banned.
Hey, Thistlethorn becomes a member of the Gym Rats. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated.
All right. So,
and Wesley H pops their 4-member month membership for the Gym Newbie. Thank you so much. You guys are fucking great. Yeah, spoons out for toxicity. Fuck yes.
So, after all these years of abuse...
Thank you again, Wesley H. And as a reminder...
I can't, like, unfuck her sister, you know?
We can't unfuck her sister, man. We just can't.
You know, this past week, basically, this guy got called out. Not just by me, by the way, by others as well. Kino Casino has that issue with him. Even Keemstar has issue with him.
Whoa. Kino Casino has issue with Doody? For what?
So over the last couple of days, after this guy basically being so awful to me for years, I've called him out on this channel. Just check the stream highlights on this channel. I have a clip from yesterday's show where I show you. He literally plays like a 20+ minute clip unedited from my stream, and all he has on the top of the screen is, oh, it's something about Doody streams. I don't like Doody streams. And in the corner, it's his avatar with a dildo wagging it like this. I said, that's not transformative work.
Okay, well, first of all, clipping you... So I've looked at the TOS, I've looked at terms of service and what is, and this is straight up a legal battle, okay? Because there is an argument to be made that somebody has a 3-hour, 4-hour show. And the argument to be made that I took a 20-minute clip, captioned it, and said, look, this is the subject matter of this 20-minute clip, could be considered transformative work. That argument can be made. Can it be made? Well, I don't know. Not a fucking lawyer. Not even saying I am. But could it be argued? Fuck
All
yes,
these
it could be
super chats
argued.
are great. But remember, you don't matter unless you tip.
Wesley H has just super chat $5. You could make a 24-hour stream of every example of Phil bullying and treating his fans like garbage. And like half of it would be the last 5 years.
Straight up, yeah. And of course, Zephon Myothis, a police baton equals a dildo. Yeah, straight up. Yeah, what is it, a P24? I think is the nightstick, the standard nightstick, if not an ASP, right? So, and this was, I want to save this for fucking Doody. This is my main gripe against what fucking Keem was saying. It has to be 5 or 8 minutes. Bitch, the topic could be half an hour. Okay, it could be. If you start talking about he just like me fur, and 30 minutes later, that's when that topic ends. That's a clip. Oh God. Oh, Bendleton? I have heard that. I don't know the case law. I desperately want to read the case law that Doody had cited, and I want to read the Sargon of Akkad case law because one, I'm weird like that. I love reading case law because it's just like the ultimate fuck you to people like Phil and Keem. So, you can't do this. Technically, though, bitch, I can. So I love reading case law, and even if it's UK, I understand that it's not going to apply in the US, but I still want to read it. Okay. Okay, I was misspelling Hughes. That's what it was, Dark Page. If somebody knows what it is and can link it to me in either Twitter or fucking Discord or whatever, I would greatly appreciate it. If not, I'm sure I'll find it eventually.
Transformative work means you add commentary, you add criticism.
No, it doesn't. Stop talking legalese.
You actually have some work to make it your own. You can't just play an unedited clip. That's theft. You can't get Avengers Endgame, the movie, play it on your YouTube channel and have text on it that says, this movie sucks, and having someone going, point.
But I could say, for instance, have the image of Doctor Strange holding up the one finger, right? And then switch very quickly to Tony Stark having like the gems go into the glove and do the whole scene and then end it with something that said, actually, the one meant just take one gem and, it would stop the fucking thing. And what the fuck were you doing, Tony? Right? Technically speaking, it's like a whole thought. Now, that's a bad example because I'm coming up with something on the fly, but stick with me on this. You don't show the whole movie. Doody doesn't show the whole stream because, dear God, why would you? Fuck. Now, Raw Phil fucking clips it. He fucking archives it, and I appreciate that. Is he operating outside the boundaries of things? I don't know. But he does. I appreciate him. Thank you, Raw Phil. You're a great guy. But not Doody. Doody's good people. In terms of what he's doing, I know there are people that have like massive issue with Doody. I don't know what those issues are. Be willing to hear you out on it. But I don't have an issue with the guy. I meant to say it was Hughes versus Benjamin Harris. That's why I looked. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. Thank you.
That's not a transformative work. You have to add commentary, criticism, and actual, critique of what's going on.
And I base this on fucking nothing.
Not only is that against the law, it's also against YouTube terms of service. So I have all of this evidence and everything. All right. Seriously, and he can't take it. Basically, what's happening is the guy's falling apart every day. And what's sad is that he has this army of people who like endlessly and mindlessly follow him because.
Whoa. What are
they're probably
you
of the like
basing
mind.
this on?
I don't even know what else to say. Like they're probably exactly the same as him when it comes to the way that they behave.
Oh God damn it! I did not put it on the board. I thought I had it and I don't. If he says break the law, I actually have 3 soundboard clips, or I was supposed to fucking put them on. Judge Dredd was like, the law! And I don't have them set up. God damn it.
In the way that they, you know what I'm saying? And it's pretty sad. All right. So he's got this army of people who like his actual bullying, illegal content. And in my opinion, it needs to end. Like YouTube should not be allowing this legally and otherwise per their terms of service. Like it's just not right. I mean, the bullying isn't right. Plus,
it's just not right. It's just not right what I'm doing, yet I'm going to go ahead and like blast the platform I'm on. YouTube is filled with fucking morons. YouTube, you know what, Phil? Why don't you just give me a fatty grunt, okay?
Breaking the law isn't right. None of this is okay. All right? So the crap hit the fan this morning. All right? And I'm going to talk about it in a moment because here's why I'm have to do. I had no plans on doing any of this on my podcast today. At all. Literally, I wasn't going to talk about any of this shit. But all this just happened out of nowhere. And
Jesus Christ, bro, Cyrus. Doody, I have an army, Phil. I have a cat.
And absolutely no influence on it whatsoever. Like, actually, it just happened. And I'm like, what the shit is going on?
Yeah,
so
still on Dread.
Judge Holden did a super chat saying I should do a regular segment where I take donations and pull Hogan's. Yeah, I mean, that's the meme now. Did you just see I have a Philomania logo now?
Yeah, we're going to be talking about that, too. I am going to be hyper fucking analyzing that.
Timing, which is actually kind of neat that someone made that for me because I joked about it on stream. I was like, oh, it would be nice to have like a...
Diclonius Games... I think he actually banned the account. Whether or not he's going to let him back under a sock, that remains to be seen. Also,
nice shirt, 25 cents.
Hulk Hogan Philomania, and then someone made it for me, so I posted it last night on Twitter, and I got it on my little screen here. Pretty funny, but yeah, you own the memes, and the meme is so stupid. No one in my content cares if I play a mobile game or spend money on it.
Yeah, they would if they knew how much it was and how often you beg. And again, if it was he had all his debts paid off, right? If he never said, you guys, I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. You don't understand. I'd be gone. I wouldn't have an issue with him. The dude would be like Kino Casino. Yeah, he annoys the shit out of me, but he found a way to make the bag. Good for him. But that's not what he does. What he does is say, I need your money to help me out of this terrible situation, which then he takes the money and spends it on fucking Hogan's. That is the deception. That is the issue the detractors have, and you're a piece of fucking shit for not recognizing that.
So, it's that simple. So thank you for that, Judge. And then I also got a tip here that I want to read out, and then we're going to get to the meat of what's going on. Now, you have to understand, I heard all this secondhand because I wasn't listening live. I was asleep, and I woke up, I was doing all my morning shit, and then someone messaged me and said, this all just went down on Doody.
Yeah, my morning shit. Eat my ass, Phil.
Stream. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to present to you guys in the chat what I was told happened, and if you guys confirm it, then I'll continue.
I hope so, Skullmaster. I truly do, and I will talk about that.
But if I say this in the chat and you guys are like, no, that didn't happen, then I'm not going to continue because this is all secondhand shit. I'm not the kind of guy that's going to come out and say, this happened, and this happened, and this happened, when I haven't heard it for myself because I was a human who had a life and wasn't sitting there listening to his fucking stream. You understand?
Oh my God. Fuck you.
What's up, Jade? Good morning. Jade, I'm sorry. We have to do more drama today. I don't want to, but I have to. I literally was not going to do this morning, Jade. Because I know Jade just wants to chill. And I can't, because this guy, this is the end of it, though. I'm just going to say this. What's about to happen right now on my stream, and this podcast is the end and final thing I have to say about Doody, and I'm not going to be bringing him up anymore.
Why are you doing this to me?
After today, this is the king's final verdict on this bullshit. I'm done with it, okay?
Yeah, until tomorrow, Greg of the Lake.
Okay. So a couple quick shout-outs.
I'm a human, you guys. I'm a human.
This is completely wrong.
Fucking dead
Someone
air.
tipped $1 and says, Doody wasn't having a breakdown. He talked about saying detractors that anyone can clip your content. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what happened before that.
Which was what? I don't. Okay. Oh, hold on. What are you on? Let's go.
The stream didn't go live with him saying, "Oh, I have permission to clip whatever Phil wants." That's not what we're talking about.
What are we talking
about? What
about?
happened before all of that?
Which was?
Where he exposed all this personal information about himself to the internet. He never should have done that.
Wait. Did he not just say, I didn't watch any of this, I don't know anything about it, but I have heard this, and now he's purporting it to be fact? Did I miss that? Is that what he just said? Because that I am so fucking lost right now. Okay, so I don't watch him. I haven't watched him. I'm just reporting on this now. I was told this, and somebody says, Doody wasn't fucking psychotic. He was this. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what happened before that. How do you know any of the fucking timelines? How do you know what happened before? How do you know what happened after? What? Okay. Let's.
But apparently he was so afraid that the internet was going to find and expose him that he just self-exposed himself. This would be like saying someone might pull my pants down publicly in front of people. So instead of waiting for that to happen and trying to prevent it, I'm just going to self-pants myself and expose myself to the world.
No.
Not smart. Okay, just not smart at all.
Depends very much so on the context. Okay. For instance, I went into this was, God, that pisses me off to this day. I went into my board for SWAT Sniper, right? And I had on a raid, I made a call. I still back this call to this day of alternate breach. If you don't know, what happens is we have plans to do main breach, and then there's plans for an alternate breach. Now, I am second to last man in the stack. So there are 8 men in front of me. Most of them eyes on windows, eyes on doors, okay? Dude's hitting the door. I can see that the upper part is bending, the lower part is not. There is something obstructing the door. I can tell. So I call alternate breach. The entire stack moves to the front. Boom, we hit the house. Everything goes fine. The team leader, who was a fucking egotistical, fucking narcissistic asshole, rips me in front of the whole team. Who the fuck gave you the authority to call alternate breach? Okay. That was about a year, 2 years before I went to my sniper boards. I apply to be SWAT Sniper. The guy who was on the panel is the fucker who egotistically was like, who the fuck gave you the authority? And I did not know this lesson. I, before ever answering the first question, should have said, that is a great question. Before I touch on this, I want to bring up a situation that happened in the past. Okay? And then talked about and immediately owned what I knew this fucker was going to bring up. Of course, just like clockwork, about 6 fucking questions in, not him, but his friend, his best buddy, brings up, I heard you made a call without authority. You want to tell me about that? And now I'm on the defensive. Now I'm on this, that, and the other. Okay. So getting ahead of a negative connotation, getting ahead of something that, okay, this is going to be said about me. I want to own the narrative. That is actually a strategic play. And if that's what Doody was doing, bravo to him.
Oh, okay. All right. So anyway, yeah, we're not even, what you're talking about literally has nothing whatsoever to do with what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to ignore you now. I received a $10 tip. You should let Keemstar on real quick. I don't have the ability to get Keemstar on the show. I don't have stuff set up.
Oh, this is pathetic. This is
pathetic. When I'm going to have Keemstar on Wednesday, I have to do my whole setup completely differently. This is all because I'm using
This is Discord, man. It is literally click a button, call the guy.
a 10-year-old PC. I can't even get like Discord to work right with it. I have to set it up ahead of time special, and I'm going to have time to do that on Wednesday morning before Keem arrives.
I can't
do
like
it now.
unfuck
That's why I can't. I
her
literally
sister,
cannot have a
you
guest
know?
on the show right now. There's no way for me to do it. I couldn't make it happen. Well, technically I could do audio only. Well, here's the other thing. As much as it would be fine for Keem to come on and talk about this because he was part of that stream, I have to get through this podcast within an hour because I have to be on the Kino Casino. Okay, so I can't.
So my timeline is fucking cramped, and I can't do the special thing, you guys.
Yeah, we're not going to do guests and anything on this. I'm just going to go through what's going on, say my piece, and move on. All right. That was a $10 tip. And by the way, guys, this is my stream. Before I go on Kino, so if you like
this is my stream. What?
My content, please support it. You know,
Are you fucking kidding me?
I don't want to make this about money, but also give me money.
Money, please.
Streak 17. I'm going to be honest. I think the streak's going to end this morning.
Oh, God, I remember this.
because I don't think I'm going to be raising $150 in tips on this podcast in the next hour. I just don't see it happening. So thank you for the wild ride. It's been an awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give you a spoiler right now. He's going to mention this like 2 more times. He's going to say, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. And then somebody is going to wail the fuck out and give him $150 in tips.
17 straight.
That is literally what happens.
Streams. I really. Oh, never mind.
There it is.
Never mind.
I don't want to make this about
tip
money,
here.
but also give me money.
From
a fake tip, I don't know. I just don't know at this point.
I'm not going to say this name because it's insulting to Doody. If Keem hates Doody too, what are your thoughts on going on Keem's podcast to confront Doody? I'm not going on Keem's podcast. He's coming on mine on Wednesday. Okay? That's how it's working. Okay.
Maybe it is Dapper. I don't know. Like, he doesn't have to show anything. He could literally just say, oh, I got a $150 tip as a way of sticking it. Jesus Christ. No. His ego won't allow it. His ego won't allow it, right? So if he gets this streak, right? Let's say the Keno guys get him to be like, hey, man, no one would even know. They don't, there's no receipts. No one would even know. His ego about pulling Hogan's and shit would not allow it to happen. He will beg until he gets his 150.
And by the way, what I'm about to say right now is my final word on the subject. I don't have any.
Yeah, your final word?
Else to say about Doody after this podcast. This is it for me. I'm not going to sit here and beat the Doody senselessly. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm a scat man. I received a $150 tip from King Phil 1. Message, flush the Doody, the king streak will never end. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have hit 18. Just like that. I didn't have to do anything. I literally didn't have to do anything yet again.
Yeah, Dapper, I don't know.
This is King Phil 1.
Dude, did anybody by any chance happen to see his new animation that he hyped up and then he finally did it and it was just the bit ran at least 1.5 minutes too long. And I think it was like 1 minute and 2 seconds.
Now, please bear with me. We're not going to do a hat and a vest and shit. We're just going to do the show because I got to get to the topics at hand. If you guys contribute, I will shout it out. For example, the villain.
It's bad, Dorian Bryan.
9 months as a member. Says, let's go. And then Andy became a member this morning. Thank you both. I appreciate that very, very much. Let me play the animation and let me get to the subject at hand because we have very limited time. If this were a normal podcast, I would be taking my time, but we don't have time because I have to go on Casino this afternoon. I have a commitment. Okay? All right. So, here's the deal. And I'm going to be saying this publicly to you guys. All right? Because I want to confirm that what someone told me is correct.
I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm going to go ahead and give a trigger warning right here. Normally, I'm not about this, but I'm going to go ahead and be about this one time. Phil is about to fucking carpet bomb and generalize anybody who is on the spectrum. And it is not flattering, and it will piss you off.
So,
if you can't deal with that, I recommend you leave now. And trust me, I'm looking at my view count right now and being like, holy shit, how the fuck did this happen? I don't want you to leave because big number, I'm like a fucking RPG nerd. I see big number, I happy. But if it is better for your mental health not to hear this dude go absolutely 10-8 on people with autism, I recommend you not watch this next part. I apologize in advance for Phil.
This morning, Doody self-exposed himself on his own stream. All right. He basically said the following, but I need to confirm with chat this is true. Did Doody this morning admit that he is a trust fund baby?
That I don't know about, nor do I care.
That he basically is rich for the rest of his life?
That may be very well due to good investments and property ownership, but go off.
That his father, I guess, passed away.
Why does that oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Why does it matter that his dad passed away? What sick fucking kind of shit. What is wrong with you? Oh my God.
And handed him over like a business, but he didn't want to run or couldn't run the business. So I guess he either sold it off or closed.
Oh, hold up. Iwamoto is that, fuck, I don't know what that currency is. Is that pounds? Euros. With the 2 euros. Says, my Transformer collection makes me a danger. Yeah, obviously. You need medical authorities to come see you. Don't worry. If you don't get that reference, you're going to get that reference in a minute.
Who's it? But basically, he's basically like rich. Did he say that on his stream this morning or not? That's what I need to confirm.
Okay, first of all, why does it matter?
Did he? Or did he not? Fed Rogers says, yes, I can confirm that. I heard that. Okay. So I'm being told by my chat that is correct. Okay?
He did not. He's not. His dad passed. Shit, that just bought. And he got an inheritance, also not a trust fund baby. Okay. And again, why does it matter?
He said it many times before too, but many people believe it's a lie. Okay. Now, here's the part I'm literally afraid of.
I'm sorry in advance.
Because on YouTube, you're not allowed to discuss this topic. All right? But I'm going to be as gentle, touching as I can on this topic. Okay? So
No, he's not. He is about to absolute. I thought I was ready for this.
understand, this is me asking you guys, did Doody this morning, or did he not, say publicly that he's autistic?
You need to shut the fuck up. That's what I do if I had no army. I would fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I want to know the answer, the truthful answer on this. Okay?
I
Before
am
I say a word about it, I don't
male
want
fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Thank you again, Iwamoto, for the €2, if I've got that currency correct. And yeah, apparently that makes you a danger. My coin collection makes me a danger. My firearm collection, let's not talk about my firearm collection. The fact that I like fountain pens, the fact that I like to journal by hand, the fact that I don't pick up social cues, the fact that I'm a little bit awkward, especially around a multitude of people, the fact that I have a tough time around small children because it gives me anxiety given my past fucking investigative history, all of that somehow makes us fucking medically deficient and somehow inferior. I'm sorry, there is some bitterness here. I love you all. Let's keep going.
Want to be saying something that's not true.
How about I come out at the beginning of every show and hit you upside the head with a hammer?
I'd watch that show.
And light your teeth on fire and puncture your eardrums with golf tees until your spinal fluid leaks out.
I'm down with this, by the way.
Guys, don't laugh. I'm not, this is serious. I just want to know if did he actually admit it or not. He never said that. That's not true. Okay, that's what I needed to confirm.
Now, I want to be absolutely clear about this. Chat has said it did not happen. End of topic. Right?
You see? Because I get all this information, right? And when I get this information, it's like I'm not going to pass it along as fact. That's why I needed to ask the question, okay? A lot of people say...
Chris Goblin with the 10 pounds, I believe that is. Not even autistic myself, but this has me raging. Keep up the fight, bro side. Before anybody continues on here with the super chats, and again, thank you for the 10 pounds. I greatly do appreciate it. However, that being said, big ups, by the way. The fact that I am the way I am and the fact that this affects me, that is not a call for money. I appreciate all of the super chats, but it is not a call of like pity me. I'm just going to shut up because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Just Chris Goblin, thank you. Just thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to shut up now.
I think maybe suspect he is, but he never admitted it. Because someone outright told me that this morning he admitted that publicly. Now,
yeah, it's a sneak bag. Unk7, straight up, it's a sneak bag. God damn it! I as soon as I started talking about it, I was like, "There's no way I'm coming out of this looking good."
I'm not going to say that he did because I don't know that he did. Right? Right? Now some people are saying yes, he did say that. I'll find the clip.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Did you hear that?
Oh, because here's the thing.
Yeah, I admitted it. You know what? I can't believe I didn't actually pick up on that, Zephon. Admitted it. What is there to admit or deny? Why should anyone be ashamed of it, you fucking ass?
All right, first of all, the whole idea of he's a trust fund baby, he's rich. That, for one reason, that already kind of explains stuff, okay? People are saying, wait until I see the clip, but there's no clip. His stream was just like, I don't know if he's still live now, so I can't get a clip. It's a fucking...
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
Chris Goblin has saved the house with a 10 pounds super chat. Not even autistic myself, but this has me raging. Keep up the fight, bro side.
Thank you again, Chris Goblin. I really appreciate it. I hope I didn't like negatively impact your fucking super chat experience by being a fucking retard. And yes, I know that that's technically a negative turn, but you guys know what I mean. And that was self-deprecation. Okay, so let's keep going.
Giant stream, you can't skim through the stream to find even when he said something. You know what I'm saying? Like someone would have to clip it later. You know? But first of all, if he's a trust fund baby, right? If for whatever reason, I mean, that makes sense.
Cross Century 2? No, I do not, but I do have, I have 2 Watermans. No, mark that, 3 Watermans. And I have a couple of budget ballpoints as well. Or not ballpoints, sorry. Budget fountains as well.
This guy literally lives with no repercussions for anything he does. He's rich. He thinks that he can...
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that.
Say whatever he wants, do whatever he wants. There's no repercussions for anything. That's why he can buy stupid animations for his crappy video.
I'm sorry. Can we roll that back, please, real quick?
He can say whatever he wants, do whatever he wants.
That one, whatever. Don't even care. Fine, whatever. We'll give you a for that. And you know what? Here's one for you as well. Okay, that's
There's no repercussions for anything. That's why he can buy stupid animations for his crappy videos that get, you know. Think about this. This guy's probably spending tons of money on those animations.
Okay.
that he has in the videos about me, his
Okay.
videos bring in like 10,000 views, right?
Okay.
So he's spending so much money on this shit.
Okay. Why is Phil paying for goods and services based on fair market value bad? I'll fucking wait, you fucking scamming piece of shit. Because until you tell me that the guy who makes your fucking animations, who makes your backgrounds, who makes all your shit has gotten a paycheck from you, you need to shut the fuck up. Because you're not paying people for their labor, you are literally a slaveholder, okay? Now, granted, they're cult indoctrinated, so I didn't tell them to do it. I didn't order them to do it. Yeah, you're getting free on a technicality, okay? But you are in fact a piece of shit.
Likely what he's doing is he's spending enough money that's why he needs to monetize the channel, because without monetizing of the channel, he's dumping tons of money on things. Like the production value is hilarious on his videos because he didn't do any of it. He didn't make the animation.
But you have. You've made all of your animations.
He didn't make the fucking avatar with the dildo wagging it at me.
But you made the DSP intro.
He didn't make any of the border. He didn't make
Maybe Phil made the border.
the avatar that talks. He doesn't do any of that. He literally just bought everything around him because he's rich, right? So
oh my God, the jealousy. Jesus Christ, dude, seethe harder.
Isn't that exciting, right?
Wesley H with a 20. With a 20. Holy shit, thank you. Says Phil trying to use the moral high ground of Doody potentially being a trust fund baby to undercut by Phil going to a private school, getting a job at a company. A nepotism job at a company his dad worked at, and his mom paying his taxes. Total hypocrite. Bruh, you right on the fucking head. I don't think you hit the bullseye any more perfectly. Beautiful. Well fucking done. Wesley H, thank you so much for the 20. Really appreciate it. Oh, by the way, oh God, I don't know if I should tell you this. I'm not going to. I'll ask him if he comes on the stream tonight. I'm going to ask him permission to tell you about something he told me that is just the flex of flexes as a fucking father. I hope he lets me tell you, but it was a conversation behind the scenes, so I don't know if I can. So I'm going to respect his privacy and not mention it for now. But if he does come on the stream, make sure you guys tell me, bro, you were going to ask us you were going to ask him if you could tell us something about a conversation you had. So make sure you remind me if he comes on the stream, and then he can decide. Okay. I appreciate all of you. Wesley H, bro, thank you so much for the 20. That is fucking insane. Love you much. Thank you so much. Let's keep going.
But no, the reason that I'm bringing these topics up is it all makes sense because
why?
Again, people are not saying that he admitted it. All right, I'm not going to say it then.
Why is it okay?
Because it wouldn't make sense logically.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
Wesley H has saved the house with a
Skullmaster, have a good one,
super
bro.
chat. Phil trying to use the moral high ground of Doody potentially being a trust fund baby is undercut by Phil going to a private school, getting a job at a company his dad worked at, and his mom paying his taxes. Total
hypocrite. God damn it. I thought I extended it enough. I did not. Wesley H, thank you so much for the 20. TLR Eden hits me up with a $5. Thank you so much. Phil seeing a nightstick and seeing an adult toy tells me the dude has repressed, closeted things. You're not wrong. I don't know how you see I think it's called a PR24. I don't know how you see a PR24
All these super
and
chats
think
are great.
And
but
think
remember, you don't
adult
matter
toy.
unless you tip.
TLR_Eden has just super chat $5. Phil seeing a nightstick and seeing an adult toy tells me the dude has repressed closeted things.
Look, I'm just saying, he probably looked at it and went, my God, is that what I have to work up to pegging wise? But, you know, who knows?
Insanely hyper-fixated on someone, like he's become hyper-fixated on me.
Okay, I want to back this up. I want to make sure I'm getting full context here. Forgive me.
Because, again, people are not saying that he admitted it. All right.
First of all, there's nothing to admit, okay? If somebody tells you about it, that is them surrendering a piece of themselves to you or to the community, okay? And no one should ever take advantage of that or chastise somebody for it, okay? I am not paralleling the two because they are two very separate things, but it's the best example I can give. If somebody comes out and says to you, by the way, I've been diagnosed with autism, or I have this condition, and it's technically medical, the only parallel, and I know it's different, so please don't hate on me too hard, okay? is like coming out as homosexual. Okay. Why do I say this? Because if somebody tells you they are either autistic or they are homosexual, do not judge them for that. How hard is that? It is just who they are. I'm sorry.
I'm not going to say that.
I'm sorry.
It wouldn't make sense logically. When you become insanely hyper-fixated on someone, like he's become hyper-fixated on me.
Fuck you, Phil.
And the fact that for some reason, he's willing to, like, break the law. He's willing to not only, like, make fun of me and criticize me, but actually, like, bully, like, outright say terrible things about my family members and shit. People are saying stuff like, in the past, he's wished you physical harm. He said that my mom he wished she would have fallen down the stairs so that she wouldn't have given birth to me.
I want to say that he actually owns up to this. He said something too extreme. He apologized and said I shouldn't have said it. Granted, he should not have said it. That's a bad thing, but he owns up to it.
Wow. That's great stuff to say, isn't it? That's really nice stuff to say. So, anyway.
And yes, Dorian, he did come after him first.
Yeah, I mean, pretty bad stuff. And the fact of the matter here is that the behavior, all right, that he's...
Yeah, Sam, man, yeah. Saying I'm autistic, that might be bad. And apparently what he said, according to Excalibur, was, aren't we all a little autistic? That's somehow worse than eat my ass with a spoon and you're a waste of human meat.
It makes sense if the things that he self-exposed are true or the things I'm being told are true. And by the way, I'm going to say this outright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with people who are autistic.
I'm not doubting that there's nothing wrong with people who are autistic. I'm doubting that fucking belief in Phil.
I know many people who are autistic.
It's not the first time. That's what makes it even worse, RB, is that I thought to myself, yeah, I can fucking deal with this. I've heard it once. It's fine. And hearing it again, just with the delivery and the grandiose, like, feeling of superiority, I forgot how bad it was.
All right? And they're perfectly normal, fine, good, positive people. There's nothing...
Oh, great. I'm a good, positive person, everybody. Guys, I'm a good, positive person. Let's see how I'm damaged.
Nothing wrong with this at all. The problem is, if it's true, and he is now...
The problem is, guys, I have a problem, apparently.
Focused on me as his thing to focus on, that's dangerous. That's scary. You know what I'm saying? Like, that actually legit makes me afraid. It does. Yeah, Jade, I'm telling you, man, I don't want to talk about this stuff, Jade.
I don't even know what to fucking say here. I'm looking at my soundboard. I'm like, how can I make this funny? How can I fucking take this some fucking weird way? I can't even fucking think about how to just... That's the best I've got.
I told you this was going to be drama this morning, Jade. I don't want to talk about this stuff, but I have to because this man is so crazy the way he's coming after me and the things he's doing. It's scary shit.
Stop it. Get some help.
Why are you doing this to me?
You know, because it's going to pass the levels of like reason and the levels of like what's right and wrong to the levels of obsession.
I'm sorry. Do you care to fucking give a source on that? Shit. Sorry. Wrestling Rancher with the 10. Thank you so much. Thank you for calming my rage there for a second. It's like when I shared my story with the group.
$10
no one knew
will go
me.
a long way to make Kat stop crying.
Wrestling Rancher super chat.
I'm gonna let the
$10
lady
to
say it.
DoorDash.
Wrestling.
It's like when I shared my story with the group. No one knew me and they could have said we don't believe you. Instead I was greeted with congrats because I'm respectful. Chat, S and Phil.
Dude, I can actually feel the rage of that typing. Bro, I feel you 100%. Like, this is so fucking disrespectful. This is the send me your mailing address. I want you to eat my ass with a spoon. But to just that was hyperfixated to fucking King Be Cruel. Big ups, by the way. This is eat my ass with a spoon to an entire fucking community. That is what this is. And it is so fucking blatantly disrespectful. Look, I fucked up in my life. I have. I fucked up while streaming. We all know it. Okay? But I don't even know what to fucking say. I really don't. It's very frustrating for me.
Which it certainly seems like it is. Like I said yesterday, I brought up his channel.
Big ups, by the way, Wrestling
like
Rancher.
16 videos about me in 3 days.
This motherfucker brags about having 600,000 fucking videos on the internet. Who the fuck are you to judge?
Right? And what does that say about his audience? Right? That they're okay with that. Oh, this is great. Yes, keep saying awful things. Keep doing awful things. We love it. What is wrong and unscrewed about his fucking audience? Right? That's insane. And this is all allowed on YouTube, apparently.
Yeah, we know. You do it constantly.
It's all fine. This is okay to systematically harass someone, to bully someone, to insult someone, to try to destroy their business, destroy their life, steal their content, break the law. According to YouTube, this is good. We'll monetize it. You've been partnered. Huh? What the hell is going on? You know, for 16 years, my content has been me playing.
William Close, don't apologize. Never apologize, man. Like, you're not a bad person if you've got autism, if you've got ADHD. If you're fucking on the spectrum, okay? If you have whatever condition he's talking about, okay? You're not broken. Okay? You're not. And I don't care who the fuck tells you are, but especially from this fucking pig roach, don't let him get to you in that regard. Be proud of who you are. TL Arden with a 5 says, me hyper-focusing on Halo lore, Dragon Ball, and Cybersec is a danger to everyone, guys. Run for the hills. Yeah, screw you, Phil. Yeah, me hyper-focusing on documentation for a fucking software install, that makes me a fucking dangerous. The two-stream curse. No, Iviga, I have not heard of the two-stream curse. Have I fallen victim to it? Please let me know.
Games poorly, but playing games, talking with my audience, having a good time, right? And have I ever hurt anyone with the shit that I've done?
Yeah, you kind of did in the last literal 10 minutes, you fucking piece of shit.
Besides, like myself, I admit early on in my days, I did bad commentary where I would say shit like, oh, you're an idiot.
Tino, I tend to agree that he has
All
it, but
these super chats are great. But remember, you don't matter unless you tip.
TLR_Eden has just super chat $5. Me hyper-focusing on Halo lore, Dragon Ball and Cybersec, is a danger to everyone, guys, run for the hills. Screw you, Phil.
Thank you again for the 5 TLR Eden. Tino, I agree. I've always said that I think he's on the spectrum. I know that Steve disagrees with that. I understand he is a forensic psychologist, so I tend to defer to his judgment since he is schooled in that. But I hear exactly what you're saying. And if it is ever diagnosed that he has it, I truly hope that he has to admit it so that he has to eat crow about everybody in the fucking detractor community who's on the spectrum.
If you play Minecraft and stuff like that, right? But I learned that I changed, right? And I've grown up and I've, evolved from who
No, you haven't.
I am to someone to be better. I don't want to make terrible content that's harmful to people. You understand?
Yeah, but you just shit on on people with a medical fucking condition. Well done, Phil. Well done. You have actually sank lower than I thought possible. Well done.
That's all this guy does. Like, he doesn't even, there's not a shred of morality. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if he has fixated on me, I'm his hyper-focus, that's dangerous and scary. It's not funny. I'm not making fun of the man at this point at all.
I'm thinking. Forgive the dead air. I know dead air is like a big no-no in fucking streaming. I'm thinking because there's the emotional reaction that I don't want to go down because that's bad. But I don't know what to say. Here, you know what?
Don't care, didn't ask, cry about it, stay mad, get real, L mold seed cope.
This is actual legit scary shit because this guy really is unhinged and he's coming after me. Like, someone needs to get involved here. A medical authority.
Fuck you. Phil is the type of motherfucker that would vote for red flag laws, and fuck you, Phil, for it.
Some authority. That this guy, this is what he's doing. And he's just unchecked. No one taking a look at this to make sure that this is all okay, right? Just let him keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, it's almost like the First Amendment exists, huh?
Let him keep breaking the law. Because this is the problem.
Oh, hi there, Kettle. Name's Pot. Have we met?
The internet as well, is that when you give an inch, they take a mile. When people test the boundaries and say, well, this is okay, I got away with this, let's go to the next level.
Oh, okay. So, I don't know. Fucking copyright striking Evil AJ and then fucking banning people and bullying them offline or bullying them to go away, doxing somebody when they gave you their driver's license. It wasn't doxing. It was on a private Discord. That's fucking doxing. Okay. So, oh my God.
Well, I got away with that too. Let's go to the next level. And
now he's talking about escalation. And as somebody who's worked what I've worked, this dunce, this fucking ignorant boob talking about escalation like he knows about it, really hits me wrong.
The next level and the next level. And that's scary shit. All right? That's what I'm afraid of right now. Okay? So again, I don't know. No one's giving me evidence of anything that was said on his show. But apparently, from what I was told, he self-exposed himself saying all this kind of shit publicly. Okay.
Yeah, striking super crazy.
Okay. So he says all of it as a cope, because basically what's
as a cope? As a cope?
happened is in the last week, I turned the camera on him. And he's looking out at the internet and like, oh crap, now everyone's looking at me in a negative way. Well, let's have a cope session where I just fess up to all my private shit, and now everyone should like me, right?
I don't remember this part, and I fucking hate it.
Like, that's what he was looking to do, but what he did, it's the opposite effect. It literally is the opposite effect. All right, but what he's trying to do, it's not going to help him. This is going to hurt him further. I know from experience, because now when my personal shit gets out there, you know, I don't share personal stuff anymore. And the stuff that does, you know, it just hurts. These people are crazy obsessive. You know what I'm saying? So he did exactly the opposite of what you should do. If that's what he was intending or whatever, that was the absolute opposite of what he ever should have done to try to help himself. All right? You cannot be exposing your private information and shit. So anyway.
Oh, you can't be doing that. Because why? Okay, if I wanted to give you my full name, address, date of birth, social, and my fucking high school transcripts, okay, I can do that. And you know what? Fuck you, Phil. I'm not going to. But there's a part of me that wants to, just to say fuck you, Phil, but I'm not going to.
Supposedly.
No. Yeah, it's just YouTube videos. It's really not that deep. Exactly.
No, I'm not saying, see, because here we go. This is why you can't say shit like this, because someone just said in my chat, so being autistic means being unhinged. No. What you need to do is go research autism.
Okay. You said it, Phil.
Go research it right now before you say dumb shit on the internet, because you're uneducated. All right? A frequent thing that happens with autism is people become hyperfixated on things who have it.
Uh-huh.
And it's to the level of like mania. Like
I'm now manic. I'm manic, everybody. Did you know that? I'm on the autism spectrum. I'm now manic. Yeah.
You can't stop. You're just hyperfixated. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. It's not even emotional. You are hyperfixated and you can't stop yourself. And I feel like that's what's going on right now with him and me. But again,
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
I don't know if that's what people are saying or not. It sounds to me like it's bullshit. Because people are saying, oh, he didn't say that. If that's the case, then it's bullshit. But this is what people have been speculating and telling me for days now. It's like, oh, Phil, just so you know, you're talking about this guy, but
you know, Asperger's and OCD might go hand in hand, generically speaking. I don't actually know any background for it, but I definitely don't have OCD. I have ADHD and I will hyperfixate on topics that interest me. But in terms of like hyperfixation to a point of obsession, that is not a thing for me.
You know, this is the case. I'm like, well, I don't see any evidence of that. I didn't hear him say that, you know, but maybe that's the case. I don't know. All right. But I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm saying I am not going to say that's a fact because I don't know that that's actually been said publicly or not. Okay.
Why isn't it an accusation that he has autism? Why is that an accusation? I'm confused.
Okay. Now, so by the way, if he tries to say, Phil said that he accuses me of being autistic, I never said that at all. I'm telling you what, I'm literally factually telling you, all right, what people are saying to me. And I don't know if it's true or not, so I'm just presenting it as a what if because that's how it was presented to me.
Oh yeah, what if? He's a dangerous person. Okay, sure, Phil, sure.
All right, anyway, let's continue on. So apparently he had this big cope session on his stream this morning. All right, now you would think if this is this big cope session, I'm going to open up to my audience and say all this personal stuff about myself to try to get sympathy or whatever. That's great. Then he immediately went back to basically doing awful things towards me again. He was saying things like, oh, you see, here's all the things, here's the checklist, here's my PowerPoint checklist of bad things about Phil. He said he had a 10-year plan and that was 5 years ago.
This is actually probably my favorite part of this, okay? So, Doody does this. He shows the 10-year plan checklist. He shows all the broken shit. He shows how many days it's been since that shit is broken. Now, what is the retort? If you haven't seen this, I'm actually inviting you to think and let me spoil it, okay? So he's going to bring up the fact that there is a broken dishwasher, there is a broken toilet, that he had this 10-year plan that he told his mother about. All of these things are factually true. Now, what is the counter argument? Could it be he doesn't know what he's talking about? I actually didn't say that it was this. I've actually fixed the toilet, or I'm in the works. I've talked with a contractor. No. It's none of that. Here we go.
And the 10-year plan hasn't happened yet. He said he was going to save money for a honeymoon, and that hasn't happened yet. Look, he didn't pay for a blood test for his cat Jasper, so you just have to listen to this shit. And it's like, what? Like, what? What is this? What is this content?
That's his counter argument. What is this content? That's the counter argument. I mean, it is literally, I don't want to talk about that. That's it. That's all he's got.
You opened up to your audience in a personal way, and instead of using the opportunity to explain who you are or have a meaningful moment, you went right back to your shtick of hating DSP and saying all this awful personal shit about him.
Which is all true.
And the funny part about it is it's never, oh, his content is bad, or it's always personal attacks.
All of which are true.
Actual personal attacks on me.
All of which are true.
Constant, over and over. And it's the same ones, because
of which are true.
Funny part is, the attacks he's making have no merit.
Yes, they do.
10-year plan. The 10-year plan is a reference to something that
Meaning, it exists. It has no merit. The 10-year plan. Let me explain to you what the 10-year plan is. Okay, so it exists. That is merit.
Spoke with my mother about when I visited her in 2019 and I was married in Connecticut in her home. And the plan was that within 10 years, I was going to try to spin out of being a YouTuber and do something more offline in the physical world because I was getting harassed so much by my detractors. But then COVID came the next year, and all the jobs went away that I would have done. I was like, my God, thank God I didn't get on a 10-year plan and jump off YouTube because I would be unemployed right now and I would have lost everything. In the meantime, things have turned around for the better for me. Financially, things are better. My content is better. I have a positive following. So why would there be a 10-year plan to get off of YouTube? And I've already discussed this over
God, there should be.
and over, but people like Doody don't.
About the clip suggestion. Raziel, I don't, did I miss one? I don't know it. I'm sorry.
Listen, they are hyper fixated on the one thing that I said there was a 10-year plan. They don't listen to all the follow-up and all the things that have changed between then and now. They just think, oh, that's black and white, right, brother? Right, brother? No, brother, it's not black and white. The world is not black and white. It's shades of gray. Things change.
This motherfucker. It's not black and white. It's shades of gray. YouTube launches a code that benefits everybody except for like the 0.5%, and it's black and white. They're the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet that don't know the fucking customers, and they're not street smart. They're fucking book smart. You can't make this shit up.
Change. Something that was said years ago is not representative of today. You have to get with the times and understand the updates to things that are going on. You can't just say, oh.
You can,
you know
actually. You can.
Look at this idiot. We don't have any moderators in chat today because it would be nice because there's people in there literally threatening me.
Don't make him Hulk up, Doody. My money is on Doody being a waterhead. Get felted, brother. Get them all banned. Hold on. Let me back it up here real quick. Hold on. I know you guys can't see it, so hold on. Plans always change. Can someone tell DSP to address Doody being 58 years of age stalking men 24/7? Things evolve. My money is on Doody. Nope, nothing that I can see anyway. Sorry, I'm just looking. No, there's nothing. There's nothing that looks like it should be banned. Oh shit, Jay Wuso with a $5 says Doody has told people that one of his kids has autism. Phil is retarded. Also, I will not say those words, sir. You can quit fucked. Emaw, motherfucker. Emaw. Okay. Fighting, ever fighting for
all
a
these super
Wildcat
chats
victory,
are great,
motherfucker. Let's
but remember,
go.
You don't matter unless you tip.
JWeso989 has just super chat $5. Doody has told people that one of his kids has autism. Phil is retarded. Also, Rock Chalk, sir.
Meh. Adidas, sponsored by Adidas, right, Jay Wuso? Meh. I don't like you. I don't know how old Doody is. Not my place to ask, but maybe.
Things that are going on. You can't just say, oh. You know what I'm saying? Look at this.
Yes, I am talking to a ghost.
Idiot. We don't have any moderators in chat today because it would be nice because there's people in there literally threatening me and saying really fucked up things in my chat right now. I prefer if they didn't do that, but I don't think there's any moderators helping right now, sadly. So this is pretty messed up.
Yes, Stealing Soldier, I'm getting hyper-focused on details. That means I am now a danger to society. I am obviously building a dirty bomb right now.
Anyway. So anyway, he went on this giant explosive tirade with an audience. Of course, he had just done this personal stream, so now his views go up, right? So now his views, he has like tons of viewers on his stream. So all
Dude, could you just like let your jealousy out any harder?
all of a sudden, as all this is happening, and he's basically ragging on me for personal shit, and he's really feeling himself. Keemstar says he wants to join a show. I don't know how that came about. I wasn't paying attention. I was having my breakfast in the kitchen, okay?
Oh my God.
So apparently, Keemstar joined the show, and basically Keemstar says to him, listen, you are breaking the law. It doesn't even matter like what you think. You're breaking the law. Your channel has a ton of unedited clips that are extensively long, 30-minute clips, 20-minute clips. These are not allowed via YouTube's terms of service nor by copyright law.
And I base this upon being Keemstar. That's it. That's all he based it upon. As a matter of fact, and we're going to get into it, if whether or not Doody comes on the stream doesn't matter. But he bases it upon, I've been doing this for 16 years. That's how Keem based his legal expertise. I've been doing this for 16 years. Guys, do we know anybody else who says that they've been doing this for 16 years and we should just listen to them? I'm trying to remember who might have said, I've been doing this for 16 years, and because of that, you should just listen to me. God, who in the ever-living fuck could I be talking about? I truly wonder.
All right, you are actually stealing content and re-uploading it as your own, and you're getting tens of thousands of views and making money on it, that is a violation of the YouTube Partner Program. That's a violation of YouTube Terms of Service, and that's a violation of US copyright law. You have to stop doing it, okay? So these guys went back and forth for like a half an hour about it, and here's what happened. Doody actually said the following. I have a clip
Zerglings, beware.
of Darkside Phil giving me permission that I can do whatever I want with this content.
And he played it multiple times.
Because I have permission to do it, and that's why I do it. So that's why it's okay.
Correct. That, yes, if you didn't want people to clip it, you shouldn't have said it.
And then Keem's like, well, let me see the clip or whatever. And basically, Keem said to him, so if Phil says to you now, that's changing, you can't do that anymore, would you keep doing it? And he...
Right. If the parameters of permission changed, would you keep doing it? No.
He said, no, I will not do it. If Darkside Phil admits publicly, all right, that, you know, I will not, you know, that I will not do that anymore. If he says that I can't do that, I won't do it. So I literally joined his chat. And I started talking, and get this. Number one, just listen to this. His chat room is all moderators.
Again, I don't know if that's just a thing Doody does, and I've heard that it's stopped. But who gives a shit? Razzie the Law says, I've said this 100 times. A YouTuber I hate in the UK went to court. He was sued for re-uploading a video with just the title being different, and he won because of the intended audience. Yeah, was different. Yeah.
His entire fucking chat room is moderators, all wrenches.
I'm a mod in there, Dist Optimist.
They're called wrenches on YouTube. They're blue wrench accounts, okay? Literally every single one is a moderator. There's no, like, regular chatters in there.
Yeah, Meth, he actually withdraws consent here.
And it's a sea of them. It's not like, oh, there's two guys talking. There's like 20, 30, 40 moderators all talking amongst themselves. That's the entire chat. So I type, hey, guys, this is really DSP, and I'll talk. I'll you know, I'm being asked to respond. I'll respond. I immediately got timed out. Immediately. That's all I said. I said, hey, guys, I'm here to respond. They timed me out. What the fuck? You got the guy who's running the stream with Keemstar saying, let's get Phil's opinion on this. Let's hear. And then his mods immediately timed me out. So I couldn't talk. And it was like that for about half an hour.
Let me show you something.
I kept trying to see if I could come back, and I was timed out. I couldn't talk.
And that's true. He was timed out. And whether or not that's a good thing, bad thing, I don't really care.
It never expired. It was like an endless timeout. They timed me out like permanently or like all day or something. I don't know.
86,000 seconds.
So I could never talk. So literally.
Yeah, and that was the only thing that actually made me giggle. Well, she was like, I was banned for no reason. Bitch, you came on a chat and you weren't welcome. He can ban you for whatever reason he wants. Ha ha ha, lean in manual, motherfucker.
He created an echo chamber. He actually created a room where only his moderators are talking and him talking to Keemstar directly, and that was it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what?
Yes, Doody was in fact mad. He said, we don't ban people here. Please don't ban him. Please unban him. And he was already gone.
What the heck is going on? Like, what kind of a stream is this? This isn't even really a stream then. Right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if DSP showed up in here, into mine, not that he would, I'd fucking let him talk.
Right? This is just him talking and hoping that everyone...
As a matter of fact, it would be hilarious because you'd be like, I'm here. What do you want to say? I'd be like, hey, why don't you tell me about that detective you talked to who said that you only do fucking, that they only do human trafficking? What was his name? Who fucking told you that? Was it by any chance Detective Stevens?
One just like listens to him or whatever. And there's not even a conversation. Look at my chat right now. I don't even think there's a single moderator in my chat right now. It's just me running a chat of how many people are in this chat right now. I literally have a stream of 891 people in climbing. Can you?
Yeah, it was a timeout.
You guys talk in my chat? Can you say stuff? Right? So what kind of stream does he fucking run over there? So literally he's going back and forth, all right, with Keem on this, and they're just going in a circle like this. They're literally just going in a circle like this.
Yeah, crash
saying,
override.
well,
I know.
You don't have the legal right to have unedited clips on your channel. You have to.
Yeah. So it was in a circle, but we're going to talk about that. I really hope he comes on because when Keem gets cornered, he goes full bitch mode. Keem, if for some reason you are watching this, dude, I hate to tell you this. You stuck on point for a lot of the argument that Doody was talking about, but when he had your balls in a vice, you went full bitch mode. There is no argument here. It happened.
To stop doing it. And then Doody would say, well, DSP gave me the permission to do it, and therefore what you're saying is invalid. Okay. And then how Keem said, he says, well, I think if this is the case, I think we need to have YouTube review your channel. Because this sounds...
There you go.
To me like you're just blatantly violating the partnership program, and you don't care, right? You don't care that you're doing it. So I think we need to have YouTube review your channel. And so they all...
Teacher. This guy is talking with somebody else, and I don't like the way he's talking to... Okay, so what? He's talking to you this way? No, he's talking to somebody else. Okay, why is that any of your fucking concern, you little narc?
In a circle like this, and it was like that for half an hour. And finally said, we're getting nowhere with this. I'm out of here, and Keem left. Okay? And that's where we ended it. And then I tried to join the chat and say, hey, I couldn't talk. I was like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to go live on my stream. All right? So here I am. Live on my stream, and I'm going to give my take on all of it. All right? Okay, number one. I already said yesterday in my stream and in the clip that I released last night. In fact, let me go to my YouTube channel right now. All right? Are you ready for this? Just look at this. You can't make this shit up. You ready? Hold on.
Yeah, way to be prepared,
Hey, Doody,
by the way.
do you have eyes and fucking ears? Do you see this video that I released 5 hours ago? Doody breaks the law but can't take criticism, and here's the proof.
Yeah, that doesn't rescind fucking permission, but go on.
And it's me showing.
But it doesn't rescind permission, but go on.
The unedited clip of me on your channel and calling you out for it and saying this is not allowed under U.S. copyright law.
But you never rescinded your initial permission, so go off.
So isn't that an example of me telling you to stop doing this?
No, that is not an overt statement. As for instance, by the way, going to give you some legal advice here. Not actual legal advice. This is how it works in my jurisdiction. Please consult with a lawyer if you actually do have any criminal proceedings going on. I am not a lawyer, I am not an attorney, and I cannot give legal advice. Okay, now that I've gotten that out of the way, there is case law that if you are seated talking with investigators, they've read you your Miranda rights, and you say, do you think I should get a lawyer? That is not an invocation of rights. Why? Because you didn't say, I want a lawyer. You said, do you think I should get a lawyer? That is not an invocation. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Look, I told him that this could be considered violation of copyright law. Yeah, but you also gave permission way back when, and you never rescinded the permission. So get fucked.
Correct? There's a whole fucking video about it right here. Didn't you watch my podcast from yesterday? Right down here. We're in that. I went into even more detail about how all of your videos.
Yeah, exactly, Valoran. Evil AJ explicitly stated you cannot react, and he did anyway.
And arguments are invalid. You're criticizing me for becoming an ex-pro, Twitter pro user, even though I'm using it for the benefits of Twitter. Now I don't have to see ads.
Davis v. US, is that the one, Meth Bear? I'll have to take a look at it.
On Twitter.
Send it to me on Discord, please, so I can remember to research it. I'm sorry, I just said it on here. I love looking that shit up.
Use it for my business. So it makes no sense what you're saying. Again, you're in this mindset that because I said something before, it's ultimate and
when I disclaim everything correctly. Hey, don't hate me if I'm correct, okay? As a matter of fact, I could very well be wrong, but if I'm correct, don't hate me.
Ever change? You have this really like simpleton's mindset on things. And remember, also in that clip, when I talked about your other...
Oh, Steam Sam, that's absolutely correct. If I invoke the right to remain silent, great. You can stay silent all you want. If you don't invoke your right for Miranda, or your right to an attorney, I can ask you questions as the day is long. As soon as you answer, you just gave up your fucking right to remain silent. It's amazing. The technicalities of interview and interrogation are so fucking delicious. When you watch an interview and you realize how the game is played, it's like, oh my, it's watching chess in real time. But like, you can watch chess in real time, obviously, but like with dialogue and every word that comes out of somebody's mouth is a pawn being moved or a bishop or a knight. And it is so fucking cool to see how that plays out. Now, if you don't want that to happen, the second they say, hey, I'd like to ask you, I would like an attorney. That's how you shut that shit down. Not that I said that.
Other videos about me and how you do 16 videos that, like, I literally, if you watch the stuff that I put out, I've already, I'm sorry, I was pointing to the wrong one. This was the video that I actually did it in. I already did this. So he's saying, Phil needs to say that I don't have permission to do this. I already have.
No, you haven't.
So you're asking for something that already exists.
No, you haven't. Shut up.
You're just lazy. Okay, you're lazy. You want to sit there in your echo chamber of moderators and really weird people who watch your shit?
You know what, Phil?
I can't, like, unfuck her sister, you know?
Making harmful, toxic, really insulting, and pretty much illegal content on a daily basis. And when people call you out for it, you ignore it. You ignored that I told you you cannot do this. Okay?
Look at him and tell me there's a God.
Okay? Still, officially allow me to tell you, no, from now on, you're not allowed to clip my content outside of the context of fair use law.
Fucked up right there.
But here's the thing. I didn't need to tell you that. Just because DSP says to you, oh, you can clip my content, go for it. That doesn't mean that you are immune.
Yep, that is correct. It must be ceased at that time, but interrogation can resume at a later time. Yep.
To the law or YouTube's terms of service, right? Right now, if I give you permission to walk into the street and slap a baby in the face, and you did it, would you not get arrested?
Dipfuck. Do you not see how those are two very different things? Do you not understand, like, the autonomy of being? Do you not, and then content? Do you not understand that you are not the authority of babies? That you have no legal hold over babies? And that even if you did, even if, God forbid, you spawn a child, which, dear God, go get a vasectomy, please. But even if you did, and you said, it's okay to slap my baby, it's still not okay Because you're just a piece of shit parent at that point.
Like, what are you talking about? You still have to abide by the law. You still have to abide by terms of service. Whatever I say or do doesn't matter.
Oh my,
and of course, when I said that,
puppers are unhappy.
Whenever it was, because I don't know what clip he uses as his ultimate authority to do whatever he wants on the internet.
The one that you made.
Whatever clip you're using, I didn't mean, oh, yes, you can endlessly do whatever you want with my content, you know, illegally. Duh. But again, I think what the problem is people like him don't have common sense.
Bruh. I'm going to say this very slowly. Please tell me you're watching this, okay? And Meth Bear and whoever else is an attorney, back this or buck it. I actually want your opinion on it. Back it or buck it. Common sense has absolutely no place in the law with one exception, and that is objective reasonableness. Everything else has to be explicitly stated. Now, I may be wrong, but that is the opinion that I have. I could be wrong.
Right? They don't. He has no common sense at all. He doesn't even understand what common sense means. Instead, he makes these really weird arguments. Like, oh, well, Phil said I can do it, so I can break the law today. No, you can't break the law today. I don't have an authority. I'm the king, but I cannot give you the edict to break the laws of the land. You understand? We all must abide by the laws of the land.
No, not when it comes to when you can or cannot give consent. It is your... Coming onto my property without permission is technically trespassing. That is a violation of the law. However, if I tell the person, you can come on my property whenever you wish, and I meant whenever you wish between the hours of 8 and 5. If I didn't say between the hours of 8 and 5, and I said, you may come on my property whenever you wish, guess what? They win. You lose, they win. I don't know.
You can't just fucking do whatever you want. Okay? So I mean, this is a insanely broken, illogical mindset this man has for the things that he's saying. It's nuts what he's actually saying on the stream with Keemstar. Like, I don't even know why Keem didn't even say that. Like, all you had to say to destroy his argument is it doesn't matter what Phil says, you can't break the law. And it would have been over. The conversation is done. There's nothing else to say. He's fucking felt it. He's done. That's the end of everything. You know what I mean?
Dude, at this point, I would kill to see Shub Stationary Wrath and Meth Bear, like, just pick their case. What do you want Phil to... What do you want to go after Phil for, or what do you want to defend against Phil? So, you know, I'm going to sue Doody. Is that your case? I would love to see your guys' like workup of how you're going to just absolutely massacre this man in court.
I'm saying. So anyway,
hey, what's up, Tartan's Mirror? What's up, dude?
Again, did you notice? I'm not really doing anything. I talked about him a couple days. Within what, 2-3 days of me mentioning this man, he's fallen apart completely. So first of all, he self-exposes himself and shows that he makes a ton of money on his YouTube channel, even though he's already rich.
Why is that a self-felt? That is actually a flex.
Right? So he's hypocritical because he claims that he doesn't need the money, but then he's making massive money on that channel.
And that, okay, just because I don't need the money and I'm making money doesn't mean I'm a hypocrite. It means that I'm getting myself extra liquidity of income. No, if you feel like you have to fucking give me super chats here, fucking tell me so I can school you that you absolutely do not. But I don't even know what this argument is.
Right? That's step one. Step two, he's exposed for breaking the law on a daily basis by breaking copyright law and YouTube terms of service and partner program terms of service with the content that he puts out.
But now,
and then on day 3, with me even not doing anything, the guy self-implodes, gets into an argument with Keemstar, and destroys himself. Utterly destroyed. He exposed all his personal information. Like, what the hell are you doing? Right? What on earth are you doing? And then arguing with Keemstar, you're not gonna win, dude.
Please clap.
Like, in his echo chamber. Because the thing is, in his echo chamber, he's won. Because it's all moderators. So everyone is chat, yeah, L Keem. Dude, it's all your moderators.
Yeah, this man right here is talking about having an echo chamber. This man is talking about, God damn it, he is. Dropping off his mandatory super chat, sir. Thank you for the 2. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much, ES.
Can't even talk. I'm the person you're saying, I wish Phil would come on my stream and talk right now. And your moderators kick me out.
Yes, and that was not supposed to happen. And that is a side effect of giving everybody a wrench, and I think that he is addressing that.
For those that don't know, the U.S. government actually made $2 bills. What morons.
Thank you again, ES, for the super chat. Greatly appreciated.
You are running a fucking nut house. Do you understand? It's a clown show. It's a room with a bunch of clowns bouncing off the walls. That's what you have. You don't have a stream. You don't have content. You have harmful, dangerous, toxic things happening on your channel, and quite frankly, professionals need to interject. Have content. You have harmful, dangerous, toxic things
harmful, dangerous, toxic
happening on your channel.
Happening on your channel. Okay. What harmful, dangerous things are happening on his channel? Wesley H. Hey,
you joined
gifted
Broside
5.
Phil. Banned.
Roachbait gets a membership. Dorian Bryant gets a membership. Tuck gets a membership. Dark Dave's Mirror and Bro Cyrus, you are now indentured servants of Wesley H. He will be handing out assignments. I think he has a fence that needs painted. So be sure you get your
You joined Broside Phil? Band.
Thank you very much, Wesley H, for the 5 gifted memberships. Greatly appreciated.
And quite frankly, professionals need to interject. It's not me that can stop you. It's not Keemstar that can stop you. Professionals now need to start looking at your channel.
You know, I've called Phil a totalitarian fuck before.
You joined Broside Phil? Band.
But this is next level totalitarianism.
And say, what is going on here? Like, realistically, should this even be allowed? Because it's to the realm of borderline, like dangerous.
Why? What bitchy fucking pussy ass excuse do you have for feeling threatened? You absolute
You joined Broside Phil? Band.
Worthless, harmless man. And I say worthless from like literal dollar figures. You have no worth. You're so far in debt, you have no worth. And I say harmless because literally you can do no harm. I don't care if you have your hatchet. You'll be winded when you pick it up.
You joined Broside Phil? Band.
The obsession, the mania you have, you're breaking the law, but you're trying to justify breaking the law, saying Phil gave me permission to break the law. What are you talking about?
Yes.
No one with a brain that functions in a logical manner would ever say or do those things. Do you understand?
Did you hear that?
Man, what you're saying is crazy. And like I said, there's no, I almost feel like this morning when he opened up, he started saying personal stuff about himself. This was his like, well, I'm doing this because I want you guys to feel I'm opening up to you. And this is my cope for everything that I do. So now you got to feel good about it and feel good for me or feel bad for me or whatever it is. Like you could tell he was trying to elicit emotion out of his audience or why.
Like you do? Like, yeah. Dude, at least Doody didn't fucking milk tears out of his eyes.
Else would he have done that, right? Cybers TV says he emailed me a link that has all this information. Really?
Holy Jesus, I'm getting all sorts of messages here. Sorry.
All right, well, here's the thing again. You sent me a link to a general part. I can't watch. I'm not gonna watch the fucking stream. I'm not giving this guy views. Fuck that.
Oh my God. I'm not giving this guy views.
You will never see me giving this man like views and shit. I'm not gonna go watch his stream now. I'm just gonna say it doesn't matter what he said or did. All right, the guy's content is dangerous.
What?
I'm not gonna go watch his stream now. I'm just gonna say it doesn't matter what he said or did. All right, the guy's content is dangerous.
Dangerous. Would you care to justify that claim?
It shouldn't be allowed on YouTube. It's because it's actual targeted harassment, which, by the way, we know what it is now. It's called.
It's targeted harassment. The dude is now on a bit for, what is it? What are we at now? How we're at 107. This is what we're coming up on an hour talking about how terrible Doody is and how people should not listen to him and how blah, blah, blah. But Doody telling people this is Phil's behavior and Phil's behavior is bad because X, that's targeted harassment. But you doing the exact same thing is not targeted harassment. And it's, how do you fucking sleep with like the amount of fucking contradictions that are going on in your brain?
Libel. The reason we know what this is because
libel. Jesus Christ, libel is printed, slander is spoken. Fucking hell.
We watched a video yesterday on my react show, DSP versus the internet, and in it, we saw that Cardi B sued a YouTuber, who that YouTuber was hyper-focused on Cardi B and was saying awful things, like Cardi B has herpes, Cardi B's child is going to be born with birth defects. Like,
okay, do you not, oh dear fucking Christ, how do you not fucking see the difference?
Saying terrible, awful things about Cardi B. Cardi B sued the YouTuber and won $4 million for a libel. That's what it's called. It's not.
No, it's slander unless it is printed.
It's not slander. It's not,
it is.
Not defamation. It's libel.
Yeah. Defamation is something completely different, but fuck it.
All right.
Yeah, you know what? Sue Doody. Just fucking take it to court.
Right? Literally on a daily basis, Doody streams is stealing content, not making it transformative. That's a copyright infringement. That's a
yeah. Slander and libel are both forms of defamation.
A violation of DMCA law, and he's committing libel, where he is.
God, how can you be so confident and so wrong all the time? Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again. How are you this bad?
Literally saying terrible, awful, horrible fucking things about me and my family. I mean, he has an animation at the beginning of his content showing off my family members in awful ways.
Which is just fucking hilarious. I've actually reached out to Pigstar, but the thing that I asked him for, his animation studio doesn't have the ability to do. So, but yes, new intros are in the works, children. New intros.
It's like, dude, you're out of your mind. No one can. This is not allowed. It's not allowed.
But okay. We got to keep going.
Said that some people are like Keemstar has said some really vile things. He didn't fucking pay to have an animation made.
What do you want, Phil? What do you want? Do you want your fifis to be mandated by law to feel good? Is that where you're at this point? Are you so much of a fucking bitch that you want the law to protect your fifis? Is that where you're at? As a man, as somebody who purports himself to be masculine, you are at the point of, please, government, protect my feelings. Oh my God. Turn in your man card. Oh my.
Of someone's family members looking like horrible cartoons. You understand? Even he doesn't go that far. Like, what the fuck is your problem, dude? So anyway, I've already said this. All right? I'm not going to take any action against this man because I can't. I don't have the time. I don't have the resources. I don't have money to do this. I don't, you know? But this guy has now been fully exposed. This is not just me anymore saying it. Now we got Kino Casino. Now we got Keemstar involved. Everyone is looking at this.
Dude, he needs like 3 shots of Tren and 4 shots of test to bring him back up to like kindergarten levels of testosterone.
Guy, like, this guy's nuts, right? So I'm not going to deal with him anymore. Officially, as of this morning, here's my edict. Doody, you're a dangerous individual.
Meth Bear corrects me, says libel is generally recorded or widely broadcast in some fashion, which is, I'm guessing, why it is considered as a documentation sort of crime. But since, you know, the advent of the internet being a new version of recording and broadcast, where newspaper was in the past, libel has actually kind of evolved. So, ladies and gentlemen, look how hard this is. I was wrong. You see? You see, Phil? You see how hard it is? You get new information that proves you're wrong. I trust Meth Bear. Dude has a fucking legal degree. It's like, I can learn. Why can't you?
You need to seek help. You do. Because if this is the truth, if the things that have been said about you are true, or if you really did self-expose information about yourself this morning or whatever, I don't know if it's true or not. But what I'll say is this. You're
whoa. No. Back. I don't know if it's true or not, but let me go ahead and make grandiose claims, assuming that it is. That is what we're about to hear.
Your actions are actually harmful now. This is not a joke. This is not, oh, I'm razzing Phil to make money. This is harmful, dangerous, illegal content that you're making.
Whereas you telling people that RTU is a worthless fucking parent and he's a piece of shit and all this other stuff, that's not harmful. That's just a razzing. Okay.
YouTube allows it. But
okay, yeah, that makes as much sense as... I don't even fucking know, because it makes no goddamn sense.
Doesn't care unless lawsuits get involved, and I'm not rich. I can't hit you with a lawsuit. Okay.
I'm not rich. I can't hit you with a lawsuit.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Go ahead and pour me a little bit of a full glass of that rum.
Bert.
No ice.
I'm not going to hit you with any copyright strikes. I'm not going to hit you with a libel lawsuit, because I don't have to. You understand? I don't have to.
Yeah, rules for thee, but not for re.
I have seen everything happening this week so crazy. Everything's going on around me. I'm not even involved.
Yeah, I'm a victim because I can't bully you.
So I don't have to, all right? You have to seek the help. You have to go out there, and since you are rich, I would strongly recommend that you go and seek some kind of professional help.
The irony here is palpable.
Speak to someone about this, about what's going on. And the first thing you should open with is, I literally on a daily basis for my job, I sit around.
So far, we're 100% accurate with Phil. I sit around.
Putting out 5 libelous videos about a YouTuber a day. I monetize them. And this is how I spend my time all day. And I want you to see how that professional, you know, whoever it is, doctor, psychiatrist, responds to what you just told.
Can you imagine a fucking shrink watching his videos and then like having to have him as a client? Like, where would you even fucking start? Like, okay, we're going to start with fucking electroshock therapy, which is actually going to scramble your brain, we hope, into like normalcy.
Told them. Because you are living in an echo chamber of people, your moderators, who are your whole chat. That echo chamber is telling you, this is great, this is good, this is nice. That's not rational thought. You have insulated yourself inside of an echo chamber. You've done exactly what Review Tech was doing.
And what you've done.
Review Tech had 1 million subs, and he was able to literally just have people surround him, his sycophants, telling him everything you do is good, everything you do is grand, everything you do is great. And then all this.
I'm actually surprised that Phil knows what a sycophant is. Lyrical Thesis with the $1.99 says, Hailey Selassie featuring Nikki Jean is a bop. Lupe. I'm gonna have to give that one a go. I'll have to copy paste that one. Hold on. Let me copy that. Because Lyrical Thesis, I don't know if I have you on the Discords / on the Twitters. I did say that correct, right? Twitter. There we go.
All of a sudden, after all the years of him having all these horrible things he did, the walls closed in on him and it imploded, right?
Oh, hi there, Kettle. Name's Potts. Have we met?
You have the chance to actually do something better for yourself because you haven't gotten to that level yet. And you can actually go and get help. You can talk to someone and say, I want to know what's going on that I'm doing these actions, because this is not what a person would do who's like right in the head, who's normal.
Oh, hi there, Kettle. Name's Potts. Have we met?
I'm wondering why I'm acting this way. Why am I?
I am the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Lyrical Thesis, thank you again for the $1.99 plush. DSP's gonna fail a polygraph with flying colors.
Doing these dangerous actions towards a certain person. By the way, you don't know me. I've never met you. We've literally never had a conversation.
Yet you went ahead and told us, your audience, all your audience, he's dangerous, he's hyperfixated, and you think he's autistic because he's hyperfixated, and that makes him a problem, and that means medical authority should be involved, and all this. Oh, by the way, no. All autistic people aren't like this. Just him. Although we don't know if he's autistic. I'm not saying he's autistic. Like the verbal mental gymnastics that you have gone through, like you've done the fucking balance beam, the floor routine, the fucking uneven bars, the even bars, and the fucking rings of mental gymnastics, and like scored a perfect 10 on all of them in your mind. But in all actuality, you're that chick from the Aussies that was doing breakdancing so confidently. And she was so confident, Phil, just like you. And she scored straight zeros. Yeah.
We've talked at each other now in videos for about a week, but you've never met me. You don't know me, but you're obsessed with me. You understand that is not healthy. That's why you need help. The obsession is crazy at this point.
Dude, I don't know if I could survive a fucking conversation past maybe 5 minutes with Phil before I'd be like, are you sure you want to say what you're saying? And then he'd double down on it and be like, great, I have to we need to step outside for a minute.
It's not normal, and you need to get help at this point, all right? Okay, and that's it. After today, I'm done with this, because the guy already is self-exposed.
Yeah, by the way, this is what, the 26th, today's the 27th. Yeah, he's done with this. He brought up Doody today.
He's shown he's not using logic, right? And he's shown that, sadly, when he gets called out, he's escalating. Well, I'm not going to have him escalate any further. You know what I'm saying? Like, you understand how it's actually risky to do that with a person who's unhinged like this, who's having these actions?
Okay, so again, he's unhinged because autism.
I don't want to escalate it any further. So from now on, I'm out of this shit. I have nothing to do with this Doody guy. I don't want to hear about this fucking guy. I don't want to have anything to do with him, because I'm literally afraid for things going on that this guy could do something crazy. If he's that hyper-focused and shit, I'm absolutely positively not going to have any involvement with this man again. I'm not going to speak about him. And everyone else, I can't stop anyone else. Because here's the thing. This guy opened the floodgates. When he invited Keem on his show today, dude, again, not only did you have a cope session where you gave all your personal information out, but then you're going to invite Keemstar on your show, and you think this is going to be a good thing for you.
Yes, what is he actually skilled as fuck? I'll have to give him a look. I'm actually intrigued now.
Like, wow. I
am someone who...
So, yeah. So, all right. So, this is it. The Kings, this is it. This podcast is the end of it for me. I'm done. After today, that's the whole point of this podcast. I'm done with this topic. I'm moving on. You're not going to see me making any more clips on this shit. I don't care what Doody says, does. I'm done with it. Really, I'm done with it.
For those that don't know, the U.S. government actually made $2 bills. What morons.
Thank you again, ES, for the 2. Greatly appreciated, brother.
Care if he has a channel or not. I don't care what he puts on the channel. He doesn't exist to me after today, because you have to, at some point, you have to look at the situation and be like, that's too dangerous for me to be messing with. I have a life. I have a family. I have a business to run. I have important things to do, positive things in my life. I can't be associating myself with this level of insanity and toxicity and nonsense and danger, quite frankly.
I'm sorry, that was toxicity. Oh, sorry, wrong button.
I am out of it, and I apologize. I know Jade here was earlier. He's like, dude, I'm out. Yeah, I'm done with this shit. I know. I just want to have a good time. Do you think this is what I wanted to talk about on my podcast?
Yes.
Today? No, I wanted to hang out. You know what I had on deck? I wanted to watch the Silent Hill 2 trailer with you guys. There was a bunch of game news articles.
Then why did you need to bring this up? Why couldn't you just ignore it like a fucking man?
What's going on?
Dude, Atmosphere is a fucking bop, man. Atmosphere is my boy.
I wanted to talk about that. I'm about to go on Kino Casino. I can't talk about any of that shit, because this
fuck you, Lucy
guy and his actions are dictating mine. You know what I'm saying? So here's the official summary. No, Doody Streams does not have any permission to clip any of my content whatsoever. All right? Test me, bitch. I don't have the authority to have him violate copyright law or any other terms of service or otherwise. I don't have that kind of authority. Test me, bitch. All right? He has the right to do whatever he wants if he clips stuff within reason and actually makes a transformative work out of it. I can't stop him, nor can anyone. But he has to operate within the rules of the law and the rules of reason. He also can't make the guy operate within the rules of morality. I wish he could.
Oh, dear fucking Christ. Okay. Yeah, used flashlight. That actually got brought up. That's a case I'm actually going to take a look at as well. I've asked people to link it to me if they can. Fuck, where was I going to go with this?
He has the right to do whatever he wants if he
There it is.
clips stuff within reason. And
Okay, he has the right to clip stuff within reason. Bro, you should have stopped with, I don't want Doody to clip my shit. Okay? Because then you've got the stance to stand on of, hey, I told him I don't want it at all. And then you can make the fucking copyright claim, right? Now, and maybe I'm wrong, Meth Bear. I'm sure that one of y'all will correct me if I'm wrong. You said it's okay if it's operating within the laws of good faith and blah, blah, blah. Now you've kind of given an air of consent, which means that as long as it's almost like the I felt threatened, as long as Doody says, I thought this was in the realm of fair use, that might fall under a good faith exception if he could actually show why someone might think it was good faith. If you just said, I don't want you clipping my shit, he would have had to show how it was good faith.
actually makes a transformative work out of it, I can't stop him, nor can anyone.
Yeah, you know what? I think that might be a good idea. Meth, let me hit you up, buddy. Let me hit you up. Hey, bonus, everybody. We got Meth Bear coming on. Maybe. Maybe not. There he is. What's up, Meth Bear?
Oh, there we are. Hey, well, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing? So I'm sure I've been speaking out my ass this whole time.
Gotta mute the fucking stream. There we go. All right, go ahead.
I'm sure I've been fucking talking out my ass and have been wrong this whole time. But when you say, can I hop on? It's kind of like your boss being like, hey, man, can you shut the fuck up and let me talk so that way I can say the right thing?
No, not really. You're kind of close. You're kind of close about a good faith argument. The thing with copyright is that you can't cancel a copyright. It exists upon the creation of the work, right? And but what you can do is that if you are the copyright holder, if you can publish to the world saying you are free to use my creation under whatever parameters you say, is however you feel, for non-commercial purposes. It's okay for educational institutions to use it for XYZ, however you want.
Right.
You can rescind that at any time. However, people who already relied on your assertion, your public assertion, will basically they're not going to. You can't go and then retract it after that.
It's not. There's a grandfather period.
It was a good faith reliance, but you're not really, who was a Dr. Detractor, I think, asked me, are you free to violate copyright law? At that time, there is no copyright, and it's not technically fair use because you've been granted effectively a license.
Yeah, so it's the almost not indemnity. It's almost an immunity of up till this point from time X to time Y. The copyright was in play, and as long as you made your shit between time X and time Y, then you can make it. But now that I've declared after time Y, the copyright is back in play, no one else can make something off that copyright claim. Yeah, it's not a retroactive. It's not retroactive.
Right. Unless your creation after that point is covered under fair use, which is a judicial determination.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah. What I'm getting at though is this claim of his claim of, I don't give you permission at all, right? Unless it's under fair use, right? I think he would have been in a better position to just say, I don't give you permission to use my shit, right? Which, in my eyes, and perhaps I'm wrong because I don't understand civil law as well as I do criminal, almost throws the onus of responsibility or an onus of a fair use back to Doody. That says, as long as I can justify why I thought this was fair use, whether or not it was or not, Phil said he was good with fair use. This is why I thought I'm not saying the argument would work.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the copyright holder is good with fair use. Fair use is effectively what it is that it's effectively it takes your work out of copyright infringement. It means that it is non-infringing material. It does not violate copyright law. It is a new work that has its own copyright. So, but effectively it is pled like a defense. And so the onus is on you, the person who is creating the supposedly infringing work to say that this is covered under fair use. But it's up to Phil to bring. It would be up to the copyright holder to bring the case in the first place for you to make that claim, that defense.
Right. And Runamoin, TOS itself, actually on any content that is created by YouTube itself, gives the copyright immediately. Basically, YouTube has levied that whatever you call it, protected copyright, or perhaps it's just even an intrinsic thing that I have created this, and because it is mine and I have created and it's bound to my account, I am immediately granted copyright.
Well, no, it's not from YouTube. That's copyright law.
Okay, so so it is just intrinsic. I have made, therefore it is.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Nifty.
Huh?
Gravy.
Yeah.
Well, while I've got you, is there anything else that I have been completely mucked about, or that you want to offer insight on? Because it's rare that I get to talk to an attorney for less than $400 an hour.
Right. When it comes to certain detractor material, there's a bit of a problem, because a lot of it that it's out there, it's relying on our own our intrinsic knowledge to understand what's going on. Sort of like Phil is being hypocritical.
Right.
And so I sent you on Discord, I sent you the Sargon case, and I also sent you the H3 case.
Ooh, thank you.
And that was actually mentioned in the Sargon case. What's probably a best practice is, a title, if it explains what's going on, that can be, the title of the work, that can, be a part of, explain what's going on.
The transformative
being
process,
transformative. But it's also better to put the title in the actual video. And the best practice would be to have either text saying, or some interspersing of what Phil said before, like if you're talking about some sort of hypocrisy or him,
so for instance,
like if he's retroactive. Go ahead.
Yeah, just having a thing up about how, it's really sad that I had to ban Derek. That might be, and you take we'll say it's a 20-minute clip of him waxing poetically about Derek. And obviously you want to clip that because it shows him being such a colossal piece of shit.
Right.
And
that's what we take from it.
So just posting that and putting the title of it, like in YouTube, that just says colossal piece of shit, blah, 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 right? That might be looked at, hey, that's not really transformative. But if I take that same 20-minute clip and I put the words across the bottom, remember when Phil defended Derek on this date? What a piece of shit. That might actually transform it.
Yeah, or clip, or you also have to look at how much of the work that you use. So in the H3 case, they used something like 3.5 minutes of a video that was a little over 5 minutes. And they looked at it and they said, this is about 60% of the entire material. It's a lot. It's not dispositive on just saying that, you can only use 5 or 8 minutes, or it doesn't matter. You can use as much of the work as necessary to make your point. And to communicate what's necessary with your transformative work.
Yeah, and so Feral Gaming, I wasn't saying that he ever needed the permission. This was there's a lot of in criminal law, especially when it comes to law enforcement, there is a lot of stuff that operates under fair use, which is basically a concept of the officer would not have reasonably known what they were doing was technically incorrect. So I'll get into an explanation of what that is. I thought maybe civil law would also kind of bend that way, which is why Phil saying, I don't want you using it unless might have given fair use. Meth Bear has, of course, informed me that, hey, that's not really the case. So I have learned something today. It's like South Park, and I'm Kyle. I learned something today.
The primary need for copyright is to prove it existed before the infringing work.
Take it easy, Chris, by the way. Thank you again for your super chat. Have a good one, man.
Well, no, the primary need for copyright is for you to protect your work for the purposes of publishing it and for enjoying the fruits of that work. But the thing is that because we have the First Amendment, it's criticism, instruction, and parody, things of that nature. We do have that carve out, and there's a huge battle between protecting copyrighted work, the fruits of your labor, and your ideas, versus freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Okay. And that's why you have that carve out of fair use that you don't find in other countries that also have copyright law, but they wouldn't have as robust, free speech laws that we do here in the US.
For sure.
And let me see. And since YouTube is in California, wouldn't copyright lawsuit take place in California? If you're talking about copyright infringement, that would be in federal court. It could be. It could take place in California, but I think Phil would have to file it in federal court in Washington. And now, if you're talking about, say, copyright, let me see. I know things when it comes to patents. Like if you're talking about a patent dispute, you have to go to patent court, which I believe is in Delaware, and you just have to go there. But if you're talking about, say, patent ownership, who owns this? Who sold the patent? That's contract law, and that can be done in state court over who owns the actual thing.
But in terms of copyright, yeah.
Now, if you're talking about copyright infringement, you would have to go to federal court in the proper venue, which would be, I believe, Doody said he's in Florida. So it could be. I don't know.
All I know is that he's in Eastern time zone because he said that my 8 o'clock is his 9 o'clock.
Right. So it could be California, Washington, or wherever Doody is. But if you're talking about copyright ownership, then it would be state court wherever appropriate.
Well, real quick, I want to address this. I got a message here from the David Doob Patrol. Says, imagine taking DSP this seriously. LOL. In this point, I'm not even taking DSP this seriously. It's just happens to be an intrinsic conversation that bleeds into civil law. One of the things that I'm interested in. If this is like the most boring thing ever, I am sure my fucking chat will be like, bruh, move the fuck on, and we will move the fuck on. But we've got so much to get through. I just thought, hey, the field trip, why the fuck not?
What are the copyright rules on Let's Plays? That would be a transformative. I would say that would be a transformative work, especially if you, depending, like even doing things like edits on it, say on the this is how you don't play for Metal Gear Solid, when he's like, how do I equip the silencer? And it literally stops and it zooms and it's like press A to equip the silencer. And he's like staring at it and it sort of pauses and it zooms in for you to see. And he's like, I don't see it and everything. That could be like by implication. It could be like, this is criticism. It's right there, you dumbass. So yeah. But there's also typically you have plenty of text. Like people are typed. Usually, you see people just explaining, saying, "Phil doesn't know what he's doing here. It's this easy. This is all you have to do." And so but like I said, this is all very fact specific and would have to be taken before a judge.
And
that's why
Go ahead.
No, because that's why with DMCA is that if you have a counter and saying, no, this is not copyright infringement, you should not be taking this down. They say you got to go to court. It's not up to YouTube to determine anything at that point.
Which he definitely does not understand in any way, shape, or form. And the broad sweeping shit that he's talking about is what really gets my goat. Lyrical Thesis, though, real quick before this continues on, hits with the $1.99. We'll call it $2. Says the ninth versus thought.
I can stand up from a chair.
Thank you again for the $1.99 Lyrical Thesis. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. The last thing I have, because it's I'm still keeping an eye on my Twitter. Twitter. Did I say? I said it right. Twitter. And because we're definitely not at 8 o'clock yet, is one of my contentions. And I talked with you briefly about it. My main contention against Keem and his position was that he was like, it's 5 or 8 minutes. It's 5 or 8 minutes. I mean, that's just known. And my contention was, you cannot hard lock what fair use is under a time code, a percentage code, nothing. It literally depends on the context of the argument, of the segment, of the portion. Is that correct?
Honestly, no, absolutely not. Now, using 100% of a work, you could, unless it's entirely transformative and you're just you are criticizing everything about it, then it would be necessary. But like I said, with that H3H3 case said, they're using 60%, but they have to use that in order to provide context for the specific criticisms that they were, giving in their own video.
Exactly.
So, but this 5 or 8 minute deal is very similar to what Phil said. It's like, fair use all it has to do with the percentage or the amount of something you use. That's what's relied upon. No, that is one factor that they rely on. But when it comes to clips, it's really as much as is necessary to give. Like what we like is we need full context because Phil is a fucking cunt and a bitch when it comes to being a semantical fuck. And so he's like, well, that was out of context. You didn't show me what I actually said. Or his usual thing is like, well, I only called that person a stupid piece of shit and they should, rope. I only did that for 10 seconds of the video. So everything else is perfect. And so I'm not a bad guy, even though I told that person to end their life.
Right.
Like Jeff, like
right.
Subaru
and so,
Man.
So what my point being when I was like, cite your fucking source for 5 and 8 minutes was that, look, you could have something that is topical, that is, like you were saying, 60% is literally the thing that I want to talk about. Who was it who said it? Roachbait says 40 minutes out of a 2.5 hour video. This claim that Keem has of that is not a clip, what you're doing is not content creation, is absolute fucking horse shit.
Right. Well, the thing is that alone, I mean, the problem with Doody, like with that particular clip, I get it, but to be completely safe and for CYA purposes, there should probably be some running text over particular points that Phil makes that criticizes what he is saying or calls back to things that he has said in the past, or there should be interspersed footage from other things that he has said.
So Allah something like Snort Burnell, or maybe even Mighty D.
Or Mighty D. Yeah, like, hey, remember this? And or you could just have, I know that Aquateal would like also type things across the screen.
Oh God, yes, I love Aquateal. Her shit cracks me up.
Yeah. And so that's because you're giving a running commentary during it, even though it's in text. You're not speaking. You're not doing like an EFAP every frame of pause, or you're constantly pausing something. You're still giving commentary and criticism and context to it. Also, that would be the best practice. So just ripping a clip and just putting up. We know what it means. Us personally. We know what it means because we have the knowledge to criticize because what Phil does and what it means. But for the purpose of fair use law, there should be something in the video that shows why this is bullshit or why he's an idiot, effectively, or why he's saying is hypocritical. Yeah.
Well, Meth Bear, if it's all right with you, I'm going to go ahead, get back to the video.
No worries. Yeah, go ahead. Just wanted to just clear that up there.
No, man, anytime you say, can I come on, is like an immediate, ladies and gentlemen, we have to take the field trip. The man is literally a legal professional. Whatever he says, we're going to learn today. So
I will do if you're defending Raven. That whole thing,
I'll get to your lyrical thesis, I promise. Sorry, go ahead.
That thing with the Raven thing, that was something. That wasn't Aquateal. That wasn't Aquateal. That was if you're looking at somebody, you should be looking at that fuckwit 007.
Oh,
so,
I don't know the whole Ravens shit, but that's something that I'm going to take.
It's something he's out of the community, but
okay.
It was a 007 retard op because the guy's a piece of shit. Okay. He's just. I mean, I swear to God, he's raising a kid that's not even his fucking own. He's just a racist piece of shit, and he should go back to the Wings community and just stay out of ours. So
joyous.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Meth Bear, I appreciate you stopping by, man. Anytime you feel like popping on, definitely just pop out in the chat and be like, "Hey, what's up, bro? Let me pop in," and I'll definitely make a spot for you.
All right, have a good one.
Thanks, man. You too. Lyrical Thesis, I saw your, thank you, man. Have a good one. I saw your question there. My favorite weapon. I'm going to go ahead and reach back to my SWAT days. My favorite weapon, at least shoulder mounted, so you're talking rifle, is going to be an MP5 SD, which is my fully automatic. That was my fully automatic SWAT weapon that was integrally suppressed, and that thing was just too much goddamn fun. The only problem is that to get one of those, you need a class 3 license or a class 3 tax license or whatever the fuck it's called, which is hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. And then the rifle itself, I think, is $5,000. So, I'm not going to be getting one of those anytime soon. But hey, man, I appreciate both the $2, I'll round them up to $2 super chats. That's greatly appreciated. Guys, if you guys, I don't even know if Meth Bear has a YouTube channel, but bro just comes on to give legal context. So Meth Bear, if you have a fucking YouTube channel, like let me know, like in fucking Discord and or Twitter, so I can fucking link it out there. Cause dude is just solid. He's come on twice now just to like correct me. And if there's anybody who wants to be actually factually correct, it is me, and I will accept all fucking forms of criticism. So that is just fucking awesome. Thank you so much again, Meth Bear. Let's continue on. Let's see what Phil has to say about this.
But he has to operate within the rules of the law and the rules of reason.
God damn, he just could not pick a worse time to say that phrase.
You also can't make the guy operate within the rules of morality. I wish he could, because everything he puts on his channel is completely immoral. Every piece of content he's ever uploaded is really wrong, but you can't make someone see morality. That's the problem. It's about how you're raised, and that's something that gets instilled in you over time. Sadly, the man has no morality, so you can't make that happen. But at least if you can make him understand, dude, what you're doing is illegal, you have to stop right fucking now. Because I'm done with you, but it sure sounds like other people are lining up to fuck with you now. So if you know what's best for yourself, stop breaking the law. That's number one. Number two, I strongly recommend you do seek some kind of professional help.
Okay, first of all, I want to get this out here. There is something that breaking the law, in terms of breaking the law of a social contract, what I would call criminal law, that is breaking the law. You're going to get arrested. You're going to go to jail. Bad things are going to happen because you broke the law. Perhaps one could make the argument that breaking civil law is breaking the law and you can be fined and blah, blah, blah. But I've always taken the phrase, you broke the law, to mean criminal punishment. This is fucking civil court. It is a civil case. Calm the fuck down.
Because no one behaves the way you do unless something's unhinged in there. I don't know what it possibly could be. I don't have evidence of anything, but you need help. I can't believe that someone would obsess over someone the way you do. 16 videos about me within 3 days, all of which are actual libelous bullshit. That's pretty bad. I could see, let's razz this.
I'll see a doctor when you see a better barber from Bro Cyrus. Jesus Christ.
Guy once a day, twice a day. Dude, 16 times in 3 days. That's pretty extreme. And like I said, any professional is going to say, wow, okay, we need to start helping you right now. You know, I think what it is, again, he's been insulated from anything, any kind of criticism, because he's got a chat of all wrenches who no one says, dude.
The fucking irony here is just delicious.
You're going too far. He's got people telling him everything he does is great. He's rich, so he doesn't have any repercussions for what he does. He could just do whatever he wants. You know, wow, what a life. Imagine that, having no repercussions for anything you ever do. Sheesh. I mean, maybe that's how he ended up this way. It probably is how he ended up this way.
Okay, so see, I'm not the only one. It definitely sounds like Shub Stationary Wrath is also of an attorney-styled individual, and I'm not the only one that rubs the wrong way. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right? If you have no one checking you on anything in your life, you're probably going to end up acting like that, right? So, yeah. So that's my recommendations.
Bro, can you imagine being critiqued by somebody because you're so successful that you don't answer to anybody? Like, Doody answers to civil court. He would answer to criminal court. Absolutely. If you sue him, he's going to go and he's going to do his thing. He's going to fight his case. Absolutely. So he does answer in that regard. But in terms of, there's nobody checking him. Bruh, he's a grown-ass man. His mama don't need to fucking you are a bad boy.
But as of today,
what do I know, right?
I'm done with it. I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. I don't want to hear about Doody. I don't want to smell the Doody. I don't want to play with the Doody. Ladies
I'm a scat man.
and gentlemen.
Yeah, Tino, you're right. A fine means legal for a price.
It is the King's decree. As of the 26th of August, 2024, DSP, the King, is flushing the Doody.
I'm a scat man.
It's been flushed. It's gone. And I'm done with it. He can do whatever he wants. I can't stop him. But I'm not involved anymore. I can't be in this drama sphere every fucking day. I have content to put out for my audience.
Whoa, Dist Optimus. There's a difference between your mama checking you on your behavior when you are around her and your mama calling you up on the daily being like, did you wash behind your ears, motherfucker?
I have things to do.
Which, don't get me wrong, I wish my mama could call me and ask if she washed behind my ears. She passed last July. So if you got your mama, you give her a hug because you never know when she's going to go away. Give your mamas hugs.
I can't waste time on this man. I can't. I can't believe. And by the way, here's the sad fact about this Pandora's box. This was the first of my detractors that I have addressed.
No, absolutely not. I'm sorry. I know this to be factual. And I am drawing blanks now on who the fuck he has fucked with in the past.
This was only the first one. And within less than a week, he's been completely exposed. He's been completely destroyed.
Come after me, Phil. Please. I beg you. I'm much smaller than Doody. I will be a much easier target for you, right? And you could flex on it, right? I'm actually stronger than you. I have more life experience than you. If you take me down, right? It's like the ultimate flex. Come on, let's go, bro.
Right, completely felted, and he's got
Tevin. There we go. Tevin, Evil AJ, like all of them.
Other people now looking at his channel and content, not me. So perhaps, seeing how things are going, a few other people should be possibly self-analyzing themselves as well. You know?
God, the irony.
Know what I'm saying? I get the feeling that what's happening is, as I said,
dude, no lie, this speech made me want to ramp up to do like 3 streams a week and like 4 videos. I don't have the time, but it did make me want to.
Previously, the best documentary ever made will be the documentary not analyzing me, but analyzing my detractors.
I volunteer.
That's your 1 million+ views within a day. That's the documentary that's going to blow this out of the water. Do you understand me? That's what people want to see. Now that the truth is coming out about these people, now you're starting to, wait a minute, Phil? Who cares about Phil? Look at these obsessive people who harassed him for a decade. That's where the story is, right?
I've only been at you for a little bit less than a year. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll gain some infamy with you. Let's go.
So, I'm just saying, that was the opening of the floodgates.
And to everybody who's been very nice in chat, you tell my mama, or tell me to rest in peace to my mama, and that y'all feel my pain and that you know how I've the loss. Anybody who's lost their mama, my condolences to you, and I appreciate the support. Thank you so much.
Now I'm gonna have nothing to do with it because I got shit to do. I have a life. I have more important things to deal with, bigger fish to fry, more fun, positive things to do in my life than worry about the tractor shit every day.
Yeah, like
I can't like unfuck her sister, you know?
Right? But I think now what's happening is the detractors are looking at this, not just Doody, everyone's looking at it like, oh shit, wow, this is pretty bad. All right, well, I guess it's time to take a step back and reassess where we are here because, yeah, when you get all these other people eyes on you, because that's the thing, they've never had anyone's eyes on them before. You know what I'm saying? None of them. And now the eyes are on them. Like, oh, I can't handle it. I'm falling apart. Oh, shit.
Did you hear that?
But it's karma, and it was eventually going to happen, okay? All right, that's it. I'm done on that. I have shout-outs to do. We may have a little bit of extra time left.
Okay, he's doing shout-outs. I think that basically takes care of that. I am now trying to get to the, here it is. We're gonna try. I don't think there's really much to do without Phil, so I'm gonna try and find when Phil comes in. There we go. Oh wait, yeah, Phil joins. Wow, it's almost like he has chapters and shit. Who would have thought? My God, it's all, yeah, crazy. I have only seen about 15 minutes of this, so I'm gonna run it at the same speed. And I think you come, God, lyrical thesis. I'm trying to think of the line right now. I think you come in men for enough for the both of us. That's nice execution. You're doing terrific.
What's up, Phil? Do you hear me?
Yes, I.
Oh,
we got the king is here.
Back.
The king of kings.
We're just setting everything up.
Yeah, so Curious Mage, I'm actually terrible about fucking bookmarking. I really am. I've got people all the time who are like, can you please put when the fucking video starts in your goddamn description? I'm like, I'm sorry, I always forget.
How was your show today? I watched a bit of it. Saw you and Doody battling there. Very, very fun stuff.
Is it really a battle when it's like a boot stepping on an ant?
All I wanted to do was wake up and like have a nice relaxing morning. Have
oh dear fucking Christ.
A coffee, breakfast, get
chill
ready
out
for my show, and I gotta find out that Doody is live streaming and self-imploding, and Keem star's going on a show. They're talking about me. I'm like, can I just have a normal day? Like,
no,
I'm gonna talk about this fucking guy. I guess not.
The vortex is in.
Yeah, he repeated the same line. I caught that.
Full effect, Phil. We're all being sucked in by.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and say this right from the go, up until the point that I had an absolute change of mind or a kind of change of mind. At this moment, Triple P and a Worski, I think it is. I don't know about Worski, but Triple P, I had a very negative opinion of. I thought he was just flamboyant and he was just loud to be loud, and he was, just very rambunctious and just because. By the end of this, I actually switch, not fully. I don't know how far my respect level goes, but it is definitely greater than what it was from this point.
Your grandeur, by your opulent sire. There's just no escape from your orbit, bro.
Well, let me know when Josh is ready, by the way. But I want to ask you this. So we had the battle today. We talked about it already. It's the battle of what is fair use. And
Josh is ready.
He's ready? Okay, then fuck it.
Oh,
all right,
God,
let me add him in here. 1 sec.
We're not doing... God, that would have been great to have that fair use conversation.
We'll save that topic for later. 1 sec. Where is he messaging you at?
Yeah, and we'll go into it. As a matter of fact, let me just put it out in chat to see if it actually interests you guys or not. Because what I'm going to address is known as the read technique, which is an interview and interrogation. So I'm going to ask, and we'll go into it if there's interest, and if there's not, that's fine. No pressure. Brief, and it will be brief. It'll be brief. If I can spell briefly correctly. Okay, there we go. Poll's coming out. There we go.
On Discord. Here, you want me to?
Can you just DM me his username so I can add it in? I know I have it, but I forgot what it was.
I got it here.
I know it was somewhere here.
He's dodging. He's dodging already.
Yeah, he's dodging.
He's in fear of the king.
Obviously.
No worries. I'm just scrolling through.
All right, we've added Josh here.
Beautiful.
And I'll only do it when it actually becomes pertinent.
Boom. All right.
Josh, how are you doing today?
Josh Moon's here and Darkside Fell.
So Jack Skellington, I get where you're coming from. And don't judge me too harshly that I said what I said. Let me justify it when we get to it.
Yo.
Hello.
Whoa, this is nuts.
Wow, this is surreal, folks. Whoever thought it could happen? Josh Moon and Darkside Phil on the same stream.
That's
I don't know which of you wants to open up and kind of give your thoughts on this. Does anybody have a preference?
Well, I mean, for me, like, first of all, like you said, who would have thought this ever would have happened? Because until like early August, I was like the whipping boy of the internet. No one cared about what I thought. No one wanted to hear my opinion on anything. And now it's like people actually would like to see me have a conversation with Josh and talk about the whole Kiwi Farms thing. So it's like things are changing so quickly right now. And
yeah, and this is, I know it's at 360p, and I know that kind of sucks. Which again, no shade meant to you, Raw Phil. I understand that there's probably a limitation that you're having to do here, and I just thank you for the fact that I can even watch this. Okay. But as you can, watch Triple P's, especially Triple P's, reactions to some of the shit that Phil says.
This is like, for me, I just want to preface this, all right, before we get started. I want to have a real conversation with you, Josh, because I think you know why I want to have a conversation with you in regards to Kiwi Farms, but I don't want this to be like an attack session. I want us to have a real conversation about how things are going and possibly the future, because things are turning around for me right now in a very positive way, and this is like a door opener.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
okay.
saying? Like, it's public opinion about me is changing, and now would be the time to have civil conversations with people who maybe I never was able to reach out to and talk with before. Like, I wouldn't even know how I ever would have even gotten in contact with you until I started hanging out with these guys, and now look at all this stuff that's going on. So,
all right,
I
well,
just need you to
Josh,
understand that.
I'm sorry, I actually had my mic muted. So this is actually a non-flex that he is doing right now, which is, I didn't know how to reach out to you. I didn't know how to do these things. This is, I can't believe this shit. Bro, this is networking 101, okay? This is, I have established contacts with people I never even knew would have ever wanted to have it. But Meth Bear, for fuck's, I'm in contact with an attorney out of fucking California. Well, I think he's told us that before. Hope I didn't dox you, bro, and I'm sorry if I did. Who the fuck would have known that? That being Broside Phil would get me in contact with some dude. I've got contacts with some networking dude out in insert state here because I don't want to dox him. It's been so cool. And then you got Phil. I've been doing this for 16 years, and it was only after I talked to the Keno Casino boys that I found out that I can actually talk to other human beings. It's really been remarkable. It's like, bro, how are you even a thing?
I don't want this. I'm not going to be attacking Josh or anything like that, but we have things to discuss.
all right, Josh, well, do you want to open up with your thoughts on this whole thing, talking to Phil and stuff like that?
I think everybody, I would actually kind of disagree that only recently people have wanted to speak with you. I think that you've not wanted to speak with people for quite a while.
Jesus Christ, he comes right out of the gate. Again, I haven't seen all of this. He comes right out of the gate with a fucking right hook. Kanor, been a member for 2 months now. Hi there, BSP. Hope you're having a good night. I'm tuning in while doing supersets between chest and back workout. Dude, you guys don't even know what that type of shit does for me. You are probably now the 15th to 20th person that has said, I work out while listening to you, or that because I've watched you, I've started getting into the gym. And Kanor, I don't know if that's why you've gotten into the gym. Maybe you've been there the whole time. But if you ever do, if somebody's listening right now and you get into the gym thanks to, or because I say, hey, the gym is good. I always want to hear that because it makes me feel good that, hey, there's actually an impact. Like, it makes me feel better than, mega super chats or whatever, that I actually have an impact. So thank you guys so much. Kanor, thank you for being a member for 2 months of the Gym Rats, no less. Much respect to you. Bench what you squat. There you go. And Dapper Dragon's only missed 1 day in 3 months. Good man. Anyway, I'm sorry. That was a field trip. Let's keep going. Oh God, you explained what keto was and he banned you? That actually tracks. That actually tracks.
For a while. For instance, I know that Mike Kloom was trying to interview you for a documentary, and you backed out of that just this year.
Yup.
So I think people have always been kind of receptive to hearing what you have to say, and I think that you've been kind of a recluse.
The thing is,
wow, he went uncomfortable quick.
the things that people wanted to talk to me about are not things that are anyone's business, nor do I want to talk about. They want to talk about my personal finances. They want to talk about what I have in the house. They want to talk about my mobile game habits. They want to talk about my bankruptcy. I don't want to talk about that stuff. I want to talk about games. I want to talk about having fun, chilling, just having a conversation.
Which is why no one wants to talk to you, because you don't want to address the shit that everyone is interested in.
Doing normal things that people do on the internet that apparently I'm not allowed to do because I was the focus of the internet's ire for the greater part of a decade.
I
Now,
get
all
you,
of a sudden,
Fear Monarch.
appear on
I
Kino
totally
Casino,
get it.
And it's like night and day. Everyone likes me now. Everyone wants to hang out with me. Everyone wants to talk to me, new content from me. It feels very different. You know what I mean? Like, the Mike Plum documentary was going to have a lot of...
Wow. Everyone wants to hang out with me. Everybody wants to... Look, dude, this is coping of a new level. Like, the copium is on full display.
Greater part of a decade. Now, all of a sudden, I appear on Kino Casino, and it's like night and day. Everyone likes me now. Everyone wants to hang out with me. Everyone wants to talk to me, new content from me. It feels very different. You know what I mean? Like, the Mike Plum documentary was going to have a lot of the toxic stuff. Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Well, I was going to ask, do you know, I have an answer for this, but do you know what has changed?
Oh, shit.
Would you like to take a guess at what I'm thinking?
I would say public perception, just because... I don't know, because someone gave me a chance. And I think that's what it is. No one ever gave me a chance to be humanized. Instead, it was easy to beat up on Phil because he was the small...
Okay. And bear with me. The lady side Phil, girlfriend side Phil, went out and got me some Chick-fil-A because I haven't eaten dinner yet. So I'm trying to be as quiet as I can. I know I'm failing miserably. And I'm trying not to eat directly into the mic. But if I'm pausing, I'm like, God damn, I gotta swallow real quick. The question was, do you know what's changed? The actual answer is, no, I don't know. Go ahead and tell me what you're thinking. Phil has already taken it upon himself to say, no, and let me give you a 30-second fucking diatribe as to why.
Content creator who everyone likes to make fun of. But now that people gave me a chance to see me in a different environment rather than just my own stream, things have changed.
I think that part of it is that I've watched a little bit of you and the Kino Casino, and a lot of what they're doing is like showing you other people and you're reacting and in the same way that like detractors would. And it's very funny. It's very funny hearing you rip on Rekieta and get like a first impression reaction to the things that he's done. Because it's like you don't know anything about him, but you're pretty close to the mark in regards to that. That's people are receptive because you're kind of taking shots at people, and I think that's really funny.
Okay, I think I could be wrong, but it sounds like what he wants to say is you're taking shots at people, and it's kind of funny, given that you've always said that you don't want to be the drama guy. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thanks you guys, Kino Casino, for giving me that opportunity. Because again, the people who wanted to interview me previously are like, "Oh, we'll have you on, but we're just going to be, taking shots at you constantly. Let's talk about your finances and shit."
Side scrollers, right? That was side scrollers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I, when they contacted me, it was supposed to be, "Oh, just be a guest on our show like anyone else." But then they turned it into this 3-ring circus interview that I have to be interrogated for 5-6 hours before I even qualify for the.
Bruh, you said it was fair. You said it was fair at the end of it.
Why are you doing this to me?
That is, oh my God. Holy shit, Kaylor, you're going to be a certified fucking nutrition? Go, man, go. Good on you, bro.
Chance to be a real guest. And then they canceled the chance for me to be a real guest after the interview when they saw how much money they were making.
No. You said you would never go back. You said that. You said that.
Okay. How much money they were making from what?
From that interview. Because that interview that they did with me was literally 100% negative stuff. I thought if they're going to do an interview that's fair, right? You're going to have some positivity to it. Ask me about things over the years that are good. Ask me about my fan base, why people like me, stuff like that. But instead, it was just like they just talked directly to my detractors, had every negative question lined up, boom, 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 boom. And then the day after the show, when they said they were going to be doing a decompression session, where they're just going to play like Mario Kart or something, it was a shooting gallery against me, and I wasn't there to defend myself. It was them talking to my detractors the entire stream, receiving.
They didn't talk to your detractors. They read super chats, you fuck.
Donations and contributions to make fun of me. They were literally laughing with negative memes about me and making bank. And that's not what that interview was supposed to be. Take a look at the difference between that interview and the appearance on Kino Casino. I think you'll see night and day how I was mistreated a year ago and how now things have changed because I was given a chance.
You got thoughts on that, Josh?
Well, would you agree that an interview...
Did he just stifle a laugh? It's on the Josh, I think. I think he stifles a laugh.
And how now things have changed because I was given a chance.
You got thoughts on that, Josh?
Well, would you agree that an interview should be balanced to include a sort of responses to criticisms and concerns and just like general prying. Because you're right, a lot of your drama is pretty personal. But I think that a lot of people, if they try to talk about you at all, that's what comes up. So would it be fair to say that an interviewer should ask questions?
Thank you, Ralph.
And stuff?
Of course, and we had talked about it before the interview. He said he was going to bring up topics like that, and I said, yeah, we can absolutely talk about that stuff. What was not discussed is that the day after, they were going to change their schedule to literally do a dump on DSP stream for profits. Because when you do a fair and balanced interview, okay, you might not even like the person you're interviewing. You may not even believe the answers they've given you. But in order to have it be a fair and balanced interview, you cannot then immediately present a one-sided argument after the interview is over. What's supposed
Yeah, you absolutely can.
to happen is the audience is supposed to watch that interview and judge for themselves. Is it believable? Is it not? Do I believe his answers? Do I not? What they did is they literally did the interview, and the next piece of content they made was, we don't believe anything Phil said, let's dump on him all day. So immediately the entire audience says, oh yeah, Phil's a scumbag, Phil's a piece of shit, that's great, you know? And they did it for personal gain. If they weren't receiving all those donos from all of my detractors, they never would have done that. In fact, if it might have gone the other way, and they probably would have spun it the other way positive. Whatever was good for them, that's how they handled it.
Well, we'll let Josh respond to that, and then we'll move on from the side scrollers thing, because I think at this point it's neither here nor there. It was over a year ago. You want to say anything to that, Josh, before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% familiar. I'm not sure if there was something that was said that you said after the interview between those two streams, or if that was just like they did stream A and then stream B. Because I vaguely remember that they were responding to something that you had said after that first stream. But when you are live streaming, you know, if people are giving you super chats and feeding you information, you know, that's just what the conversation is going to be about, even if you didn't intend for it to be that way. And it's not necessarily like a profit motive, more or less. It is just like that's what is there to engage with as a broadcaster.
Data is what data is. This is like in digital forensics. This is like the main contention of everything. So couldn't it mean this? Data is what data is. So it wasn't there. You're correct. It wasn't there. And why was that? Because it wasn't there. Or it was there. Why was it there? Because it was. Okay. The super chats were there. They were there. That's going to spawn conversation. That's going to happen. Phil, I got to tell you.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
I think an interesting place to start would just be to ask you, Josh, generally what your feeling has been on Phil's detractors and how Phil's detractors have interacted with you and the Kiwi farms.
Yeah.
How have you felt about that, Josh? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, definitely, I think DSP as a point of fascination was already kind of behind by the time that the Kiwi Farms was kind of broadening out from just Christian. Like the glory days of all those Street Fighter clips where Phil is like genuinely angry and like screaming about like the online lag and stuff. I think that stuff was already kind of in the past, because even like Phil has like 6 years of plus history before the Quickie Forums was even a thing. So he had been around for a while, and by the time that the forum was up and running, I think Phil just got, you know, everyone gets older. I'm 30 now. I know what it's like to get older and just kind of not.
Leia, don't, no, I'm just starting. No, we've been going since 5:30, but yeah, we're just getting into this kind of.
Be so rambunctious, but I think Phil just kind of like aged out of that and calmed down. But he still carried this contingent of just like really difficult people. And when I say this, I have to be careful, because if I try and lump the forum into this, people get angry at me. But there is like a genuinely unhinged contingent of people who hate Phil, and it's a complete enigma to me. They try to justify it, and I just don't get it.
Well, you don't think that Phil should die?
Yeah. So let me go ahead and get this out there, right? Because I've been very emotional on streams. That's a personal flaw, personal challenge of mine. My girlfriend always says, you're a Pisces, you know, you're emotional. I'm not a big thing into astrology, but whatever. It is true. However, I've been trying to rein that in, very much so. And I personally believe there's a difference between passion and emotion, right? And primarily when I talk what sounds to be emotionally, and there's an emotional component to it. If it is very intent, if it is very, almost, you could call it hyperfixated, there is a passion behind it. So I have very much so a passion for, and I have a very big problem with injustice, especially perceived injustice, right? So when I see Phil operating the way he operates, I see it as injustice, which I have an issue with, very much so. And so I will speak very passionately, very emotionally about that. Okay. People have said, you know, why do you take Phil so seriously? You know, it's not that big a deal. When I am off stream, there is no Phil. There is no hyperfixation. There is, I've got to go let the dogs out. I go let the dogs out. I'm not thinking about Phil. I've got to go mow the lawn. I'm not thinking about Phil. I'm thinking about how many hours have I put on the mower before I have to do my next oil change, right? just because I speak passionately, or I, as Pope Super Comet Jizzler is telling me, when I rage, right? There is a distinct separation between that personality, which is somewhat a character, but somewhat not a character of Broside Phil, and my actual personality outside of streaming and making videos. I just wanted to get that out there. Okay, sorry. Let's because I could see how someone could look at my content and say, wow, Broside's unhinged, and he's a fucking stalker, and he's a fucking this, or he's a fucking that. I'm not, but let's go.
Josh?
No, I don't.
Do you think that Phil should be allowed to make money online, Josh?
I do, and that's actually one of the first things that was a point of contention between me and certain people, certain elements in his hate fandom, is that they went after him for like his monetization schemes, and that was right when the Kiwi Farms was just starting to get deplatformed from payment processors, and it really angered me to see, like, you're doing to this guy what is happening to me. And I wouldn't support it for myself, obviously, and I don't support it for him. And then they would counter that by saying, well, he's like pigmatized his viewers, and he's extracting money from them from lies. And it's like, well, if you give DSP money and he says, I need money, and you give money to him, you don't really then get to decide, well, he should only spend it on XYZ. That's not how it works.
So this is about the only thing that I disagree on. I understand what he's saying in terms of you don't get a say. Correct. I will never get a say in how Phil should spend his money. My issue is that he begs, then people give him money, then he begs more, even though he could have not begged, or he could have saved the money that he had, not spent it on fucking WWE champions, and not been in this plight, so to speak, which then places the onus of responsibility off of Phil and onto somebody else, thereby making Phil a victim. That is my main concern. That is my main gripe against him. If bro fucking just said, I want money, people gave him money, and he never mentioned, I have to have money. It's been a slow stream, and I can't survive if it's a slow stream, and I really have to have it. If that element was gone, I'd make fun of him for just being a generic piece of shit. But it's the begging element and basically the self-victimization that makes me go, no, this is not right.
Yeah. I think everybody here is in agreement on that, right? Like, Phil's money is his money.
He could do it do whatever he wants.
If he chooses to spend it on WWE champions, if he chooses to spend it on gin, or if he chooses to spend it on investment.
Weed or fucking whatever the fuck.
I wouldn't support it for myself, obviously, and I don't support it for him. And then they would counter that by saying, well,
Okay, that was not me, but we'll see if that was just a spike or what that was.
Like pigmatized his viewers, and he's
it stepped it back just a touch.
Extracting money from them from lies, and it's like, well, if you give DSP money and he says, I need money, and you give money to him, you don't really then get to decide, well, he should only spend it on XYZ. That's not how it works.
Yeah. I think everybody here is in agreement on that, right? Like, Phil's money is his money.
He could do it do whatever he wants.
If he chooses to spend it on WWE champions, if he chooses to spend it on gin, or if he chooses to spend it on investment.
Weed or fucking whatever the fuck.
It's not really our business, right? Like, I don't really get it.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Phil? That if people give you money, it's like yours to spend, and it's not really any other business after that?
The line of argument that, DSP is disingenuous, all right? Because I'm on a stream, and I'll be like, well, if I don't raise money on this stream, I can't buy groceries later in the week and shit like that, okay?
Yes, this is, okay. So he understands.
That ever happened on my streams? Yes.
Okay.
I've said shit like that, okay? I'm here to be honest with you guys, all right? I'm fessing up to everything. And there's been times where, and this, I'm not talking about this week, I'm talking about in the past. And the reason that stuff like that happened is because I went through a really bad financial time.
Horse shit. He is now going back to bankruptcy time. Bullshit, Phil. This has happened this year, okay? This is my last video I made. Mentioned, or maybe it was the second to last video, mentioned the lunch meat sandwiches. That was circa 2022. This is not 5 years ago. This is months ago, maybe a year, maybe 2 years ago, and it is continuous. That's the issue.
I was going through a bankruptcy. I couldn't pay for anything. This was over 4 years ago. And there were literally weeks where, like, if I didn't raise a certain amount,
over 4 years ago.
I actually would not have been able to pay a certain bill or actually do things like that, get the groceries or whatever. So should I say that kind of shit on my streams? No, of course I can't. But human, and I was desperate, and I needed to say and do things in order to raise the money I needed to get by. And the good news is I'm not in that position anymore. And in the last 4.5 years, I've stopped doing those kind of streams. You're not going to see me say, hey, we're doing $1,000 goal today.
Now we're conflating issues. Okay, now we're taking two issues that are completely distinct and separate and conflating them into an issue that does not exist. The issue is being disingenuous with your begging. Okay, I don't do that anymore, he says. Okay, And all of a sudden, it is now conflated to, I need $1,000 streams anymore. Bruh, no one mentioned $1,000 streams. We mentioned being disingenuous about needing the money. This is such a narcissistic tendency.
And if we hit it, some crazy thing's going to happen, but I really need this money. I don't do that anymore. I canceled all those events that I used to do. I don't even do like goal-based streams anymore. Like, we're going to raise a certain amount of members and then I'll do a marathon. I'll just do the marathon to have fun with my viewers. I don't have anything based on that stuff anymore. But the problem is with my detractors, they're living in the past. To them, everything's black and white. So the fact that I did stuff like that in the past, but I changed for the better, doesn't matter. I did it. I'm guilty of it forever. So to them, I'm still that guy sitting here every day saying, oh, please give me some donations so I can buy groceries. That's the issue I think they have with me, but it's not valid anymore.
Yes, it is. You literally do it. You literally, less than 1 month ago, I'm going to actually go out on a limb. I'm going to say less than 2 weeks ago, said, I would like to play this Mario NES Classic Championship Challenge game. But guys, I spent all my money. I spent all my money on groceries and liquor and all of this stuff. And if I'm going to be able to play this game, right? Okay, correct? I'm going to need you to tip so I can buy the game. Literally less than, I'm going to say 360 seconds later, he says, we're going to go ahead and have food on the marathon. That's not tomorrow, but the day after. Oh, and we have decided, remember, I'm broke, on ordering in barbecue. What? What the fuck are you? Oh my God.
Not the modern DSP, but that then again wouldn't fuel the content.
I think Josh has said something to the effect of, honestly, they're just jealous that you're able to make money online.
This is a read technique thing, I think.
A fair assessment of what you said, Josh? And do you want to kind of respond to what Phil was saying there as well?
Yeah, I'll ask that first, because you brought it up. I had made the point that I think I think that, to be clear, there's a stratification in terms of people who don't like you. There are people who just kind of like observe and who have good humor about it. But then there are people who I believe are like genuinely low intelligence, like mentally stunted people, and they are genuinely jealous in a way that you make enough money off of playing video games that they wish they could do. And I think that stirs on a lot of resentment from.
I don't think there's a lot of jealousy in the community. I think there's a lot of people just like me that has an issue with injustice.
The absolute worst of your hate fandom. Would you agree with that there are people like that?
The thing is, I don't know these people, right? But I mean, you just have to observe. You observe patterns of behavior. I mean, this guy Doody, in the last 3 days, has made like over 20 videos about me that he monetized, and it's like 20 videos.
Yeah, bro. I'll definitely. I try to do a production video or two. Most of the time, it's one. A production video per week and 2 streams. Okay. Technically speaking, that is 3 and 4. That is 12 quote unquote videos a month. Does that make me a psycho?
Videos about one person in 3 days?
Yeah, I remember that, Lulu Sagi, and that actually made me physically ill. Like, I honestly thought I was going to hurl on stream.
Something is going on there. That's not normal behavior. That's a motivated behavior. Something is going on in that man's mind. Either he genuinely hates me, or there's something else happening there that you would make that much negative.
Yes, it is a sense of injustice.
Content about someone in a short period of time. I don't know if these people really have issues in their minds, if they just have a grudge. Who knows? Maybe they just saw the dollar signs behind it. And, oh, wow, I can literally beat up on this guy so much, and now we're making so much money on it. But what's happening now slowly is the camera's turning back towards these people, and they're like, oops, we, our skeletons are rolling out of the closet, and things.
Dude, take a look. My skeletons will either fuck you up or you'll be like, wow, those really aren't so bad.
You're changing.
And when I say the skeletons, I mean memories. That's all.
The better. But no, I agree with you. Normal people don't act like one of these detractors.
Oh, yeah. Tino, you're right. He was like, oh, it could be 60 or 70 bucks. And it was 30.
They don't sit there and make the entire existence of their being to hate on someone, to interject into someone's life. It's not like, oh, they made fun of me because I did something stupid on stream today. No, it's like, my wife is ugly and fat. He's doing this shit behind the scenes.
So let's be clear here. I've always said, and yes, I will poke fun at Kat's weight. In very briefly, and just because it's there. And when I say her weight, it's typically about how she's going to get the diabetes. Okay. That is the path we are going down. Okay. But there is typically, I was the first one that said, look, I understand she came out, she looked the way she did. I don't see her at that time. I did not see her as as the problem. I saw her as a fucking victim. Up until the point that she was like, someone said something bad, ban them.
It's all personal stuff.
Well, it goes beyond even just making fun of you, right? Like where it really starts to get bothersome from people is, for instance, we have the bank leaks where they're hacking your bank account. And and we have like the situation with the Comcast guy and stuff like this.
You are absolutely right. He swears like he's balling. Yes. Like, oh yeah, and I want to pay attention to the energy he has right now, which is absolute big dick. Right? He has come into this interview with absolute big dick energy. And when he presses, and he is going to press null about why do you think this is okay? He's going to get shut down so fucking hard. You would think that he was 6 years old and somebody ripped a lollipop out of his hands.
Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead. Do you want to redirect to something else?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, 'cause I saw, when people heard that I was going to be talking to you, I got a lot of people who are either angry, some people were mildly amused, but then a lot of people were trying to like give me information. And one thing I want your opinion on this, like how you feel about this. Twitch had published in 2020 a infograph showing the loyalist fans of any streamer, and you were number one. Per subscriber or per tipper, you got like $36, and like the average on Twitch is like 4 or 5. And I'm wondering how you feel about that.
I am the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Thank you again, Lyrical Thesis, for the 2. Greatly appreciated. And this is absolutely true. On Twitch, he was making like $36 per person, and he was just, the loyalty was there. Now, I do remember this bit. Pay very close attention to the redirection here.
Like, is having such a high return per subscriber something that, like, just how do you feel about that?
Okay, before we get to his answer, and I'm sorry to cut in so much. Okay, this is Phil understanding the attack. Okay. The attack is, there is factual data that says these people provide you a larger amount of money than any other Twitch streamer at that time. The subtext of the attack is, you beg so hard, you have guilted people into damn near 10 times the amount, 9 times, I think actually, 9 times the amount of contributions that any other Twitch streamer got. That is the subtext, okay? Definitely he doesn't want to bring that up. How does he respond?
Well, first of all, I heard that report, but I didn't hear it from Twitch, so another YouTuber, I guess, had like done a react.
We're already attacking the validity of the report.
To it or something. And of course, you've got to question the validity of the data.
Bingo!
I don't know what data they're going off of. Is it just super chats? Is it the paid subscriptions? Is it, obviously that doesn't factor in.
Now we're drawing doubt into overall the data. So we've already challenged the validity based on source. Now we're challenging validity based on actual metrics. So, is it just tips? Is it just this? How do we know? So it is based. I don't want to address the fact that I got 9 times the amount of shit that everybody else did. I just want to, can we not talk about this?
Other things outside of Twitch, like tips and stuff like that. And also, what year was that? What you said it was a 2020 data, or was it?
Now we're going to attack the date range.
Report in 2020 and reporting on a previous year. I'm just curious.
It was either, I think it was 20.
Reaper, I believe I believe Rebsy is in chat. I'm just going to go ahead and let you know that. I love you, Rebsy.
2020 or 2021. I think it was data for that year.
Because likely the reason that report was so overinflated is because I was going through my bankruptcy. And that was the year when a lot of people knew that and they came out and were actually like overly supportive.
And now we're going to go ahead and attack the circumstances of this is why it's so hyperinflated. It has nothing to do with me being an absolute piece of shit. It was my circumstances.
I got a lot of extra support that year because of that. I'm not saying that the report was inaccurate in any way, shape, or form. But I think here's the weird thing.
Now I'm justifying. Okay, so he backed off that attack. Well done. But now he's going to justify.
Right. I'm not a giant guy. I don't get 2,000, 3,000 viewers on a stream. I barely get 1,000 views on a video that I upload to my channel. Yet I'm still able to make a living doing what I'm doing, and I do pretty good for myself. How is that possible? Because I've been in the game for 16 years, because I have notoriety for various different reasons, some good, some very bad. But my fan base has been along for this ride with me. They've seen the ups and downs. They like me as a person as well as a
no
content creator.
No.
They want me to succeed.
No.
When they see that everyone is against me, but I still persevere, they see it as an inspiration to them. They've told me, I get stories all the time from my viewers. You inspire.
Lyrical Thesis. I work from home and dunk on DSP. Quit. Fucked.
Me because you don't give up with all the hate and the shit that people throw at you. You're still doing it every day. I would quit years ago, but I'm not going to quit.
I can't like unfuck her sister,
keep going. I'm the kind of guy that's motivated by adversity. So.
Oh, God, this is so fucking cringe. Again, big dick energy right now.
That's why. These people like me for who I am. They're going to support me no matter what. Doesn't matter if I'm streaming on Twitch, which I'm not anymore. Now I'm on YouTube. Doesn't matter if I move to Kick or whatever. I have a core group of very supportive people who want to see me succeed no matter where I go and no matter what these detractors say about me.
And would you say that makes you grateful? Are you like
absolutely? I am the luckiest dude on this fucking planet, in my opinion. Like, dude.
Okay. Yeah. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. For sure.
I started on YouTube at a time when I was incredibly lucky to ever get seen. I blew up at the right time.
Male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Thank you again, Lyrical Thesis, for the $1.99. We'll round it up to 2 again for you. Thank you so much. Hey, Tuckus Cherry Juice is here. What's up? Big ups, dude. I thought I saw you earlier. So if I didn't say hi to you, just Toxic Cherry, hi again. Sorry.
Stayed pertinent for bad reasons instead of good. And now here I am in 2024, and I'm finally for the first time in 10 years getting a turnaround. I am the luckiest fucking dude. I am so grateful to my core audience who kept me going for that crazy long time when it was just hate against me. I owe everything to them.
Did you hear that?
My whole setup, half this stuff I worked with people to design, or they donated it to me. You know, all this shit is all.
Okay. No. They donated it to you. Big fucking doubt, my dude. I guarantee you, unless, and they would have to explicitly state it in the fucking, email of whatever, which I don't even know how the fuck they would ship it to Phil. Well, I guess everybody does know Phil's address. But anyway, unless it explicitly stated, do not tell people who I am, do not tell them my username, I am going to be basically gagging on the e-peen of whoever was to donate, say, a $2,200 fucking gaming PC. Okay, that is just how that would have to work, because I would be so indebted to them. Yes, pause game on point, obviously.
Help from my audience. I'm the product of a community of people working together to make something awesome for each other, as opposed to I'm just a guy out here to put out content to print money. That's never what it's been about. I've even said if I were to become like overnight wealthy, what if I won the lotto? I would still stream. I would stream as much as I do, but I would still stream because I love it. I love my community. I'm doing it for the love of it.
No, you wouldn't.
As well as making a living. It's
no, you wouldn't.
Not just a job for me. And I think people
was that computer that you got? Was that a viewer gift? The weird triangle computer? Yeah.
Yes, weird triangle computer. It's actually it's like a cube or a mini fridge or something.
It looks like a prop from a video game that you like pull out of the ground like a sci-fi thing.
It does. It's crazy. Yeah, but no, that's again 100% donated. That was before I started doing much better for myself this month, by the way. That was before I appeared on Casino and everything.
I be gagging.
And again, now I'm a PC gamer, and that's because of the people who like me and want to see me succeed. It's amazing, you know.
All right. Yeah, I watched that video of you setting that up, and
I haven't heard this part, but I just have this wonderful thought of how's he going to go with this. Okay, sorry, let's go.
I don't know. It was pretty difficult for me because you were so frustrated, and I felt like you were kind of angry that people like gave you the computer and said like, "Hey, set this up." You know what I mean?
No, when I get in a way, if I get very, very frustrated over something, usually that comes out when I play Street Fighter. If I'm playing Street Fighter and there's lag and so I lose to a fucking guy who I know I should have beaten, I get so frustrated. But
I know I should have beaten you, fucking entitled prat.
In that case, here's the thing. We've been trying to do this for years to get me a gaming PC, get it set up. And of course, out of the box, there's issues. It's like, Jesus, of course I can't just set this thing up normally and have a nice stream for my viewers. It's got to be the most frustrating fucking.
Oh, guys, who had it on their bingo card that Phil's a victim? I mean, I know I certainly didn't see it coming.
But I get just like everyone, I get too emotional, I get heated, and I say dumb shit. The next day, which you probably don't know, Josh, I publicly apologized for it on my podcast.
Yeah, I am sorry you guys made me so mad. That was the apology.
Why are you doing this to me?
That's first thing next day. I actually felt really bad about it after having calmed down overnight, and everyone forgave me for it because they're like, that's Phil when he's heated. We see him doing that when he's frustrated with Street Fighter. We understand it carried over to that night, you know. But you're right. I like being called out.
Oh, God damn, I did forget. Yeah, the streak continues. We hit the tier 0 streak. The tier 0 tip skull way back when. I've been going now for about 3 hours. I think we hit it at like second 7, like 7 seconds into the stream. Bam, tier 0 tip skull met. I mean, you ain't got a shit on me, Phil.
When I do things like that, because when I realize after the fact, oh shit, I fucked up, that's going to make me a better person. That's the kind of stuff I don't mind being criticized on. But when you got detractor channels that are just complete libelous bullshit every day, stuff that's not even
slanderous, but whatever. I mean, it could be libelous. It doesn't matter. I'm splitting hairs here.
Close to being true. That's where it's like really frustrating because I can't stop.
Let me interrupt you because this was requested of me. There is something called defamation. If you hurt somebody's reputation, it's called defamation. If it's written, it's libel. If it's spoken, it's slander. But both libel and slander are both forms of defamation. Someone begged me to correct you on this because it bothered them so much.
Oh, that's because I was saying libel.
Please clap.
Because I actually reacted to a video yesterday on my React show.
What up, Coyote?
Where Cardi B sued that YouTuber who was a commentary YouTuber.
Dear God, you are not Cardi B. As a matter of fact, like Cardi B's weird sounds are less annoying than your voice.
And just kept talking shit about her for years and years. And Cardi B sued her for libel in court and won a $4 million ruling. So,
I actually don't know Null's background.
So I think technically, if anything were ever to go to court, it would be for libel. But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
It would be for defamation unless it's written. If someone writes a tweet about you that says something.
If only we had Lord Baldo here to give us
So, guys, do you mind if I ask Josh a few questions?
Go ahead.
Oh, dear. Okay, big dick energy. Remember, really big dick energy right now. Guys, do you mind if I ask Josh a few questions? You know, I just...
One second. Volsier, thank you for the 20 subs, and Petrovax for 10.
20 subs? Jesus fucking Christ. Where do these people get their goddamn money?
Subs, big support,
big support. Let's get some subs for Josh.
So, guys, do you mind if I ask Josh...
Sorry.
Bill.
Okay, so Josh, to preface this, I want you to understand something. I know absolutely nothing about you. Okay, I really don't. I don't.
Yeah, if you believe that he didn't research a single fucking thing about Josh,
go outside of my own realm of existence, my streams and my content, to
they are $5. Jesus Christ!
Find out about people who are involved in the drama sphere around me. I try to stay out. I really, really do. And obviously, we know you're the owner and operator of Kiwi Farms. I know from personal experience, people sending me over there saying, "Oh, you know, this is on there about you. This is on there about your family. This is on there." That's how I know of your website. What I like to do is have a civil conversation with you now a little bit about where did Kiwi Farms come from? Like, what was your original idea for the site? Why did you set it up? And how did that all start? Because obviously, I would think that today, a lot of the stuff that's on there is not what your original intention was, unless I'm mistaken. So I'd like to hear it straight from the source. Why did you set up Kiwi Farms originally? What was the idea?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Well, you're completely free to ask me any question that you'd like. As far as where the forum comes from, it was originally specifically dedicated to Christian Weston Chandler, and in 2014, we branched out to...
Emails have gone out saying Doody's memberships have been paused. Well, that happens.
To this broad category of people that you would know as lolcows. And I think even now it's even broader. It's basically anyone online who's kind of like a celebrity, communities online. As long as people want to talk about them, there's a space for it on the forum.
So you're saying that when it was... By the way, what year did you start the website originally?
It was not started by me. It was originally a companion forum to a website called The Quickie, which was a wiki based off Encyclopedia Dramatica, specifically for Christian. The forum was a companion discussion forum for it. And in 2013,
I want you guys to pay very close attention here as to how far back he's having to remember and the level of detail that he is just fucking firing off with at this point. Like, you ask Phil what happened yesterday, and he's like, how am I supposed to remember what happened yesterday? He asks him about something that's happened over a decade ago. Dude's like, let me go ahead and give you every fucking piece of minute detail because I know it because it's true.
I took over as administrator, and I've been administrator ever since.
And you do own and operate the site. You own it. You have control of it.
I am the top dog.
Okay, very good. So when you branched off and made it its own thing, the idea was to have a place for free and open conversation about Chris Chan particularly, but then you saw that there was actually a desire to have another place for other discussion of other people, and that's how it kind of extrapolated and expanded into what it is today.
Yep, not over-explaining, just says this is how it is. Why? Because data is what data is. I don't have to justify it. I don't have to say, please believe me, because there is nothing to please believe. It is.
Correct.
I have not seen the Chris Chan body cam footage, no.
Okay. So I'm curious, because I think we've all heard stories, or we've even been affected. The guys from Kino Casino here, I'm sure, can also chime in. We all have been affected by things that have been put on that website. We've been doxxed. We've had information leaked.
You have not been doxxed. You self-doxxed. Shut the fuck up.
You know, stuff on there. And I guess, Mike, to start the real conversation here, at what point did you see that perhaps people were not doing things in the best judgment? Now, I know there's two different discussions. There's a legal realm, and there's a morality realm, right?
Oh my God, we're talking morals.
Blood for the blood god!
And there's the letter of the law and the spirit of the law and all of that. And we could talk about that all day. But the stuff that's been put on your website has been very harmful to many different people. I think we can agree.
Oh, no. I know that they have doxed people, Coyote Bergs. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying that Phil is not a victim here. Not in this case.
There. Now, from what I'm to understand, you are against that, correct?
Well, he is a victim in one aspect and one aspect alone, but he has renounced victimhood of this occurrence. He is a victim of the bank leaks. That is a crime. I do not sanction that crime. I am very happy to take the fruits of that crime. However, I do not sanction the crime, and I do not think that he should have had the bank leaks done to him. But again, I will take that data and use that as I see fit. Basically, it is the antithesis of fruit of the poisonous tree because it was not done by a law enforcement agency. Yes, Meth Bear, of course it wasn't his account. Yes, we know this. We know this. Because the law enforcement officers told him that all they do is human trafficking. Don't you know?
You don't want people putting harmful information on that site?
That's a very broad question, and I'm not answering this in a legal sense. I'm trying to be very specific about what I'm saying. In general, if harm comes from information, for instance, there was somebody who had a thread who worked at a Walmart and who posted pictures of themselves online, I'll just say behaving inappropriately at their job at Walmart. These pictures made it onto the forum, and he was literally walked into the boss's office in Walmart, and they showed him his Kiwi Farms thread and these pictures he had posted online, and he was fired. So
yep,
that is ostensibly harm that arose because of information on the forum, but can you really say, well, that shouldn't have happened? Or even that's a consequence of the Kiwi Farms, or is that a consequence of his own actions? If harm comes from information.
Oh yeah, good call there, Lado. Yeah, Mr. Morals. But guys, I'm very sad that Derek has to go away because he was such a good person. As he has fucking YouTube channels that say "delicious little girls" or some shit like that.
Almost always, it was inevitable, regardless of if it was on the forum or if it was on Twitter or whatever website. Now, that's one thing, and I am perfectly okay with that. If harm comes about as a result of, as a natural consequence of something that has already happened, not caused or instigated by users on the forum, there are no quandaries about that in regards to the law or to morality. Now, as far as people on the forum instigating harm, causing harm, I don't like that.
Okay. So, here's a question. How do you determine on your forums what's being posted up is too far or is acceptable? Do you have like a moderation team who actually takes care of that? Do you ever review cases? Is there a rule set that everyone has to abide by? Because I'll be honest, I've checked out my section of your forums and I see threads like, oh, Phil's playing WWE champions again. Who gives a shit? Let him.
You and I give a shit. Namely, because of what I've said in the past, you are faking poor to spend thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on a mobile game. That is completely fucked up.
Post to the fucking end of the world about that. But then I'll see a thread like, oh, here's actual information about like a distant family member of Phil's who has absolutely no association with him whatsoever. And here's the docs. And it's like, what? Like, what would that be there for? What the hell does that have to do with anything? So is there an actual criteria and a moderation methodology you have? Like, how do you make sure that what's on your site is acceptable or not?
Okay, before he answers that, I'm going to go ahead and give my take on this. I do not know how he's going to answer, but here's my take on it. Phil has broadcast himself as a public persona. His father, his name is known. His mother, her name is known. Jenna, her name is known. And she is bound basically to Phil because of Kat. Okay. Whatever they do is going to be in public eye because of who Phil is. That is going to happen. Okay. Somebody looked up his like great grand uncle from World War II. No, not World War II. Sorry, the Civil War. And brought up a letter about how he was not getting paid and how he needed that money. He really did. And I don't know if it's true, but I laughed my ass off when I saw it because that tracks. But becoming a public figure to the point that Phil has, where you know his full name, that means you can get his information about his family. No, we haven't gone over the Derek shit yet. All that stuff that opens you up. That's why I have not, ousted my last name. I have not ousted my exact location. I haven't ousted too much about myself just because I not necessarily have anything to hide in terms of my family. Everybody's family is a little bit weird, but I just want to be me. Phil does not have that luxury. He gave it up by being a public persona. Okay, that's it.
Generally speaking, any public information can be posted. One thing that we would not permit is somebody to post public information and then even imply, like, I hope he gets what he deserves. I hope it would be funny. It would be so funny if pizza showed up to his house. Like anything that sort of implies or directly instigates any kind of action.
Yeah, so that's a call to action. Don't do that.
Is not acceptable. But as far as like, Facebook accounts and stuff, as long as it's relevant to the topic, there is very little that will be done. Almost always. The actions that are taken are almost the exception to the rule.
Mm-hmm. And who would take the action? Do you have mods in place for each forum that are specific to the forum? Is there a general rule set that they have to follow?
There's 3 tiers. There's board level moderators, and that's what I prefer now. If I make global moderators, I realize that they burn out much quicker. So usually I give a mod 1 or 2 areas of the site. That's like their home, and they're very active there. There's a couple global mods who I trust very well, who have been around for, in one case, since before
Can you tell the difference between the business personas of these two men? Hey, Phil, do you have a business plan? No. How do you do moderation? I have 3 tiers of moderation. I found out that doing global moderation will actually burn my moderators out too fast, so I don't do that anymore. I break it down into these. I do this. I do this, and this. I do this. And just watch the energy drain right out of Phil just because he knows he is completely outclassed at this point.
Ran the forum, and then there's me. And I am a very active user on the forum, and I'm very active in moderation day to day.
And are your moderators kind of able to just judge for themselves what goes and what doesn't? Because I've heard not rumors, but I've heard stories that like the moderators in my forum weren't doing a good job and you shit canned a bunch of them because they literally were not doing their job per your standard. And that's why a lot of the information that was there, that was, I guess, deemed harmful was allowed for a while. Is that true?
So you're referencing something, I don't remember how long ago this was.
I swear to God, this man has testified in open court.
It was either a couple months ago or last year.
Meth, if you're still in here, and the other fella, God damn it, I can't. Meth Bear's just so easy to remember. Don't take offense if I forget. your opinions, anybody with legal backgrounds, this dude has testified. He has to have, or he has a legal background.
I went to the board and I was upset about something, and if I can remember, I'll tell you what it was. But I was doing this happens every couple of years. I'm not like, your board is one of the least frequent boards I go to, and generally what happens is I walk in and I have a reason to. Something's happened and it requires my attention, and I just start yelling at people. And this is one of the most difficult areas to deal with because people get very defensive and it becomes a big deal. And in this case, it was a pretty large ordeal. Like 20 people quit the site. I demoted one of the mods because he actually ran one of your detractor channels, and and it was monetized. And I thought, that's a conflict of interest. I don't want like you to have a monetized channel and also be a moderator. That's that's never been.
Lewis, do you want to send me a ticket back to the Bahamas? I would love that. Please, pretty please, make sure there's one for girlfriend side Phil too, or girlfriend bro side, whatever you want to call it.
A thing that we've had before.
Welcome back
on the site, and I didn't even know about it. And then the other mod for the board walked out because he was upset, and they tried to form their own like splinter site to the Kiwi Farms, and it hasn't really had any traction to it. So I wish I could remember what it was. Someone tagged you after the
girl bro side. There you go.
Cat stream
or girl side bro, whatever.
So that somebody says. I forget. Something happened. There was a stream with cat on it, and it caused a problem. And I remember that I made fun of people, and it snowballed into a bunch of people leaving. I genuinely, it's one of the areas of the site I don't have good repertoire with my own users in. They don't like me there. They make it very well known, and it's difficult to.
Yeah, Goutopia. Yeah, and I actually just joined Goutopia because I saw Meth Bear actually posted the the restraining order, and whatever FOIA, which it has not yet come back yet, supposed to come back by September 3rd. Whatever FOIA comes back, I may end up posting it out there, or I may post it like I did last time. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out.
To get anything done with them. But right now it's sorry, just to close this out. Yeah. There's one guy. Sorry, now I feel bad. I don't remember his name right now off the top of my head, but he's from another area of the site, and I trust him, and he's doing a pretty good job as a moderator. And he's only a moderator of that board.
Okay, so following up.
It's just okay. Fuck.
On what you just said. So you have a section of the site, there's a moderator that's a known detractor of mine. You agree that section of the site isn't up to your standards, right?
What?
Why would you keep that section of the site open? Why?
Wait. The moderation is lacking, therefore you should close that section of the site? What?
Is it not? Well, if it's not up to standards of the site, things are going bad. Look, it's actually bad intentions. The guy who's in charge is actually a hater of Phil. He's making money on this. Why would you not just say, all right, enough. You guys didn't behave. You had fun, but this is why we can't have good things, right? And you take it away from them so that way they have to move on. Why leave that section of the site open when you know that there's malicious intent? And this is not me accusing you of anything. I just want an honest answer. I'm curious of your methodology.
I got you. Don't worry.
He actually thinks he's throwing the trump card right now.
I would like to answer that question with a question. In your mind, let's just say that I went to the admin panel and I could do this, and I deleted.
Sorry, you're breaking up a bit, Josh.
Sorry to interrupt.
Why don't you start that statement?
Am I breaking up?
Yeah,
you're good now. I think you're good now. You're good now.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so break up the now. Okay, answer a question to question.
Oh, thank God! I was like, what? No.
The least interesting thing. Yeah. But in your mind, if I went to the admin panel right now and I deleted the dark side billboard, which I'm completely able to do, what do you think happens? Can you give me like a T plus 10 seconds, 60 seconds, one day? Like what happens? There's hundreds of users on that section of the site. So what happens in your mind? How do you imagine that playing out?
Well, first.
God damn, this is so good.
First off, I just want to let you know that's not what I'm asking for. I don't want you to think that that's what I'm asking you today. Okay. That's not.
That's exactly what I was asking for.
Well, you asked me.
He just wants
you asked
me
me. Why didn't I?
Yeah.
I would like to know what you think happens as a result.
Well, first of all, I was on there the other day, and I'll admit to you, I checked it out because I knew we were going to have this conversation. I wanted to see what kind of stuff was on there. At this point,
Dude, what does this have to do with the question he just asked?
I really don't see too much harmful stuff on there. It's just a bunch of people doing their usual bullshit. You know what I mean? They're talking about WWE champions. They're talking about they don't like my streams. They don't like I make money. Kino Casino is gaslighting him because, they're glazing him, but they're going to turn on him. And, it's the bullshit.
Any minute now.
No, guys, any minute. My worst enemies are coming on stream.
How the fuck are we even here? What are we talking about?
Oh, wait a minute. Keemstar's on my podcast on Wednesday. So, what are you talking about, right? The stuff they say is ridiculous. Anyway. I think if you were to shut it down right now, what would happen is those people would be angry, they would scramble, and then eventually what they would try to do is find another way to go discuss me in that same manner. It would take them a while to try to probably...
But it would resurface, yes.
...organize and find stuff. They'd probably scramble to Discords, and they'd go other places. But the thing that I kind of want to talk about here is what's happened with Kiwi Farms particularly. I don't...
Not me.
I don't know if it's other people.
No. Fuck.
Yes.
Anything that they feel will be the most hurtful.
Sorry, we dropped for 1 second.
Yep, your lag spikes happened.
And we're back.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, sorry. It just died for like for a millisecond. Okay. We're back.
All right, go ahead, Phil. Finish your answer and then.
Wait, hang on. Everyone, please write to refresh or whatever.
Oh man.
Everyone write refresh. Sorry guys. Sorry about that. I'm not having.
Okay. Right. What I was saying was, I think that if Josh were to close down my part of the forums on Kiwi Farms right now, those people who were there would scramble and try to find another place where they could do exactly the same thing, whether it's a Discord server or eventually they find another site to do it. Undoubtedly, they're going to keep trying to do what they're doing, right?
There's no try. It's going to happen.
So closing that part of the forum, I don't think would solve any kind of an immediate thing. But for me, when I see people really want to harm me, right? They want to drop something that they know is like personal information no one would have. They're committing a crime in order to hurt me or my business or my family. Kiwi Farms is where they go to post it because they see that as the ultimate safe space. No one's going to ever go after them. No one's going to reveal their information because they posted it. Like if they posted on YouTube, something might happen. If they posted on Twitter, something might happen. But if they posted on Kiwi Farms, we know that this is the ultimate neutral place and we're safe. And that's my
they're fucking Sweden.
concern is that has happened to me time and time again in the last 5-6 years. Whenever someone does something heinous, we're not even talking the realm of legality. We're talking the realm of bad morality, right?
Oh my God. As you, we're less than 30 minutes away from Phil basically saying, I love Derek.
This is disingenuous shit. You're leaking information no one should have.
Let me address both parts of this.
Address that.
There's two parts to it. The first is that you're absolutely correct, and I'm very happy that our minds could meet on this point. The number one reason why I have never even thought, well, I have thought about it, but I've never gotten close to deleting the board, is that as you...
Zatchbell, because he can't harp on legality, and that kills him. So if he can't harp on legality, he'll harp on morality. If he can't harp on morality, he'll harp on legality. He is Schrodinger's dipshit in that he will pick this thing to go after the first time and be totally the antithesis of whatever the anti is. So I'm going after the morality, not the legality, because I really don't care about legality, right? And then in the next situation, it's all about, this is totally illegal. I don't care about if it's morally right.
As you mentioned, there are people of, as you said, bad morality, who I keep out of the forum. And also, as you mentioned, the Kiwi Farms is the go-to place to talk about Phil and post things about Phil. So if I deleted the board, and I'm not saying this about any particular mod, so hopefully the 2 ex-mods listening don't get too pissy, but
they will.
If they started their own site and, they were left to their own devices, it would be much more... It would be different, and there would be different rules, especially considering that it's just the Dark Side Phil forum. There are a lot of people who hate me and who look for reasons to try and take down the site, and they look at every place on the forum. So everything has to be in order. There can be nothing that is illegal. There can be nothing that instigates harassment, etc. But if it's just the Dark Side Phil forum, and it's just about Dark Side Phil, they can get away with a lot more because there's no accountability there. That's just you and what you can muster. And what you can muster by yourself is a lot less than what everybody can muster. So in part, yes, not only would they go to a different place, and in Discord's like the worst of the worst. You can do anything you want in Discord. You have people sharing child pornography on Discord. So
which don't do that.
Discord has no rules as long as you don't get caught. And the same kind of applies to public forums, especially if they're invite only. So one of the big reasons why I've never deleted the board is because I know that immediately people would seize that, they would capitalize on it, and they would make a place that would just become the Kiwi Farms DSP forum, and it would be worse. And I don't want to try and sound like I'm saying I'm doing you a favor, but
he is doing them a favor in that regard. Then, if there is a place that would actually keep up calls to action, especially, Phil would be in such a bad place. If there was a neutral site that allowed calls to action and plans for calls to action to occur, Phil's life would take a marked turn.
I am a moderating influence, and I set a baseline that has to be followed. And I think that in a roundabout way, I probably do a favor. As far as people going to the forum to post stuff, of course, because it's the largest place with the most visibility and it doesn't come down. But there would be another board specifically for DSP that is worse, that would offer the same kind of safe space, as you said.
What do you think about that, Phil? Do you think it would be worse for you, as Josh is saying, if he was to delete the board because he is a moderator?
Because the ops would go through the roof.
Influence?
Well, let me put it this way. I feel the real problem right now is that Kiwi Farms has too much notoriety. All right. Kiwi Farms is known as the place on the internet that you can go and lolcows are being harassed and you're going to get all kinds of dirt on everyone if you go to Kiwi Farms. That's how people see the site. Josh, I don't know if you understand that, but that's actually the public mentality towards your website. Like, that's the dirt site. You know what I mean? If Kiwi Farms...
I'll help you out a little bit on this, Phil. Josh, you've said that sometimes the forum has gotten too big to the point where it's an eye of Sauron, and sometimes it destroys lolcows and destroys content. Do you feel that way about Phil?
No, Phil's broader is not just the forum. When I say that, I mean, like, for instance, with Bossman Jack had less than 100 viewers when I started talking about him and got a thread on the forum, and now he's got multiple hundreds, thousands of people who watch him. And
I'm going to go ahead and give a little bit of props here to Triple P. I understand the hand holding here, but the guy is actually doing a remarkable job not letting Phil derail into these side tangents of just, well, you asked me about, we'll just say for the sake of argument, WWE champions. And all of a sudden we're on the, Leanna was stalked, or I had to get a restraining order for, Cat or something like that. Triple P is actually reining back and being like, whoa, hold on. Josh, speak on what he just spoke on, or that really wasn't the question, or, but what about? And to moderate in that, to put on the display that you are Phil's boy, and then to, from what I can tell anyway, semi non-biasly moderate such an exchange, especially with somebody who's so controversial to Phil, that is a talent. And I've got to give him props. I hate to, but I have to.
Necessarily, kind of like with, not to sound too nerdy, but like microparticles. It's like you observe a microparticle and it changes because you observe it. Same thing with Boss Man. You split this attention on them, and of course it changes. And this happens with everybody. The small fries, if they get a thread and it's a small little thread, but if attention gets brought onto it, it changes who they are necessarily just because they have that much attention.
Good answer. Back to you, Phil. What do you think?
Yeah. Okay, so the point I'm making is because Kiwi Farms is so notable, everyone knows about Kiwi Farms. If you want to hate on someone, go to Kiwi Farms and get all the dirt on them, right? If you were to shut down a thread about me right now, those people absolutely would scramble and go somewhere else. That other site they go to would never have the level of notoriety of Kiwi Farms. Sure, the worst of the worst would still find it, but you wouldn't have the common person searching to hate on someone going.
Dude, whatever site it is going to be on Twitter within 20 minutes, and it's going to be bookmarked by everybody.
To that site. You know what I'm saying? It might take them a while, and maybe eventually they would. Okay, well, let me finish my statement. I definitely want to hear what you have to counter. It might take time. And maybe that new detractor forum would grow to the notoriety size of Kiwi Farms. Very well, it could, but it would still take time. You understand? That would actually be a time where, like, people on your forum, because this isn't just about me. This is about everyone who has a thread on your forum who's had the same level of crap.
No. Get off your moral fucking high ground. This is all about you, Phil. You don't give three shits about anybody else on the fucking Kiwi Farms. You care only about yourself.
Is me. They would have a breath of fresh air. My God, you're telling me that for a few months, a year maybe. I can have a break from this where I know people won't have a central place to just post up all kinds of.
This is the Dark Knight argument. The Dark Knight argument of these charges will never stand. Yeah. These charges will never stand with the fucking main guys. But you know what? The lower level guys, you're not going to have them. Some of them are going to cut deals. Think about all you could do with 18 months of clean streets. That is the argument he's running here. And it's not in the realm of reality whatsoever because he is not in the criminal justice system.
Heinous shit about me. Yeah, it might come back, and then you deal with that devil when it attacks you, right? But to just have a breath of fresh air, wow, I know for a day no one's going to be posting up personal shit about me and my family and other shit on a site that everyone knows about. That would be a big relief, at least for someone like me, okay? I get what you're saying. It wouldn't end it, but at least it would be a temporary reprieve.
Yeah, I think that sentiment would apply better to everyone except you specifically.
I did not know about that line.
Because I'll do my T+0. Okay, T+60 minutes. Kiwi Farms is down. Message goes up. Sorry, I feel really bad about what I've done. It's gone. There would be darksidephil.exposed up immediately. And then they would start networking. Would be on Twitter. And then someone types in darksidephil in Google. The Kiwi Farms has limiters in its reach. Google, there are people in Google who I know who hate me, and they have made it so that finding information on the forum through Google is actually difficult.
I can confirm that because I've tried to
Why in the fuck are you talking?
search for things about myself. It does not show up.
Why are you talking? You are not contributing to the. Did you need to flex your I know somebody from Google too muscle, you narcissistic fuck?
Google at all anymore. It's gone. It's like
right. It's gone. But DSP or darksidephil.exposed, well, your name's right in the URL. If you type in that and it's a big forum, it has enough threads, people are linking to it from external sites like Twitter or X and all the detractor channels. And then, of course, it would be ran by somebody who might have their own detractor channel, and they would say, well, they would network with all the other detractors, and they would get little fancy badges that says, official YouTuber or whatever. And that site would not only be would have fewer checks and balances and would have less accountability. It would also have greater reach in search engines and would also have better network. Because like I said, the detractors don't like me. A lot of the channels don't like me. They would like this guy. They would like to network with him and get fancy badges and stuff on the site and promote it. So with you specifically, you don't get a break. Sorry.
So you're saying you think that other people on the site would get a break, that they don't have as bad of a detractor community as I do, and they would actually.
I mean, almost everyone except you would get a good deal from the site going down, at least for a while.
Wow. That's interesting. I don't really...
Yes, you are that big of a piece of shit. That is how many people don't like you, Phil. Perhaps, just maybe, it's based on your behavior.
Look at the other people on the site, but that's an interesting perspective.
What is it, Josh, about Phil and about the detractors that make them so much different than everybody else? Because, we've just been interacting with...
I have not got to hear this yet. This is either going to be delicious or it's going to be cope. And I'm thinking it's going to be the former.
Phil a little bit, did a game stream with him, did an interview, did some React stuff. And the reaction is you need to fucking die for talking to Phil. It's crazy. What is it? Josh, what is it that makes it like this?
I don't know. And I feel like, they try to justify it. And for instance, this is one thing that was brought up to me, and I'd like to hear your perspective. Do you know a guy named Darish?
Oh, sweet baby fucking Jesus. Here we go, kids. It is time. And that's the stream. No, I'm joking. Let's go.
Derek?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like a supporter, moderator, and thumbnail maker for your stream, right?
Wrong at all three counts.
He has made thumbnails, you fucking liar.
Not a supporter. He's not a moderator, and he's never made a thumbnail for me whatsoever.
You're a lying sack of shit.
They're bullshit. He's just a viewer.
Okay.
And he made a tier maker for me once or twice.
I think at least on 5 different occasions, at minimum.
Okay, tier maker.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Josh, do you have receipts on that? Or is this what you've heard, or is this what's in his thread, or what?
Well, his response is, there's definitely a relationship, or when I say relationship, I mean there's definitely like a connection. But his response is actually it falls through a crack. I don't know how to respond to that because the guy is definitely like a fucking weirdo.
Yeah,
and he definitely has like playlists of like little girls and stuff on his YouTube. Like that's archived independently of the forum. But
what do you think?
I think I remember seeing like his badge in chat though. Like, he had a supporter, like a mod sword or something.
No, you're seeing someone gifted him a membership. That's what you're seeing. It's just a gifted membership. Anyone can get that on YouTube. That's just he has no power whatsoever on my streams whatsoever.
But he's allowed in your streams though.
Yes.
Yeah. Ken, I knew that Derek supported until hell. My $5 super chat used to be, oh wow, $5. Finally, somebody with a job. Or Derek found his mom's credit card again. But yeah, he used to support. So Phil is straight up lying here. Out and out deception.
Yes, he is.
But he has playlists of little kids on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we publicly address this formally? This is good.
Let's talk about this.
Real.
Yeah.
Like,
Sure.
Why is
Yeah.
he allowed to be a member of your community when he's such a creep?
That's the one thing that's really fucked.
Here's my philosophy. You guys can completely disagree as streamers yourselves, and everyone out there watching, you may also disagree as well. All right, but allow me to lay down my methodology here.
Sure.
Yeah. Mr. Morals here, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Morals.
Okay. I'm a content creator. Every day I put on a stream. I'm trying to entertain an audience. I'm trying to make a living. I got a chat. People come in. People come out. I see people from all walks of life. People from here, there, and everywhere who attend my streams. And I don't judge anyone for anything but what's going on in my stream. Okay. If I see someone in this stream doing something disgusting,
like disagreeing with you or talking about sports or not sucking your dick when it comes to Street Fighter 6 or saying, God damn, that Cammy absolutely bodied your ass, or saying, wow, Cat really needs to go on a diet, or you know what? You didn't sleep well one night. Banned. Gone forever.
having awful things said, or just, they're breaking the rules, they're out of it. I have rules laid out. Actually, my stream, I think, is a little bit more lax than others because I used to be known as like the moderator heavy guy, and now I almost don't have any moderators anymore. I kind of
Yes, because you're afraid of them fucking like turncoating on you.
do it all myself.
Yeah. Rebsy, we can't have stakes. We can only have submissive and we can't have stakes.
But anyway, my philosophy is what goes on in my stream is the extent of my responsibility as a streamer to take care of.
I'll let that joke die for this stream now, Rebsy. Much love.
Now, anyone out there who makes content, do you personally know every single person who's on your stream? Do you know what their life is like behind the scenes? Do you know what kind of stuff they're into? What, their kinks, their bullshit, what they post on their social media? Of course not. How in holy hell would any of us ever know what all of our viewers are doing? Nor is it in our realm of responsibility to have to actually look into that. You understand?
The realm of responsibility to proactively search, no, you are correct. It is not within the realm of responsibility for me to proactively search and see what people are doing. That said, fuck it, I'll give him the shout out. That being said, shout out. Reaper, you're going to be my guinea pig. If I all of a sudden got 7 messages, back to back that said, you may not know this, but Reaper got popped for, and again, this is an example. Reaper, you're just my example. Don't worry. Got popped for insert heinous thing with child here. Okay. They just canceled Doody's memberships. No shit. Yes. Reaper would probably no longer be a part of these forums or this thread. I would want nothing to do with him, blah, 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 especially based on the charge. Okay. Especially if it's factually based. Okay. Now that is obviously criminal charges of that nature. If for the sake of argument, Reaper was, had a YouTube channel that actively talked about supporting the Klan for the sake of argument. Again, this is an example. Reaper does not support the Klan or anything like that. He's a good dude from what I can tell, except for how he treats Rebsy. Again, that's one of those things of, I'm sorry, I'm not going to have this. I'm not going to have this in my community. Gone. Okay. As the information comes in, the responsibility of the person that is hosting the content changes. Okay. That's just how it is. And, Rebsy, I got some vengeance for you there. Okay. Now take that, clip it very, very carefully and then put it out there about Reaper did that. No, I'm joking. Don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
Stan, these people are just here to watch
Reaper, much love.
me. That's all I care about.
May I just okay, so I understand what you're saying. You don't know everyone's backstory. You can't control everyone. Makes sense. But we have verifiable evidence that Derek is a pedophile. He has playlists of kids, and it's really weird fucking shit. And this is the one thing Ashton and I are like, What the fuck is?
What the fuck
I
is
get
this
what you're
shit?
saying.
And
I get what you're
Josh
saying.
looked into it yesterday. Let's let Josh. Josh, what do you think about what Phil just said?
Well, it's not just this. Like, I mean, knowing about it, like when you find out, like you have to do something about that. And from what I understand, the big point of
Yes, Tino, I did hear about that.
contention is not just that he's there; it's that other people, who are in your community, who are in your chats.
For those
have
that don't
pointed out
know, the U.S. government actually made $2 bills. What morons?
So yeah, what's going on with Doody? This is straight retribution. I don't know if a lawsuit could be brought, especially if what is going on is found to be innocuous. So whatever he's done in terms of copyright content and all that jazz, if it is found that he's operating within the confines of civil law, copyright law, the whole 9 yards, I can't say that. Again, I don't know anything about civil law, but when it comes to, like, say, employment and things like that, this could be seen as retribution, call to action. If somebody was basically said, you didn't answer me the right way, almost something like behavior non-becoming or prior bad acts, something to that line. Whether or not that is actually a thing that can happen in civil court, I don't know. But God, I kind of hope so, because if that is the case, that definitely deserves to be addressed.
This guy is who he is, and he seems to be getting a layer of protection that people are able to observe. He seems to get away, according to the people that watch, he gets away with a lot more than other people would. It's suspicious to them. I don't know. I've not seen this, but that's what. That's what
So you don't even know what they're saying. You just think that somehow he's getting some kind of protections in my stream, is what you
He is getting protections. There's videos of you protecting him. The taco saga.
Yeah, either from people in the chat calling it out or just in regards to his behavior. Like, apparently he spams a lot and he gets a pass with that, and people suspect that there is some kind of association there where he gets a pass. Like, for instance, with the thumbnails, because they say that.
Verano GC with a tenor says, is it weird that I found the Kino stream boring? It's just two loud guys with the class clown personality kissing butt of a hypocritical narcissist with an easily fractured ego. So in one case, no. I 1000% agree with you. The first time that I saw the Kino boys and Phil, that was a suffer fest for both me and Vega. We were just like, this is a nothing burger. This is fucking terrible, right? This one changed a little bit, but that wasn't because of the Kino boy. Well, in some part, I'll give him some credit. In some part, it was the Kino boys, but primarily it was spurned on and actually directly caused by Null. So that is why I think that. Thank you very much for the tenor, Morano. Greatly appreciated.
He has like a monthly vacation, and during that vacation, the style of your thumbnails changes, and that is how they come to the conclusion that the thumbnails are being made by him, because they don't get made by him when he's gone.
He's literally never made anything like that for me whatsoever. He's, like I said, the only thing he's ever made is 2 tier makers, I believe, over the last year.
So he
That's
has
it.
made stuff, though.
He 2 tier makers, and one that I used on a stream and one I did not.
But brother Phil, like, you can't have a pedophile making stuff for you and part of your community in a broad sense, right? Like,
see, this is what I'm talking about. Triple P gets a point of credit here, right? You can't be having that.
You should probably just ban the fucking guy and
bingo,
send him packing, and I think he'd get a lot less shit if you did.
Here's the thing. You're right. Yeah. You're absolutely right. You guys are correct. If I were right now to say enough is enough, too many people have issue with this guy, ban him. Okay.
This is by and away one of the worst takes that Phil will
$10
ever
will go
have.
a long way to make Cat stop crying.
Morano GC Super Chat $10 to buy Cat DoorDash.
Thank you again,
Is
Morano.
it weird that I found the Kino stream boring? It's just 2 loud guys with a class clown personality kissing the butt of a hypocritical narcissist with any easily fractured ego.
And you're not wrong in that regard. That is exactly what the first stream was. This one I think is a little bit different. Now, but again, thank you for the tenor. Greatly appreciate it. Back to what I was saying though about this. The escalation of a touch offender. Very rarely do you go from 0 to touch offense. That is typically that involves some type of traumatic brain injury or other mental type of psychosis or problem that takes you from 0 to touch offender. Like they may not even know right from wrong touch offender. Okay. The way somebody goes from 0 to touch offender is by enabling behavior and or being able to conduct their business, so to speak, freely. So that's why it mostly starts with things like trading online. Then it goes from trading online to setting up surreptitious cameras. Then it goes from setting up surreptitious cameras to befriending local children. Then it goes from befriending local children to having secrets with children, blah, blah, blah. But it all starts back with being able to conduct your quote unquote business with impunity. To Phil, he is about to tell us that basically allowing what appears to be on the path towards touch offender, the reason why it's okay to stay in his chat and allow that behavior to continue is because otherwise the detractors would get a W. And that is the most fucked up excuse I have ever heard.
Okay, that would solve that problem. However, the big picture that no one's
Let's
looking
solve
at.
that problem then.
Okay, but listen.
Yeah, good.
You don't understand the Pandora's box that you open once you do.
Phil, that's a very obvious, like, slippery slope fallacy. It's like you can get rid of the guy that has the
That
little
is
girl
a
face
fallacy,
on YouTube
yeah.
without opening Pandora's box. That's
No.
not really a good idea.
Oh, Josh, you got to listen, all right? Because again, you know how bad my detractors are, correct? You know
Right,
how
sure.
crazy they are. The only reason that we even know anything about this person is because my detractors went to all of his personal socials and dug into them deep.
But he's a
went to-
pedophile.
They got him.
They dug
Yeah. There is no. Oh, it's the only reason why is because they dug deep and they found a pedophile. You should be thanking us.
They got him deep. Okay, now hold on. I know. Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing what you guys are saying, but please let me finish what I'm
For
saying.
sure.
All right. If the only reason that I know that this guy did something bad is because people went off of the realm of my streams and my content to find it, I'm sorry, but that's not my responsibility to be dealing with. Do you understand? Because here's the thing. Now, please.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, you know when Worski is like, wait, what? You know that's bad. That is not my responsibility is such a fucked claim. This is truly the man that runs away from the sound of gunfire when he doesn't know where his wife is, and his wife was near the sound of gunfire, right? This is the man who's like, oh, well, it's my wife, but she's an adult human, so she's on her own, no layer of protection, no layer of integrity, just straight up cowardice.
Listen, if I ban Derek right now, I call him Derek because that's what I thought his name was. I guess it actually is Darish or whatever. But if I ban Derek right now, here's what will happen. Because here's what Josh just said about Kiwi Farms. If he deletes my thread on Kiwi Farms right now, the detractors go somewhere else to do something worse, correct? If I ban Derek right now, the detractors won. Because they say, look what we did. We researched a guy who no one would have known he had anything wrong with him by just...
Bruh, what if it was BTK? Okay, if you guys don't know who BTK is, Bind, Torture, Kill, don't look him up. He's fucked in the head, man. Like, straight up. If somebody dug so deep into one of your supporters and found out that they were in fact a serial killer, and your claim of, well, they can stay around here because that's none of my business, fuck you, Phil.
Just watching Phil's streams. For the record, Derek has never once talked about any of this malicious activity on my stream. He knows better than that. He doesn't bring that shit. That's his personal life.
Bind, Torture, Kill, BTK, Bravo, Tango, Kilo.
Whatever, right? So he does not do that on my streams. If I ban him, guess what happens? The detractors say, we got the response we wanted.
If
Finally
I
banned him. We're on to the
I
next.
have a very personal, like, because there's a very comparable story to this. The forum is having a kind of beef with this Ricada guy that you know about, and he dug through some information and he found out that one of the users is a convicted child pornographer from the District of Columbia. And when this was brought to my attention, I banned him. And sure, them finding this out was a win. They won. They got to say, oh well, the Kiwi Farm says a pedophile. We can prove it, and it's true. It's embarrassing, but I still banned him because I don't want a pedophile on my forum.
How hard is that of a concept? I'm actually asking.
Do you think that's a fair comparison?
It is a fair comparison. However, what you didn't let me finish this statement here. The moment I ban Derek and these detractors say we won, guess what happens? You just gave them exactly what they wanted. You gave them the attention they're craving, and then they move on to someone else. They move on to.
And I tell you what, if your detractors go out and hunt and keep your community free of pedophiles, Phil, you're fucking welcome.
Someone else. And then they move on to someone else until it's done.
But sometimes in life you have to hold the out, and sometimes bad people are going to get a win. But that's just the reality. You can't have.
Ramen Brahman with the 5 or the 4.99. We'll round it up to 5. This part is so telling. He will do anything as long as it makes the detractors wrong. Think about moral implications of that type of behavior. Exactly. This is a man that will allow terrible things to happen as long as he still looks good. And I cannot fathom that mindset. It is truly the mindset of I can do no wrong, and that's just fucked up.
Have a pedophile in your community, like an open pedophile, and you're basically admitting he's a pedophile.
Oh no, let me tell you this.
Okay,
I will say this. I don't know anything about that because I make it a philosophy. I do not personally research my views.
Oh my God, he has his own philosophy.
Of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Ramen Brayman Super Chat $4.99. This part is so telling. He will do anything as long as it makes the detractors wrong. Think about the moral implications of that type of behavior.
Yeah, exactly. And again, thank you, Ramen Brum, for the $4.99. Tino says, Phil said BTK was a good guy, but he had a family and a wife. Tino, BTK does in fact have a daughter and a wife, please tell me this is hyperbolic and that it's a joke and that he never said BTK was a good guy, because that is so ate the fuck up.
Viewers, I think that's fucking creepy. That I would spend my time every time that someone says something about someone, I gotta go search their socials, I gotta go to their YouTube page and search their history.
Wait, may I say one thing? Sorry, may I say one thing? Okay, so you're saying people did research outside the realm of your show and
Right.
whatever. I get what you're saying there. Well, if Derek was caught and you found out that the police found something on him and he's in the middle of a trial right now, and he was a pedophile, right? And it wasn't the detractors or anything. It was through legal whatever, right? Then would you ban him because it wasn't detractors?
Well, how would I find out about that? Like how?
Wow! Are you kidding me? It's a fucking hypothetical. I am trying not to scream right now. Like my girl has been like, bro, in the past been like, you're starting to get out of control. I can hear you from the fucking basement. But what the fuck? Answer the hypothetical. At least answer the hypothetical. How are you not? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Now I understand. Oh my God.
How would I even know
A
that?
fan of yours goes, I live in the same city as him and I saw him on the news, for example.
Movie sign with a $2 says, hey, people thought Ted Bundy was a nice guy too. That's true. Ted Bundy wasn't the one who dressed up like the clown, was he?
Well, what if it was Harvey Weinstein? Like, how bad does somebody have to be before you're like, well, I don't want to associate with this guy?
So if
You know what I
Hitler
mean?
was on my stream and was still alive, I'd be Hitler, right?
Yeah.
And then Thistlethorn, don't worry, movie, you'll come back up. But Thistlethorn hit me with a $5 and says, the look on their faces makes me think Phil isn't going to be a guest again here. You can feel their frustration at this entire debacle. That is correct. I honestly think that this actually may have shined a light on how Phil is and why certain detractors like myself, Atlas, that was John Wayne Gacy. Thank you. Other detractors Detractor Beam, Atlas, Vega, all of us. We don't go after Phil just for funsies. We don't do it because it's malicious fun. There is a purpose. There is something that drives us beyond whatever fame you could say that this is, or whatever financial incentive that you could say this is, or whatever attention that you could say this is, that there is a purpose to this.
The U.S. government actually made $2 bills. What morons.
Thank you again, Movie Side, for the $2. Greatly appreciated. Tino says, the tism is on Facts of Phil. He said was a good guy who threw it all away just to be famous. Wow. He had more than one I say super crazy video on the PDF files. Wow. Again, Thistlethorn, I don't know how the fuck they even kept a straight face through this. But thank you for the $5. Oh, that's not dollars. That's pounds. Thank you.
I am the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Thistlethorn super chat £5. The look on their faces makes me think Phil isn't gonna be a guest again here. You can feel their frustration at this entire debacle.
Again, absolutely. Just got trying to find the click. Dist Optimist says, how would I know you were told? Yeah, exactly. And again, this is just a hypothetical, and I don't know why he's bucking it so hard. God damn it. Fenrir, would you get away from my headphone cable, please? Thank you. Go. Go see mama. Go on. Go boy. Go boy. Sorry. All right. Let's keep going.
Get off Hitler 1488 was an active user on your stream. Would you ban him? Because he's only Defier in Germany, and you don't know anything about that, right?
Wow.
Yeah, and this is actually a really good antithesis or anti point to it. So, hey, if you didn't know anything about the little man with the mustache, would you ban him?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, that's a good point. But and I totally understand what you're saying. I do. Let me tell you, I've gotten a lot of shit over this. And here's the funny part. What the fuck does this have to do with me?
Oh my God! What do you mean? What does it have to do with you? You're enabling you're giving him a venue.
It's not even anything I've done or ever. I gotta take shit because someone got dirt on a viewer of mine who talks a lot in chat or whatever. And again, the other things you've been told are not true. He's not a moderator. He doesn't regularly make any content for me. He's had one tier maker that I made. That's it. Like, that's literally the extent of that. And then he talks
so if he does have playlists of little girls on his channel, he's creeping on little girls. Do you disavow that behavior?
Oh, absolutely I do. Absolutely.
So you disavow Derek then?
Yeah, I don't.
Hold up. Gotta see here. What's up with this guy's ripped avatar, too cowardly to film himself gossiping about other men, but he desperately wants to be known as a muscle man? Bro, you can go see my lifts. I actually have a freebie. It's Lifting with the Bro Part 1. You can actually see that for free, and if you become a member, you can actually see all my lifting videos. Are you okay? Did someone hurt you? I mean, you're welcome here. I'm concerned, but, welcome. I haven't seen you before.
Condone any of that, but at the same time, I'm not going to go out of my way to find out who everyone is or what they do outside of the realm of my stream.
Me and Josh have both looked at it as of yesterday, saw that it was foul and disgusting, and now
Thank
we're
you for the
bringing it
fiver.
to you.
I just realized something. This makes him way more disgusting. Remember, Phil knows his audience is children. Yep, that's true. That is true.
We're credible. Like, I'm trying to help you.
Am I okay? Yeah, I'm good, man.
I know. But I totally understand where you guys are going.
You are totally correct that if you ban this guy, the detractors will start looking
For
into your
those that
viewers'
don't know,
heart.
the U.S. government actually made $2 bills. What morons?
Thank you again, Dist Optimus, for the 2. Greatly appreciated.
You are totally correct. That is a completely
And mods, before you're tempted to, don't boot him.
accurate assessment. But wouldn't you still not want this guy to be in your community or your audience and openly known as this guy? Because I'll swing it the other way. If you, it's a no-win situation. That's correct.
Joe G, been in the Detractiverse, just finding you now. Big ups, my dude. Hey, man, welcome, and thank you for the fiver. Greatly appreciated. Dapper, you as
All
well.
these super chats are great, but remember, you don't matter unless you tip.
The Dapper Dragon has just super chat $5. I just realized something that makes this way more disgusting. Remember, Phil knows his audience is children.
And again, well, he says they're not, but yeah, we all know he is. Joe G, again, thank you again. Greatly appreciated. And Dist Optimist with a 2 says, anyone remember when Phil had a curated audience? Yeah, that's right. He picked and chose them, don't you know?
That's right. Don't ban him. If you ban him, then the detractors will look into your other viewers, and you're completely accurate about that. But if you don't ban him, if you do nothing, then they will just continue to bring this up with an accurate line from the point A to point B.
Also, I forgot to mention Automata, the Gaslight Me Harder. The only way that happens if it's Gaslight Me Harder Daddy. You got to throw that one in there. Sorry.
And it will always be there, and it will always haunt you. And people will always ask, well, why the fuck doesn't he just ban this guy if he knows about it? It's a no-win situation. I agree.
You're right.
But I think that one option is better than the other.
So to answer that, at least in my experience, and I'm 42 years old. I don't know how.
Remember, you don't matter unless you tip.
Joe G has just super chat $5. Been in the Detractiverse and just finding you now. Big ups, my dude.
Thank you again, Joe G, for the fiver. Greatly appreciated. Spaghetti Sam says, so you think the streamer that cultivated a community of children should be concerned about a PDF in the flock? Yeah. I've cultivated a herd of sheep. Let me go ahead and bring in a wolf. That sounds like a really good idea.
Old you are, Josh, but I'm 42 years old. I've learned in my 42 years on this planet that I would much rather deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't.
No, absolutely not. No. I want to hear that again.
So to answer that, at least in my experience, and I'm 42 years old. I don't know how old you are, Josh, but I'm 42 years old. I've learned in my 42 years on this planet that I would much rather deal with the devil I know.
For those that don't know, the U.S. government actually made
I'm backing it up again.
bills.
I'm sorry. I want to get the whole thing. Thank you again, Dust Optimist. I need to hear this. I need to hear the whole thing.
One option is better than the other.
So to answer that, at least in my experience, and I'm 42 years old. I don't.
That first of all, being 42 years old has nothing to do with this at all. Being however seasoned you are, however worldly you are, has nothing to do with the fact you have a direct threat you are enabling.
I don't know how old you are, Josh, but I'm 42 years old. I've learned in my 42 years on this planet that I would much rather deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't. And
what devil that you don't know or would you be dealing with?
I mean by that is, I know who Derek is. I can't confirm or deny what you guys are saying because I've literally
How can you say you know who he is when you won't look into it?
Triple P gets another fucking notch of respect right here.
I know who he is in my chat. I know who he is as part of.
This is flat out delusional, though. Like, if you look at his
There's another notch.
Twitter account, it's just straight up porn.
Okay, I believe you. You're telling me this now as a neutral third party, correct? You're neutral.
Yeah, and we think it's very foul. Like Phil, this is not like, oh, someone's kind of like an incel or weird or whatever. And
or playlist this is like hundreds of videos of just little girls doing innocuous things.
Actually,
it's genuinely fucking creepy.
Yes.
Well, if this is what you guys are telling me, then yeah, I'm going to ban him.
Okay, hold on. Why did it take these three to do it? Why not us? Why not anybody? Why couldn't you Gengar Green, fuck, with the tenor, says Theory, Derek is Phil's hookup, which would explain why Phil defended him so vehemently. Detractors excluded. So Phil
will go
has a way
way
to keep both his hands and browser history clean.
Gengar Green super chat $10 to buy cat DoorDash. Theory, Derek is Phil's hookup, which would explain why Phil defended him so vehemently. Detractors excluded. So Phil has a way to keep both his hands and browser history clean.
I that actually kind of tracks, Gengar Green. I don't want to admit it, but yeah, that actually kind of makes sense.
Let's go! Yeah, honestly,
hold on. The devil, that was the devil I knew. You understand?
Yeah,
So I can deal with that. I know how to deal with this guy. Talks a lot in the chat and whatever, and it's annoying to certain people.
Whoa. He talks a lot in the chat. He said, I know he's going to say, oh, yeah, he needs a lot of attention. Wouldn't that be considered spamming the chat, my dude?
I got to hear people talk about what he does in his personal life. But now when I ban him, now I got to deal with the devil I don't know. What's the next person who's now going to get harassed by my detractors? And I don't want this to be like Phil's viewer hunt.
I understand that, but I think regardless of what you do, your viewers are going to get harassed.
And they're still going after your other viewers, dude.
Exactly. Now, I do know this part, and pay very close attention to it. And remember that earlier today, Phil's own words were, I do not reciprocate well, or I do not respond well to negative attacks, basically saying I don't respond well to threats. I don't respond well to negative reinforcement. Okay? That was his take today.
There were whales on the DSP channel who got doxxed, and I think that was one of the other things where I was kind of irritated with people on the DSP board because they were doxing. Like, I don't remember his name, but there was a guy that gave you a lot of money, and simply because he gave you a lot of money.
You have to understand something. What you're describing right now is a normal day of behavior on that forum about me. That's not like the exception to the rule. That's literally what happens every time a whale shows up to support me. They get doxed on your forum.
And that's why the Derek thing doesn't matter, because it's like, they're going to be pieces of shit no matter what. And honestly, like, we're telling you right now, I swear, Phil.
Here it is. Here it is.
We've been as nice as possible. I gotta say, this Derek guy is twisted. Like,
it's just bad news, Phil. And you gotta get rid of this guy. Like, you know, you didn't know until today, but now you know. And I'm
and yeah, Dapper, I did notice that he outright called his fan a whale.
Just telling you, man. If you don't,
it gets worse if you don't do anything about it.
It gets way worse if you don't get rid of him. And quite frankly, our audience isn't going to tolerate Derek, and and nor do I. I'm not going to tolerate Derek either. And some people in chat saying, why haven't you banned Derek from the chat? If Derek hasn't been banned from our chat already, I advise every single mod to ban him, because I honestly, like, it's just this weird, creepy stuff. Like, he's got lolicon going on his Twitter. He had that YouTube playlist of little girls, and then everything he talks about is porn all the time. And it's just a bad look for you to be associated with it, Phil. And I think if you were to cut this cancer off at the legs and just throw him the fuck out, I think you would win a lot of respect and support from people.
He would have, except it had to be spurned on by these three. After 6 years of being told that Derek is this way, and him defending Derek, and him saying, no, and all this shit. After all that, finally, two guys that he's known for less than 6 months convinced him to do it. Magically. And that there's the issue.
And here's the thing what you just said. So if you were to cut the cancer off, but the thing is, he's not me. He's just a dude in my chat. So I get what you're saying. The only reason that association ever existed is because my detractors went and stalked the guy to figure out the information. I'm not being sympathetic to what he's doing. I'm sympathetic to the fact that this guy
16 to 24, sorry.
never did that in my chat. And then the rules now are going to become, well, now if you ever do anything that's deemed immoral, Phil might ban you from his chat.
The
and I don't want people to think that.
Surpasses a lot of immoral stuff, in my opinion. And also, we have a lot of viewers here. If someone went and found something on one of the viewers, and it was like they're fucking, pedophile, this, that, the other.
Dude, by the way, I don't care who you are. I don't care if I'm the bestest friend of them in the chat, so to speak, in the interwebs. You find out somebody is actually into harming kids, you tell me. You back it up with whatever facts you have, but you tell me. And if it is true, if it is valid, they will be fucking gone.
We'd surely ban them without even a thought, right? Yeah. Especially if it turned out to be true. And you're like, okay, this guy, and it's not like it's like a rumor. It's this guy on his main channel. You click view channel, and he's got it open. Like, he's like, here it is, guys.
Yep.
And we really think that, I know what you're saying, that your detractors will be crazy and psychotic and go after other people, but they'll do that anyway. And I'd respect you a lot if you just got rid of him. And, it sort of puts a precedent to, I will not let people who believe in the shit in my chat.
I'm just saying the proof is like overwhelming. Like, it's undeniable when you look at it. It's just too overwhelming to deny. So,
and this is a massive W for the Kino boys. Right. Again, I'm not a fan of them. Their energy's a bit too high for me. They're a bit too sporadic. And I actually saw Triple P's asshole in a tweet, and I'm never gonna unsee that. They're not my cup of tea, but I don't have anything quote unquote against their kick channel, right? But I gotta say, this was a big W for them.
So
Done. All right. So, I mean, I'll be honest. Here's my final statement on it. It makes me sad for two reasons. Number one, it makes me sad to know that this guy does all that shit, because I've heard it for like 2 years now. And I'm just like, it's just the detractors, right? Maybe they're exaggerating. They're making it up. The philosophy, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to look into it, because if I do, I've broken my own moral code that I'm not going to look and stalk and harass my own viewers. So that's why I haven't done it until today.
That's not harassing your own viewer if they're touching kids. Like, I feel like Phil does not understand the implication of like the absolute psychological scarring that becoming a victim to a touch offender will have on a child. Like, it is extremely upsetting.
But now that you guys have said this to me, I believe you. I don't think you have anything to gain by lying to me. So I will be banning him when he shows up, because you know undoubtedly he's going to show up in my chat this week, and I will ban him on all of my channels. Okay, that's
a righteous decision, King.
Well, here's why I'm sad. All right,
Yeah.
to be honest with you guys, from what I know of the guy in my chat, he actually was like a good person in the chat.
What?
He seemed nice. He seemed nice, yeah.
He's a nice guy. He adds nice comments. I mean, he's
whoa.
needy. He always asks, "Hey, talk to me. Why is he not talking to me?" Right? But he has very nice, positive comments.
What?
You know,
He brings what does that mean?
But Phil,
no, he needs attention.
Let's
You know what
just
I'm
try
saying?
not to talk positive about the pedophile, right, Phil?
No,
Yeah. Let's talk positive about the pedophile. Yes.
no, just understand. If you separate that, because that was my philosophy.
He's got candy for the kids.
When this guy showed up
He
to
was
the
a great
chat,
guy.
he came with this entire van full of candy. It was so nice. Everyone got their favorite.
This is like you know someone for a while, and you only know, like, let's say you're at work, and someone at work is someone you're friendly with, right?
Bruh, okay, here's the deal. I know what he's saying, and this is such the wrong take to have, okay? I think I said this in a my actual PDF dissection. There was a video that came out that was all about how they're trying to normalize PDFs as a sexual orientation. And I did it's one of my least watched videos. It not because it's, bad or anything, but it's not about DSP. It literally is not about DSP. And so, who the fuck wants to watch a video of mine that's not about DSP? But in that, I said, if I had a friend of mine that I was best friends with throughout the entirety of my life, we grew up together, we were bestest buds, and I had a child. And that guy confessed to me, I'm sexually attracted to your child. That man would never see me again. Ever. Not, oh, hey, let's go get you some help. We're done. We're done. I don't care how nice you've been, how much candy you've given to my child, how much time we broed out. I don't even care if we fucking fought together. Okay. You tell me that we're done. I don't understand this take here. I do not understand how DSP can think like this.
Right? And you're like, wow, they're a really nice guy. Then you find out 2 years later that this guy's a scumbag, like something like this. That's the feeling I have about him. But you guys are absolutely correct, so I'm going to get rid of him because I trust you.
God bless you, Phil. I appreciate that. Josh, give us your thoughts here, and then we'll go back to Phil, and we'll do a few more rounds of questions here.
Just real quick here, Tetrabacks with 25 gifts.
Wow, big
Thank you
support.
so much, and appreciate all you here. All right, sorry, go ahead.
It's not a unique problem, because there's another person who has a large following.
And by the way, I know earlier on the stream I said, Doody might be able to stop by about an hour ago. But given what I was seeing in the chat there, I'm guessing he's fighting battles that and he's probably not going to have time. So if you had hope, I would go ahead and probably back that hope off.
Called Chantal, and her top moderator for years was this guy who got outed as a convicted sex offender. And
I thought he did, Reaper.
She finds out, and she's like, well, that sucks. He's been the fast of the streams for 3 years now. But bye-bye.
It's sick and twisted, and we respect that you're doing that. I know it's sort of like everyone was saying this, and I get it. You don't want to listen to your detractors because they do exaggerate or lie about some stuff, sure. So you're like, but we're just telling you straight up, this is a 110%. It's not even a question. But yeah, I respect that, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Dude. Yeah.
Wow,
Do you have any other questions for Josh?
That's really fucked up then.
Phil, specifically about the forum or about
Yeah, like for example, like there's a couple specific instances I'd like to bring up and get his take on it.
Oh, he'll try, Leia. Or I don't know if it's Lado or Leia, but I'm just going to call you Lado. There we go.
So for example,
Phil is upset. At this point, the energy has completely shifted. He is now having to ban his bestest buddy ever, if he even does it. And you can actually see he's not as wide stance. Like, where are we? We're at 32, 329.22. Okay. Just see if I can't compare this here real quick. Yeah. Notice the open body language right here. The arms kind of out at in an A pose, as opposed to being so closed off and tight. Yeah. He does not like where he is right now in terms of this. This has completely sapped his energy. Look how tight the arms in right now.
Specific instances I'd like to bring up and get his take on it. So for example, one of the things that's happened over the last couple of years is that my detractors have been harassing extended family members that myself and my wife have absolutely no
topical.
I can't unfuck her sister,
interaction with whatsoever. Okay, for the record, my wife does not have interaction with her family members. She has there's history there, and there's a reason she doesn't talk to them. She moved on from having other family. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a personal situation. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there's a reason for it, a good reason for it. Okay, my detractors went out of their way, and of course it's public information, to find out that she has a sister. Okay, they then contacted the sister, told the sister about where we live, who I am,
and the sister did a welfare check, and they basically made contact with Phil, and they were like, "We're fine, fuck off."
All of our fucking contact information and shit. They've gone on to sister and goaded her to do streaming. They've thrown the sister money. And if you really want to know how it all started, it was my thread on Kiwi Farms, because they found all that information and they posted it up there. And now it's been an
Okay, I'm not
ongoing
being rude,
thing.
but is this the woman that a user from the Kiwi Farms had sex with?
I can't like unfuck her sister, you know?
I have no idea. I don't know.
There's a thread, and I want to say it's someone related to Kat that somebody hunted down and had sex with. Yeah, and there's pictures of it on the forum.
So,
I think
so
I
you
damn
see
that-
what I mean? This is the kind of shit that shows up on.
Yeah, dude, and if I'm not mistaken, Fort Worth Raised is correct. She was a sex worker. Like she advertised that you can buy time with me.
My forum. It's like, what does this have to do with anything with us? We have no association.
And Pyroclastic, that is also correct. That not only did her Twitter say that, but the police reports from the FOIA that I got also say that as well, that she's trying to get in contact with her, get in contact with her mother. That was in the police narrative.
Association with this person. We don't talk with this person. To our knowledge, this person might have some issues, and so we don't want to be associated with this person. So
You can't afford $11.95?
why is any of this existing on Kiwi Farms? Is that not like the
Oh, it's just Lee? Okay.
level that you would think, wow, that's kind of extreme. This shouldn't be in the Dark Side Phil forum. What does that even have to do with Dark Side Phil?
Go ahead, Josh.
I mean, I did ban them, but I can't like unfuck her sister, you know? It's already happened. It's already done and posted on the internet. I can't do anything about that.
Yeah. So, but why is it in my forum?
Because she's associated to you.
Well, it has nothing to do with me.
You.
It has nothing to do with me.
It does.
I mean, it does.
You may not like it, okay? I've got a sister that has started to turn her life around, very, very much so. She's my eldest sister. And but prior to, say, a decade ago, I didn't want anything to do with her. If I had a public persona, if I had people who knew me online, and they went and they were like, "Oh my God, we found this out about bro's sister," I mean, I'd have to address it. It would go up in a forum post. It would have to be addressed at all times if somebody brought it up. You know, that's the way it is. That is being a public persona. Vega with the 2, 1195 versus 1651. Which one wins? Vega's out here asking the real questions.
That's why it happened. The event happened because she was related to your wife.
But that's not me. It's the Dark Side Phil thread.
You know, that's one of the things that I really wish they would have brought up. I know that they brought up Derek, but I really wish they would have brought up Kirk as well.
It's not the Cat Brunel thread, right?
I mean, in some ways it is. She's married to you, and the Bible says that you become one spirit. So technically, she's joined to the forum.
I'm sorry, but no, that's where I got to draw the line, dude. So now you're saying just because I have a public persona, that literally anyone who has ever had an association with me in my life needs to get drawn into this drama sphere.
Yes. Welcome to a public persona. Bruh, you think you want fame. You think you want fame. But the paparazzi would absolutely just drive you absolutely batty. Kirk, KG. Do I not know KG Reaper?
That's bullshit. Because that's a cope.
Oh, he was a Vaushta. Oh my.
That's what that is. Because you know that having family members that you don't have.
Yeah, exactly. Ask Patrick Mahomes about his brother.
Any association with being drawn into drama is bullshit. Come on, Josh. Just fess up and be like, yeah, that's extreme. That definitely shouldn't have been on there.
No.
I mean, that guy should not have done that, but the fact that it happened and that he recorded it and posted it on the internet, it doesn't matter if it's on the forum or not. Like, that happened.
Yes. Data is what data is.
Okay. It could be on the internet. Does it belong on the Dark Side Phil forum, and should it still be there right now?
That is probably the most accurate position to put it, and you can't put a genie back in the bottle. You just can't. That's not how it works.
Yeah, so he's going to take a libertarian stance here, which I also agree with. I agree with libertarianism, which basically says, why the fuck is the federal government telling us anything at all what to do? The 9th and 10th Amendment exist, which basically says the states are allowed to enforce law that is not dictated within this Bill of Rights. So I am very much so on that.
For those that don't know, the U.S. government actually made $2 bills. What morons.
Thank you again, Iviga, for that. And so, fuck, where was I going with that? Yeah, fuck the government, exactly. Fuck, where was I going with that? Oh, well, fuck it.
But is it there right now?
Hold on.
Position to put it, and you can't put a genie.
That's where I was going with it. The guy made posted the video, posted whatever information. Fine. It's out there, whatever. Is the video itself illegal? No. Leave it. Is the guy posting it, did he do bad by posting it? Yes. The guy's banned. The video still exists, probably under either an anonymous pseudonym or banned user, so that way there is reference, which allows context within the body of the forum. If there's something to be said legal-wise, if somebody like Kat's sister, if Jenna were to submit a takedown request, I think there might be something there. But in terms of does he have to take it down? The answer is no.
Genie back in the bottle. You just can't. That's not how it works.
But is it there right now?
I believe so.
Probably.
And should it be? Yes or no? Should it be on a forum about me?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. That if you're throwing darts and you throw that dart, this bullseye for that is probably going to be like where it lands is going to be closer to you than anybody else. Like where else is it going to go? Categorically speaking, where does it go?
I'm going to be like very frank with you. That is an ultimate code because basically what you just said is anything goes. That's like saying I was walking down the street and I looked at a guy.
Yeah, but in political theory, Clayton, Eugene, anarchy cannot exist until if one person is stronger than another, anarchy cannot exist. A government will come about, even if it's just the stronger man has the say.
And I nudged him. Oops, he could be on Kiwi Farms tomorrow because I nudged the guy walking down the street. He should be doxxed. Like
what?
Well, that's extreme.
With Christian, one time he took a picture of a black woman at a BK and posted it on the internet and said, "This woman gave me poor service. The troll should dox her," and they did. And it's on the forum.
Chris Jan took the picture of the woman, posted it on the internet. That makes it appropriate to Chris Jan to post on his forum. I have absolutely no association with this woman. I don't know her.
She's your sister. Yes, thank you. Dorian, she's your sister-in-law.
Never speak with her. She has nothing to do with our lives. We don't speak with her, so we disowned that relationship. You are allowing people to now go outside the realm of what the forum thread is supposed to be and just toss anything on there. Say, what was on the internet? It's free speech. No.
Dude, he doesn't have it unless he took it from my fucking tweets. But technically speaking, as soon as I found out that it was Detective Stevenson, I think it was, guess who I called? Why? Because it has association to you. There is a direct link, okay?
You're allowing systematic harassment.
Yes.
You're allowing systematic harassment is what you're doing with your...
That's not harassment. Talking with somebody is not harassment. Reaching out to them is not harassment, okay? Yeah, and I truly do. I come from a state that has a very limited understanding or limited criminal element of the word harassment. We have telephone harassment. That's all we have. That's it. So somebody's like, "Oh yeah, this was one of my biggest pet peeves as a cop." I was like, "Oh, how do I go after this guy for harassment?" I'm like, "Have they called you?" It's like, "No." It's like, "Oh, okay. Well, then you can't. There is no such thing as harassment. They're stalking. Okay, they're stalking. We could go after them for that, but that's 2 or greater events which would cause a reasonable person to be placed in fear of their life or fear of great bodily harm." What did they do? They drove by. That's not stalking. That's also not harassment. You know. Yeah. Oh, they were in the same grocery store as I was. They've been in the same grocery store, like 5 times in the last month. Okay, and that's not technically harassing. Did they talk to you? No, it's just really weird. Did they make any threats? No, it's just really. That's not harassment. Okay, calm the fuck down, Phil.
Forum. I'm not allowing anything. If someone goes out and harasses, people and talks about it on the forum, they do get banned.
But it's on the forum right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guy got banned.
But you said the content is still on the forum. You banned the guy who posted the content, but you left the content up?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. What am I going to do with it? Pretend it didn't happen.
Oh, so this is interesting because I didn't even know this. So what you're saying is if someone violates the forum rules, you will ban them, but you do not remove the infringing or the bad content. You leave it there?
Correct.
It depends on a concept of harm reduction. If it is, for instance, I'll give you 2 adjacent perspectives. Let's say that somebody has sex with Kat's cousin or whatever and posts that on the internet. Well, that's out there. It's going to get proliferated around. It's going to get spread regardless of what happens. If someone posts nude images of their own girlfriend randomly in the forum, that would be against the forum rules, and it would then be prudent to delete them because it's just a harmful use of the site without any connection or purpose. But when it comes specifically to content about high-profile people, there is literally no reason. There's no good being done there.
You don't think there's good being done to remove that content from that forum right now? You don't think that would be in the best interest of everyone involved, of this woman who they're actually stalking and doing things to get content? You don't think, and she has nothing to do with us.
But when you say stalking, there is no coordination to do this. This guy said, I'm gonna contact this woman, and I think he found her profile like a hookup site or something, and it's like he didn't conspire, he didn't use the forum as a tool to accomplish this. He did it, and then he talked about it on the internet, and there's no way to undo that.
That is correct. So what this is the segmentation of action, or like the separation between Phil's ego or what he perceives as all action is against. This is main character syndrome. That's what it is. He's, well, this was done against me. No, it wasn't. It was not done against you. The guy did his own research and he went out and fucked her. Okay. Then he put it on the forum and said, this is Kat's sister, ergo his brother or his sister-in-law. Mwahaha. Okay. Oh, that's harassment of me. Actually, that's more harassment of her than anything. You're not the victim here, Phil.
To me, okay.
Is it revenge porn though?
It could be, but in revenge porn as a crime does not exist. Maybe in some states, but at a federal level, there exists a tort of non-consensual pornography.
This dude knows his shit so goddamn well.
So if she was unaware that he was recording,
or at least he puts on the act very well.
she could sue him under that tort, but she could not sue the platform, and she may even be able to get a court order to take things down, because sometimes I do that, and if I get a court order, then I get a court order, and that's just what it is.
Like, hasn't 8-0 tried to take, I know you can't probably talk about it, hasn't she tried to take legal action against you about
She's tried to invoke VAWA, which is called the Violence Against Women's Act, and that's the act that has this tort for non-consensual pornography, but as I explained, it's a tort between two parties that doesn't involve the platform, and it may result in a court order to remove content.
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually really a great point. This actually goes back to Phil's bullshit with YouTube. YouTube doesn't take any action. YouTube doesn't this. YouTube doesn't that. Okay. If somebody, in terms of revenge porn or the Violence Against Women Act, if it's out there on Pornhub, if it's out there on this, if it's out there on that, like Pornhub has policies that if you are in content, I think you can submit a takedown claim. They will take it down if they can establish the identity or something like that. I'm actually not really up to speed on how that works, but I've heard that's what happens. It also allows them to combat things like revenge porn, so that way they don't have to be privy to this shit. However, let's say for the sake of argument, Pornhub didn't have that policy in place, that you could ask it to be taken down, and somebody does do revenge porn, and that is illegal in the state of Texas, we'll just say, right? And so they go after and they say, Pornhub is hosting this shit without my consent. Okay, who provided it to him? My boyfriend did. How did your boyfriend get custody, care, and control of that video? Well, he took it. Okay, so that's his then. Well, no, it's revenge porn. Okay, so now we're going to go against the Violence Against Women Act. You need to bring your claim against your ex-boyfriend. Okay, well, what about Pornhub? What about them? They are not involved in this. They are a separate entity. Now, that is, of course, if no such policy or law existed that a quote-unquote victim could take it down, at least to my understanding. Once again, I am not a lawyer. I have no legal background with the exception of my time in law enforcement. Do not take legal advice from me. What I'm trying to explain here is that, technically speaking, from what I'm hearing, Noel is actually correct. Whoever, if Kat and Jenna want to go after the guy, they can go after the guy, but they're not going to go after Kiwi Farms.
But as the tricky thing with revenge pornography in particular is that the person photographed does not own the copyright. The pornographer does. So unless the pornographer wants it down.
It's a copyright issue.
It is literally a copyright issue usually. And there's famous cases where people have bought the rights to their pornography so that they could use copyright to take it down. But if there's no cooperation there, then that can't happen. But in generally speaking, if it's pure malice and no association with anything tangentially related to the forum, then it will get taken down. But if it's a high-profile person, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, it's out there.
Well, first of all, that statement's false. There is something you can do about it. You could remove it from your forum right now, and then people would have to seek it out elsewhere. Again,
oh my
it's
God.
the variety of Kiwi Farms.
But we discussed this. If I started censoring things.
Lyrical Thesis with $1.99. Thank you. Alan Forever, Lupa, Crystal Torres killed it. I have also copied and pasted that to my notepad to take a look at after the stream. Thank you very much for the $1.99.
People would go to an alternative site. I don't censor things, so they stay on the forum where there's a moderating spirit to it.
That's correct. So basically what you're saying is because it's on your site, you feel you're the best.
Dude, the story of Tracy Lords is so fucked up.
Person on this planet to be moderating this kind of content. You're the best man for the job. No one else could do better than you, and therefore that's why you feel you have this obligation.
That's a deep philosophical question that was raised by Christopher Hitchens. Who among you would you select as your censor? I select myself. I don't think that there's another person on the forum who's better capable of doing what I do than I do.
Dude, that is just so fucking gangster. Like, listen to the tone that he gives when he's asking this question.
No one else could do better than you, and therefore that's a sin.
To it.
That's correct. So basically what you're saying is because it's on your site.
So basically what you're saying is this is supposed to be
the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Thank you again, Lyrical Thesis, for the two. The energy that he has at this point is one of I am morally superior, I am better, and there's no way you're getting around this question.
You feel you're the best person on this planet to be moderating this kind of content. You're the best man for the job. No one else could do better than you, and therefore that's why you feel you have this obligation.
That's a deep.
The fact that he has this sounds almost canned, but the fact he has this answer ready so fucking fast. Again, I'm going to take a look at. I don't know what his body language is going to do, but right now he's fairly open. I'd say he's fairly open. I want to see what he does. Let's go.
Deep philosophical question that was raised by Christopher Hitchens. Who among you would you select as your censor? I select myself. I don't think that there's another person on the forum who's better capable of doing what I do than I do.
I'm not saying your forum. I'm saying in general. Do you think there's anyone better who could do a better job?
If there's if there's a more capable person, I don't know him.
Okay, because
he's still pretty broad. He's still pretty broad, but he's swaying a bit.
Look, this leads to a question like, why do you continue to own and operate Kiwi Farms? To my knowledge, you have been through the ringer with this thing. People are really coming after you legally. They're trying to take the site down.
Yeah, because well, this is going to be weird to you, Phil, but he believes in his site. He believes in what he's doing. It is his purpose. It is his calling, so to speak, even.
Because of stuff that's been on it, and you just keep going. You've gone from host to host, getting kicked off, going here, going there. Why?
Yeah, that's called passion, you fuck.
Why do you keep maintaining this site if it's causing you so much pain and problems?
Because I love it. It's the best site on the internet.
I don't really even know what to say there except fucking duh.
So you just love drama and gossip so much that you feel like that's your thing, and you just...
Oh my god.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
I just
want to keep it going.
Phil,
did you hear that? I think the site is one of the most entertaining sites that has ever existed. I use it every single day. I post about like 3 to 5 times a day, depending. I keep up to date with a lot of the stuff, not everything, but I do keep abreast. I do a podcast about stuff that happens on the forum.
Sometimes you've said that it hasn't made you the happiest in life, right?
Yeah.
Like sometimes it's cost you a lot of opportunities in life, and sometimes you've been sad about the state of it, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, sometimes it's like there are days like during Dropkey.
Dude, the scowl on Phil's face, I know it's low res right now, but dear God, man.
Farms, there was a time where it was like 3 a.m. where I was at, and I was literally just sitting with my hand in my head staring at a terminal that couldn't connect to the IP address. I'm just thinking, what the fuck is the next step? But I continued to work at it because I enjoy my site. And during that time where my site was down, I tried to use other sites out of necessity. Like, okay, I want to talk to people, I want to socialize a bit. So I went to Discord, I went to Reddit, and I realized, God, all these places suck ass, and I hate them. And my forum is the best site on the internet. So I got to bring it back up, no matter what.
By the way, he's full bobblehead right now.
All right, back to you, Phil. What do you think about what Josh is saying here?
Yeah. Here's the thing. We're never going to come to any kind of an agreement because it sounds to me like Josh and I come from different places of morality.
Oh, dear fucking God.
Did you hear that?
This isn't a legal issue. It's not. I know for a fact that most of the stuff that's been put on the forum about me is legal. There is some stuff that has been illegal. All right, let's be clear here. There actually has been information that people broke laws to get, and that should never have been put on there, okay?
But it does, and it exists, and the knowledge is out there.
Okay, but as for the legality of most of it, legally, I don't know how much they could really ever come after you, Josh. And, that's not really what my issue is. My issue is morality. That
I've heard that the speech is bad. I don't know if I remember it.
I don't know if these guys will agree with me, but I can tell you from my own personal perspective, that site, your website, Kiwi Farms, I am telling you here 100% has hurt me and my family. 100%. It's hurt my business as well. This is not me trying to, get...
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Any sympathy from you, Josh. I'm telling you, your website has outright definitively hurt myself, my family, and my business.
I don't care.
And it continues to do so because it's the focal point for when people want to hurt us. That's the first place they go. Okay. So I'm going to give you an analogy that I've been
oh, dear God.
talking about on my streams recently. Maybe you can kind of understand my perspective. Okay. So let's say that I was rich and famous and I wanted to be like a philanthropist.
But you're not.
Okay. And I wanted to open up a community.
Wait a minute. I don't know. Oh, yes, I do. I know this one.
Center in a local area because, I thought it would help the community out. It's the best thing. It's the best community center ever. But what happens is the people, okay, good. The people here who go to the community center keep getting into fights. They keep beating the shit out of each other. Then, okay, we get it cleaned up. We get in there. That shouldn't have been there. All right. But then the next week, there's a knife fight. Someone gets stabbed. Someone's hurt. Oh my God, that sucks. Let's clean it up. Let's clean it up. So it's not 1 time, 2 times. This happens hundreds of times. People are actually getting hurt.
Okay, that's when you do a fucking you measure the totality of the circumstances. If you have 365 days a year and 3.6 days a year, something bad happens, that's a 1% fail rate. Okay, that's 99% of the time the community center is net positive. Okay, 1% it is not. Are you trying to tell us, Phil, that you are so fucking self-infatuated, your ego is so fucking big, that in the scenario that you're talking about, if you were the person that was getting the shit beat out of them, you were the only person that was getting the shit beat out of them because you're a piece of shit, we all know it, and that's why you got the shit beat out of you. But for everybody else that went to the community center, it was a boon. It was a blessing of the community. It actually raised people up. You would want it shut down because bad things happened to you. Like I said, this is the man who runs away from gunfire.
At this community center, and despite all of your efforts over the years to keep this community center a clean place, a fun place, a place where people are actually getting meaningful stuff out of it, God damn it, it's out of control and you know it. Do you keep that community center open and people continue to get hurt?
And I get it. Physical violence is something different. But given his analogy, if I knew there was a community center that would I don't know, get college people from disenfranchised locations into fucking Ivy League schools, right? And it was like, yeah, but, bro side has to show up to get the shit kicked out of him every day. I'd be like, maybe not every day, guys. Can we do it like once a week or something? But, I'd go get the shit kicked out of me to let a whole bunch of people have good things happen to them.
Or do you close the community center? What would you do?
I mean, right now the forum is probably the tamest it's ever been. Like as far as like back in the day, you gotta understand, back when the site was smaller, we could get away with a lot more. And as time has gone on, and as we've gotten more attention. I've had to stick closer to the rules, and be more careful about what I say and more careful about what I let people say on the forum.
Oh God,
you're
yes,
saying,
you
like,
would, Greg.
this community center sounds like a coliseum where you're just letting in the lions to tear at people, and you're just when people get mangled, they just sweep the bodies away and bring in the next gladiators or whatever. Really, over time, the site has gotten bigger, but also a lot more tame, and even your board is a lot more tame. So I would disagree. Now,
you did say we can get away with more. What do you mean by that? You used to be able to get away with more. Could get away.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, during the day, the site used to have people who were much more actively engaged in trolling, and I would turn a blind eye to it. But that hasn't been the case for like 8+ years now. We've really had to be more careful about what we do.
Okay. Yeah, Tino. Not only did everybody tell him that there was a pedo there, they were like, "Look, we looked it up. We have all this documentation. We have all this evidence." And he's like, "I don't care because that's outside of the community center." And then two dudes, after 6 or 8 years of however many people telling him this, two dudes show up for 2 months, and they're like, "Hey, you know what? People who talk shit about you, they're all dumb. We're your best friends now." And then they're like, "Hey man, you have a pedo." He's like, "Oh my God," and boots him.
All right, go ahead. What was your second point you were going to make, Joe? I'm sorry I cut you off, but
The other part is that you said, well, the Kiwi Farms has done harm to you. The Kiwi Farms is a collection of assets and licenses in the Zen4.0 forum software. That's the Kiwi Farms. But there are people on it who I completely believe you, have done harm to you, especially, like I said, people who choose to go after your supporters. I think OIC was the guy that they say they all hate the most. And I do believe that causes harm to you when people go after you. But I think if you were to name your top detractors and the people who are actively doing the most harm to you, you would find that most of them probably don't even have a presence on the forum.
Exactly.
Maybe,
I'm not on there posting.
Over time, the most damaging information and stuff has happened on the forum, but it's not the forum; it's people on the forum. And
yeah, that's the argument that it's not the gun that committed the crime; it's the person who shot the weapon.
That is correct, Phil. It is not the gun that committed the crime; it is the person that shot the weapon. Why does the person? Oh my God, he's gonna get me fucking going.
Absolutely correct.
I want to say something, because you've expressed in the past, Josh, that you might want to move on from the Kiwi Farms one day, that it holds you back potentially from having a family, from having a normal life. Is that still your plan to eventually move away from the forum, or?
Well, right now, I mean, it depends on how things go. Right now, things are looking up, and there's a potential that I can make things work. Every day seems a little bit brighter, and there's ups and downs, but overall, the trend from early this year to now, and from that time last year to then, has been an upwards trend. Everything seems to be turning around. And yeah, I mean, if there ever came a point where it's like the forum is the.
By the way, does anybody else see the whole with Phil? Is anybody else seeing the whole? This is not the Null show. I don't know why they're talking to him.
Reason I cannot progress in life, then I would have to move on from it. But right now, there's nothing that I want to do that the forum is getting in the way of.
Okay, I'll ask you this too, because there's some tough questions for Phil, and I'll give you a couple. Do you ever feel trapped by the Kiwi Farms? Like, do you ever feel like maybe the users kind of force your hand in a certain way, or you can't run it the way that you might want to run it because if you do it that way, people will come after you from the site?
As a whole, no, I don't feel like that. I feel that most people have a very, very, very high level of trust in me, and if I make certain decisions, even if it's unpopular, the overwhelming majority of people would understand.
Oh yeah, straight up, man. But that's because, Dapper, I firmly believe that the level of respect that both Triple P and Worski are giving, the level of respect that they give is directly proportional to the level of clown shoes that the person they're talking to is. They're talking to Null. Hey, how you doing? Everything's great. And we have questions for you. And thank you so much for coming on. Talking to Phil. Hey, King, you're the greatest thing ever.
Understand. There are certain pockets where people are less cooperative, and that's the DSP board, basically. Right. And maybe also the political area of the site.
But you never feel like you're a hostage king, like they're putting it like.
Hey, what up, Magnificent Walrus?
You're being forced to keep running the site, or else these.
I can bring it down at any time and disappear in an instant. People never know what country I'm in, what my name is. I could disappear in a second.
Okay.
I don't feel
exactly, Lawman.
We're stuck with you.
Nobody else can run this shit heap.
What up, zombie fan?
All right.
All right. Anything else, Phil, that you have for Josh, or you want to confront him about, or anything?
Oh, Null is their friend? I didn't know that.
I mean, again, this wasn't really about being a hostile confrontation. I wanted him to understand that his site is the facilitation of.
This absolutely was supposed to be a hostile confrontation, and the fact that it didn't go that way is just fucking delicious.
A lot of hateful content towards myself, my family members, and my business. I know he's trying to clean it up. I will agree with him. I did check the forums before this discussion, and it did look a lot cleaner than it had previously.
This gives me big Keem, I love you Keem energy.
But for me, I've now been through this so many years. It's like, what's the next thing? Because if right now, if someone were to hack one of my accounts, the first place you would find out about it is Kiwi Farms, because they'd be like, look at all the information I got from Phil's accounts. I know I probably shouldn't put it on the internet, but it's on Kiwi Farms. It's allowed, right?
Yeah.
So, but I don't think he's ever going to. I did not think our conversation was going to lead that. Like, Josh, I'm going to close this forum today. That's not even what I was going for.
I gotta say, so is Phil's bank leak still up on Kiwi Farms? Like, are all of his transactions laid out on there, or what was the moderation?
Phil, Mr. Burnell, aren't you going to say those weren't your bank leaks, Burnell?
Decision on that. They are still up.
I mean, it's another thing where it's like, if I delete it, it gets reposted to Twitter, it gets shared around by the detractors, it probably ends up on a different website. That was one of the things where I got angry with people in the forum. It's like, it's not okay to hack someone's bank account. It's like, I don't care if they're playing.
Truth. It is not okay to hack someone's bank account.
Fucking WWE on mobile or whatever the fuck, whatever justification you have for trying to prove that he's putting, all this money into some fucking gotcha game. It does not justify a federal computer fraud act violation. You know what I mean?
Well, it's psychotic though, isn't it? Like, where does it end? Like, where does it end? Because isn't there some guy also, I want to bring this and get this in as well. Isn't there some guy who's fucking with Phil's internet? Like turning it on and off and shit?
Yeah,
and he posted on Kiwi Farms the evidence that it was him.
Yeah, that's another thing where it's like, you're a fucking employee with Comcast. They have logs. They can see in the fucking logs that you're doing this. Why are you doing it?
Yeah, that was actually stupid as fucking, that was dumb as shit.
What fucking gain is there in doing this?
And we caught him. The tech and I went into my modem during a tech visit because we didn't know what the hell was going on, and we saw all the logins from this guy, and we're like, this guy doesn't realize that we have evidence that he logged in every time.
Yeah, does he not think that the largest ISP in the United States doesn't keep fucking logs when people log into a consumer modem? Like, are you nuts?
That's unhinged.
I will say though, Josh, at a certain point with these people, like, they don't really fit into the culture.
Yeah, we caught him. I did catch that, Zephin and Spaghetti Sam.
The rest of the site. Some of these detractors are committing fucking crimes, making you fucking look bad. Do you ever consider just washing your fucking hands of this shit? Because it's like, what?
With the DSP board in particular?
Yeah, like,
I mean, it's gotten close.
Like what? Like, walk us through some of these situations where you've got close in your thinking to where it's like, God looked at the world and he regretted what he made, and the flood came and washed this fucking shit away, and there was a rainbow. Like, walk us to where you came close to sending that flood.
I think I already have. It's the guy that hooked up with the cousin or whatever. That was bizarre. The Comcast shit was fucking bizarre. But and the bank leaks were fucking bizarre. The issue.
The sad thing is, Josh, and I know this from my personal experience, what they're doing is they're literally making it a competition at this point. Who can do the most fucked up thing? Even though they know they might even get in trouble for it, they don't even care anymore. They just will keep escalating as far as they can get away with. Even if they don't get away with it, that Comcast guy got shit canned,
So, but wait a minute. I thought the bank leaks weren't real.
But they don't care. They know if I do the most extreme thing, I can post it on Kiwi Farms. They used to do this in my video comments. Okay, let's say the most extreme doxing, racist thing in Phil's video comments. So there's only toxic shit in his comments. And then people would highlight that and put it in detractor videos, right? That's what they're now doing with Kiwi Farms, because I don't allow that shit in my content. They found a neutral place that they can do it. And this competition is going to continue because you're allowing it.
Well, people are allowed to say whatever they want.
Bingo!
There's no world where I would step on and say, like, oh, you can't say XYZ in regards to just, like, discussion posts.
But that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about discussion posts. We're talking about what we just said.
So now we're going to go ahead and be the thought police. We are talking about Phil. Therefore, these topics are now banned. Okay, great. 1984 fucking called.
Bank leaks, employees committing horrible acts against me and posting the evidence on your site. Talking about what we just said. Bank leaks, employees committing horrible.
Okay, so the bank leaks are real. Why are you spending $16.51 hundreds, if not thousands of times, Phil?
Acts against me and posting the evidence on your site, people fucking with extended family members. That's not a forum post.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I agree. That's like a weird game. I think like the people trying to prove like expenditure, like I think like the holy grail for like the detractors, and this is something that exists outside the forum, is the holy grail is like proving beyond a reasonable doubt that a majority of your spending goes to like mobile games. I think that's it. And they're really like hyper focused on that.
Yeah, no, I will agree there. And it's just, I get it, because that's the one thing that they feel like they got me on, because I'm not going to open my fucking documents and show you everything in my personal life.
Find me and he'll eventually say it, I think, but find me the counterclaim. They want to show that you spend lots of money. Okay, that on WWE or on mobile games. Okay,
hyper focus on that.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, I will agree there.
He'll agree.
And it's just, I get it, because that's the one thing that they feel like they got me on.
The one thing they feel like they got me on. Okay.
Because I'm not going to open my fucking documents.
Because I'm not going to open
and show you everything in my personal life, because then that opens up.
You know what? The thing is, you shouldn't have to open up any of the fucking documents. You shouldn't have to show your financial.
All right, now I'm going to stop here. Earlier in this interview, I said, "Hey, let's talk about we'll talk about the read technique." So the read technique in interview and interrogation is phase based, but basically, you are going in with the expectation of giving an accusation. Okay. You are going to accuse, depending, on the circumstances, obviously. Maybe you need to garner a little bit more information, but basically what you're doing is you'll be spending hours sometimes doing rapport building, talking about literally nothing, talking about the weather, talking about sports, talking about how their day was. And you're going to be taking notating things in your head, maybe not writing shit down, but the entire time you are building rapport. And some of the best interviews, I was not a great interview. I did not do great in interview and interrogations because I was, oddly enough, I was very impatient. Who would have thought? Me, impatient. And so I would be much better now if I was to go back and do it, but because now I understand the power that this has. After the rapport building phase, you kind of start asking the questions. Hey, what about this? Hey, what about that? So in this case, WWE champions, if you play it, that's your fucking money, bro. Blah, 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 blah. And sometimes you're actually asking them, or you're asking them questions that seem innocuous, but they allow for a confession of something. So as a, for instance, we're shooting the shit, we're rapport building, blah, blah, blah. So do you ever go shooting? And it's like, yeah, man, I go out to the range all the time. It's like, no shit. Do you prefer long gun? Do you prefer, do you go fucking trap shooting? What? No, I just take my 9 out, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And you guys just keep talking, you keep talking. And eventually you come to a crux of something like, so do you own a gun? No. I swore you said that you went shooting, very, very often and stuff like that. Okay. But the thing that I'm getting at here, rapport building to lower the defenses, to lower and to actually seem genuine is truly an art form. There are guys who cannot rapport build for shit. Okay. If on a scale of 1 to 10, I was probably a 4 at best. Okay. There are guys who are 1s. Then there are dudes who are 10s. And I have seen a 10 work. And I don't know how he does what he does. And it's insane. He could talk a nun out of her panties. I am seriously wondering if this may be one of the longest rapport building phases in a bastardized version of the Reed technique on the fucking planet from Triple P and Worski. Because they're about to minimize, which is another aspect of the Reed technique. They're about to minimize the crime, so to speak. The crime is having down from the rafters. Okay. That is the crime. They're going to minimize the shit out of that. Okay. By saying, just admit it. Even if it's a lie, just admit it. And eventually he's going to say, I am down from the rafters now. And you could actually watch in I can't say it for sure, but it looks like to me, literally a weight comes off Phil. Like he's just like, I finally said it. And perhaps it's just
Did you hear that?
I don't know, but if that is the play that they're going for here, they're executing it beautifully.
Statements, but this shit's been going on long enough, Phil. Like, you play WWE champions, you know what I mean? I don't think it's a problem that you play WWE champions and that you spend your money on WWE champions. It's your money, it's your supporters, and you should just be fucking open about it, because fuck them.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
You're right. The reason that it became so big is because at first I said I didn't. And so, again, with these people, it's the absolute. It's either you black or white. So because at one point I said I didn't, I always said I didn't.
But you said you swore you didn't, and that we were all idiots and we were morons and mouth rulers and blah, blah, blah.
No, actually, over the years, I have admitted I do play it. I do spend money on it. Now, what they say about it is wrong. They over-exaggerate to get that shock reaction of, from the viewership. They're purposefully saying, he spent, that video, I just looked at it yesterday from Doody. He says, Phil spent $2,448 on WWE Champions this weekend. No, I didn't.
Weekend? Come on.
Just this weekend. He's saying I spent that. Like, no, what the fuck are you talking about?
Anybody hear the octave shift?
Saying, he spent, that video, I just looked at it yesterday from Doody. He says, Phil spent $2,448 on WWE Champions this weekend. No, I didn't.
Weekend? Come on.
Just this weekend. He's saying I spent that. Like, no, what the fuck are you talking about?
But even if
now, granted, that could be excitement, that could be, exacerbation, whatever. But honestly, the octave shift seems really suspect to me.
You're a big baller, though.
Yeah.
You're a fucking king. Like, fuck them. Honestly, Phil, at this point, I would just say,
he haggled it.
Yeah. In reality, I had the conversation with my viewer yesterday. I says, what I might do is make a new account. And
why a new account?
Just start over
and show people how you built it up. Yeah.
Why a new account? What information does the old account give us, right? If you're going to play this game, right? and you're going to show an account name, what possible impact could the account name have other than to be down from the rafters? If you were DSP Mr. Smith, or if you were Mr. Smith on the fucking thing, right? On WWE Champions, what could we garner out of that, Phil? That you were Mr. Smith? I mean, if it's literally minimum amount of money, then, or minimal amounts of money, then you should be fine. This seems highly suspect to me. Wesley H with a $5. Thank you. Says it's worse because he admitted to be addicted to mobile games. Oh, he's about to again, and alcohol. But for some unexplainable reason, now he can do them casually. Yeah, it's miraculous, is it not?
You showed him how you.
Yeah, he did say new account. I caught that.
Bill did, and they played WWE champions all the fucking live long.
Well, I mean, that's like the serious long-term point of contention, though, is that because I think the down from the rafters account had happened during or immediately before.
This is absolutely critical. Okay, pay very close attention.
For the bankruptcy saga, so people are like, "Well, you're asking for this financial help, but it's like going to this game. Like, was it ever like
so? There's that
problem for you. Did you ever have like a problemed relationship with gaming?
When you mean that, what do you mean, like addiction to mobile games and stuff?
I remember you saying,
in particular with spending, not just in games.
You said about Supercard, not Champions, but you said with Supercard, you were kind of embarrassed with how much you spent on Supercard. Right?
That is correct. Supercard, it was like about a year, 2 years where I was spending on the game and playing the shit out of it, and it was like I definitely was addicted to it. You know, I'll admit it now. I was playing the fuck out of it for no reason. So win an event in Supercard, you had to play for like 8 hours.
Oh, you think so? So hold on. I'm sorry. I'm reading the number one YouTube
All these
shill
super
apologist.
chats are great.
Thank you
But
again,
remember,
Wesley.
You don't matter unless you tip.
Wesley H has just super chat $5. It's worse because he has admitted to being addicted to mobile games and alcohol, but for some unexplainable reason he can use them casually.
Yeah, magically. Who knew why? The number one YouTube shill apologist says Josh, who Null hates detractors. Kino Casino have their own pedophile problems. Just whitewashing Phil's reputation. They softball the questions. They let him lie filibuster and change subject. They never ask the real questions. You know, I agree and disagree at the same time. I think they actually did a remarkable job because they could have made this a lot more easy for Phil than it actually ended up being. Now, part of that is just how good Null was at answering questions. But in terms of when Null is not there, you are absolutely right. They softball shit to him. They whitewash it. They change the subject. They never ask the actual questions. You're absolutely correct.
Or straight without even interrupting. I would be like, I'd be streaming and I have to keep tapping the screen when I'm fucking streaming and shit to fucking play the fucking thing. That's how stupid these games are.
8 hours straight?
Yeah.
I agree. They should learn more and more.
Oh, dude.
And guess what? Guess what the best card I ever got was?
What?
Hogan.
Let's go.
Let's get those Hogan.
Okay, and that is so fucking cringe, and you can tell it's cringe. That was the Worski laugh, especially, was one like, oh my god, that is such a pretty picture. I'm gonna put it on the fridge. Watch.
Guess what? Guess what the best card I ever got was?
What?
Hogan.
Let's go.
Hogan. Let's get those Hogans, brother. The greatest wrestler of all time, who's helping make America great again, brother.
Right.
Fuck yeah.
But here's the thing. I've made a lot of bad financial decisions along the way.
Yeah.
No shit.
Many. You know, I stupid things. Wrapped up credit cards when I moved out here. I furnished a house way too expensive. I did dumb things. My plan was to move across the country, charge everything to a credit card, and continuously balance the credit cards by doing balance transfers for 2-3 years at 0% interest until I paid them all off.
Yeah, which is really, really dumb when you have 3% charges on the balance. Like a balance transfer is 3%, like at minimum.
Genius move that was, brother. Yeah.
I've been there.
You're not wrong, Spaghetti Sam.
I mean, I fucked my credit up. I fucked all my finances up. It's my fault. I went through the bankruptcy. But these guys now have realized this is their ongoing thing. They know I'm not going to open up all my fucking information for them. So they will just say it forever. So for me, I mean, did you notice I made a video last night? Oh, did you guys see yesterday? I actually did pull for a Hogan live on stream.
Yes, you pulled for a Hogan live on stream. Now what we got to do is get it on camera this time.
Yeah. Right.
There's the anti-minimization, or not the minimization, but the acceptance, right? So, for instance, a homicide. My job is to get you to say you killed him. Okay. Now we're going to be bestest friends, bestest buddies the whole time. Right. And I am going to sell you it was an accident. The second you confess, we're not done. We still have like 6 hours after the confession, because now I've gotten you past the bridge of I have confessed to homicide. Granted, you confessed to accidental homicide. So we'll say manslaughter. Now my job is to explain to you how, well, wait a minute, based on this, and this, I mean, it couldn't have been like too much of an accident. They couldn't have fallen, you know. Was there something else you forgot to tell me about? Because we're going to find out, you know, we're going to go back to where you said we were at or where it happened. And we're going to look for this stuff. And I'm not judging you. I'm not saying, but you know, you're coming clean with me about this now. Do you have any idea how it's going to look if you lie about these small details later? I mean, you've got to show that remorse. That's where we are right now. Ramen says, I don't think Inc. will they will be the ones to stab him in the back. They're just milking him forever for drama. I don't think there's a plan beyond that. And that may very well be the point, but I gotta tell you, there are some really eerie similarities to the long game of an interrogation here.
We gotta go the full way. Let's get a new account, fresh account, and just start playing it. And I guarantee you, people will support with contributions like never before to get you the best Hogans.
Yeah, like a boss.
And here's the positive outcome for you, and this is why you should do this, and this is why this, and this is why that. And eventually, if I can get you to believe that telling people down from the rafters and proving it is actually you, I'm going to make it so you think you've won. You're not, yeah, everyone makes mistakes. You're not a bad person.
And listen, Phil, you are going to be the best in the world at WWE Champions.
Which I don't even care.
Hogan
Again, clown shoes.
I really don't care that much about the game anymore. You know, years ago I did. I don't really care about it that much.
You say you love it, Phil. You love it. I love it. I play WWE Champions. I take the viewers' money. I do Hogan polls. Not only do I do Hogan polls with your money, viewers, I want you to understand, I take your money and I recklessly bet it on football. All the time. Like, I am a gambler through and through. That's why this show is called The
Keno Casino.
The Keno Casino.
I buy video games.
If Phil is genuinely a gambling addict and he's losing all his money, it's something that's actually kind of sad. Like, if you it's something where these games are designed and
this is so good. Who's the victim, ladies and gentlemen? Are you the victim? Are you the victim for not for giving, being ripped off? That Phil is spending your money? Are you the victim? No.
I am the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Thank you again, Ramen Brahman.
Ramen Brahman Super Chat $4.99. I don't think Inc. they will be the ones to stab him in the back. They are just milking him forever drama. I don't think there is a plan behind that.
I don't know, man. I don't know. These next parts kind of hit hard.
In general and casinos are designed to fucking rewire your brain's dopamine system.
That's right. You're not a bad guy, Phil. You're a victim of Scopely.
Like, Josh knows with Bossman Jack, like, what the depths of this gambling can be. Like, Phil isn't at that level.
I am now going to humanize your addiction by saying, look how similar you are to other people.
No, he still has a roof over his head. He still has food.
Look how normal this guy is. Look, after he confessed, nothing bad happened to him. You can be normal too.
On his plate. But I don't know if it's really like the most evil moral failing, because at the end of the day, the only person he's hurting with that is himself.
Yeah.
That's it.
Even if that, by the way, so when you buy games, like I buy games on Steam and PS5 or whatever, right? Like, sure, I'm wasting money, but I have fun. I'm enjoying, Like, you buy things that might be a waste of money for enjoyment.
Well,
otherwise, why buy anything?
But how many detractors smoke cigarettes?
Exactly.
How many drink
weed
beer?
Or whatever,
How many get scratch tickets from the corner store? Like, people in this world have a lot of vices. And this is where, like, us and Josh, like, we're talking about people that are actual, like, pedophiles.
And now we're going to compare you versus pedophiles. And now we're going to say,
super chats are great. But remember, you don't matter unless you tip.
Lilip Fran has just super chat $5. I really believe that we would have never had this current DSP arc if it weren't for Keno Casino targeting Rich after he fired his editor.
Lilip and Fran, I greatly apologize. Normally I get out in front of these, and I did not for yours. So again, you are correct. Really believe that we would never had it if it weren't for Keno Casino targeting Rich after he fired his editor. I agree, because I don't think Phil would have seen them as people he could talk to. He would have seen them as absolute enemies. And so thank you so much for the $5, both of you, Lilip and Fran and Ramen. Thank you guys so much. Greatly appreciated. And Lilip, I do apologize. Normally I try and get out in front of them. Please forgive me. Yeah. And Dapper, I caught that where it's like, yeah, okay, so you play. Oh man, you're good, but you're not down from the rafters. Okay, you are down from the rafters. Yeah.
Or like degenerate, like bestiality scumbag.
Look, you're not as bad as that. Look, you're not BTK, okay? You didn't go house to house stalking women and killing them. No. You just accidentally killed insert person here for the homicide, right?
And shit like this. So it's hard for us to like, crack down on a guy who allegedly has a gambling addiction and like was a WWE champion.
Allegedly has a gambling addiction. So again, minimization, not action. We're not to an accusatory phase yet. I don't think we'll be to an accusatory phase for like another 5 fucking streams.
It's like, I don't know how you feel about that, Josh, but that's kind of my piece on it. I don't know if you want to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, especially because he doesn't like stream it. I don't know. Phil, have you ever seen Bossman Jack? Do you know who that is?
No, I don't.
No, he's like proper into gambling, like proper gambling, like house games and stuff. And it's actually shocking to see like what a toll it's taking on him physically and mentally over like just 1 year. And all he does is like play like cryptocurrency slots and stuff. And the sad thing about like the mobile games is that you walk into a casino and you hear the coins clanking in the slot machines and shit, and you know that you're in a game of chance. But with the mobile games, they dress it up like you're just playing a game for fun.
Yeah, it's freemium.
But it's all psychologically manipulative to get you to spend money. And when you spend money, of course, it's not like going up to a teller and putting up $200 and having $200 of chips to play with. It's like every 10 minutes, hey, do you want to buy 1 chest for 5 or 10 chests for 10? It's like, like that shit it's really fucking evil.
Yeah, it's a Skinner box. It's actually psychological manipulation.
The saddest thing and the most evil thing about it is that if you're in a casino...
Bruh, I want you to hear this, especially the most evil thing about it, right?
10? It's like...
Like, that is a personal experience statement.
Like, that shit it's really fucking evil.
The saddest thing and the most evil thing about it is that if you're in a casino and you're gambling money, if you win, you actually have a chance to win more money that you can use in your life. When you're playing these games, what did you win? The chance to play the game some more. It's endless sinking money into the game. There's no outcome that could benefit you. You're stuck in the endless loop.
He is right there. He is right there.
That you can't escape. And that's what I think a lot of people, that's what happens to them. It's that, I don't know if it's called the sunken cost fallacy.
Yeah.
Why the fuck does he know what the sunken cost fallacy is? Because I had to look that shit up after he mentioned it. Why does he, just without looking it up, who here actually knows what the sunken cost fallacy is? Who here had heard that before this stream? That did not have any fucking knowledge of fucking gambling addiction. Because I sure as fuck didn't. Yep, you're smarter than bro then, Fear Monarch. Okay, a lot of people did. Okay, I had not.
Cost fallacy. I was gonna say that it's like you get anchored to this game just because you've already spent like I've already spent $1,000 on it. I guess I might as well keep going.
Just keep going because you gotta get something, get that dopamine hit. You need it because you already spent so much. It's messed up. It really is. I can't.
Oh, it's in the auto world too. Okay.
Believe that it's kind of allowed to be like that, but that's the world we live in.
So was that down from the Raptors account yours?
No, it's not.
No.
The no was fine. No, it's not. There's something called Rule of 3. I'm not saying it's not an out and out indicator of deception. It's just there is a psychological tie to it. You have to answer in 3, especially with, you don't have to, but most will answer with 3 words as opposed to a simple statement if they are being deceptive. So no, it's not, as opposed to no.
It's really not mine.
It's really not mine. LY word, big indicator.
Yeah, I do.
And by the way, does not, hold on, let me step back.
So was that down from the Raptors account yours?
No, it's not.
No.
Does that statement stand on its own? Does the statement, no, it's not, stand on its own? I think it does. No, it's not, stands. Even if you go with the 3, okay, and you mark that as a marker of deception, fine. But that statement stands alone. No, it's not. No additional information is needed. No expounding. Nothing. Now, what does he say next?
No.
It's really not mine.
It's really not mine.
I do have another account, and I do spend money on it, but that is not my account. And they've been who this guy is, because people have asked me over the years.
If it is you, you're the best.
And it's just to continue.
In the world. Like,
I know.
Why do they think it's you?
You
Why
are the greatest WWE Champions player to have ever lived.
Why do they think it's him?
The origin story. This is all I know is the origin story, because they have so many crazy conspiracies after that. I'm sure they have other. The origin story was originally the account was actually called They Call Me DSP.
Oh,
this is critical.
Which happened to be my Twitter handle.
Happened to be.
All right. I don't go by that anywhere else. It's just my Twitter account was called They Call Me DSP. Yeah. And apparently that account existed for like a couple of years, and then my detractors found it, and they're like, we got him now, right? Because
I remember this because the point of contention was that you can't change your name on that game, so it had to be changed manually by support, and they figured that after it had been found, you would ask that, and they changed it on their end. But it even had like weird artifacts in the game where it didn't change everywhere, so it was a very suspicious looking name change. I actually remember this for some reason.
At least being a player of the game, I can confirm you cannot change your name in the game. Like,
okay, so that I understand. You can't change your name in the game. Hey, man, I don't want to be, I don't know, British cigarette man.
I don't know how that's possible. I try, because think of it, if I could change my name in the game, why not? And, kind of double protection, right? You cannot change. I did ask support.
Why would you ask support if you could change your name? This is a Google search. Why would you call support? That makes no goddamn sense.
Will you change my name? And they said to me, oh, no, that's not a feature available. Sorry about that. So it sounds...
How in the fuck did you get a hold of mobile game support to begin with? I can't find a fucking phone number for half the apps that I have.
To me, like whoever this person really is, because they were such a big spender, they maybe did a favor to them to protect, it's our whale. We don't want to lose the whale. So that's why they changed the name. But I couldn't even do that myself. So yeah, I think you're right. I
couldn't even do that myself.
Might have been like a behind the scenes deal or something.
But why would this guy that set up this like troll account and put so much into it want to change his name?
It's almost like Occam's razor doesn't fit here.
I don't know, because here's the thing. That's actually what I was going to say. There's all these theories about who the guy really is. I honestly, at this point, I can't figure it out, and I don't care. Like, I don't know if it actually is a troll. It might be a guy who literally just has the worst fucking luck in the world to have the same name as my Twitter account.
What would be the big deal is if you just lied and said you were down from the rafters.
Yeah, Reaper. He's saying he called Scopely. And yeah, we're not bringing up the line app. We're not bringing up all this shit. And Ghost Hunter, exactly. All of a sudden, these nuggets of truth are starting to add up. All of a sudden, he's having to address all of these topics at the same time in an innocuous environment versus an accusatory environment. And so here it was just, wait, we're just having a conversation. This is an accusation. It is. He just doesn't know it.
It's so dumb. It's just like
lie and say you are, and then everybody can move on.
But then they're going to want to see it, and I can't show you.
No, you can't. Don't worry about showing them. Never show them it.
Don't show anyone.
Never show them shit.
No.
But listen, at this point, just lie, proclaim yourself the greatest WWE champion player that ever lived. There's no harm in it.
No, I know. And there's also no point because people are going to know it's a lie because we're talking about it now. So, you know.
Yeah, see, anybody who was not down from the rafters would immediately go, fuck it. Yeah, I'm down from the rafters. I don't care. Like, for instance, actually, I am him. I am him. I have spent, I think I'm up to $500,000 on WWE champions. The real reason I made this account, Broside Phil, was to confess I am down from the rafters. You see how hard that was? You see how just rolled right off the tongue? You see how I don't give three shits at all because I'm not down from the rafters?
You know,
but just lie. Just say it's you.
And how hard is it for Phil to do it?
You played it.
I am Spartacus.
Gives a fuck.
Why would I?
I'm him. I've been him. I will continue to be him.
Lie and say
I'll
that
tell
it's
you
me.
this because then we can all just move on. If you just say it's you, just lie. This is much like Hulk Hogan. He never lies, but he lies, and it's just the same thing.
That's right, brother.
That's right, brother, dude. He slammed the 900-pound giant in front of 100,000 Hulkamaniacs at Silver City Field in Detroit, Michigan, brother.
Listen, he tore every muscle out in his back as he did it. Phil, at the end of the day, there's not one person who will stop donating to you because you were down from the
And now we're on with fluff.
rafters. There's
I know
not
that.
one person who's going to stop watching because you're down from the rafters.
I'm not nervous at all. I actually want to see if you can see the tension drop from his shoulders.
They'll donate more. They'll donate more.
Preface it with, this is a lie, and just say, I have the down from the rafters account.
Yes, it is me. I am down from the rafters.
He's doing Broside Phil.
Brother!
Banned.
Hey, Henry Varro, thank you for becoming a gym newbie. And there's so much going on, can hardly keep up. Yeah, I know.
Let's go, brother! Yeah!
Like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah!
Now what, Doody?
Everybody bow down to the king.
You understand how stupid this thing is? It's just
No,
like
it really is. That's why it's like,
It really is that stupid, Phil. Now just fucking admit it.
Like, you're like, Andy, you don't understand. He plays WWE champions. I'm like, is this
Joining
game
Broside Phil?
CP?
Banned.
Hey, Mechanic Crew, thank you for becoming a member. A newbie, another newbie. Thank you so much, my dude. Thank you. And Henry Varro, there's your little boop, gym newbie. And where is it? Mechanic Drew. Boop. There you go. You're a gym newbie too. Thank you so much.
Hey, like, what the fuck? What?
you know,
What's going on?
Like, people are like, why don't
It's worse
you
than wrestling.
It's worse.
Wrestling is the best, brother Josh. We're going to go to WrestleMania next year in Las Vegas, dude. We're going to be there together with Phil. It's going to be great, buddy. You better believe it.
Pause.
Josh.
$250,000 man has gifted 20 subscribers.
Holy Jesus, 20 subs.
Holy shit, thank you. And Tetra Packs for 10 subscribers. Big support, thank you.
Let's get some subs.
Suffer Horse for 10 subs with 5 earlier too. Thank you so much, Suffer Horse. Big support. Yeah, no.
So there we have it. Phil runs the Dark from the Rafters account. He lied, said he runs it. We have he's banning Derek from chat. And you know, a lot of people, why don't
Yeah, if anything, there's the lie.
you run it like side scrollers, brother? Well, obviously that wasn't very good. It
Side
wasn't
scrollers?
very effective. The side scrollers interview, people ask, like, why didn't you run it like that? Well, we can see that if you actually are just reasonable with Phil, that maybe Phil can work with you.
Look, sometimes there's uncomfortable things you have to ask people, or you make a joke about someone, but you have to understand.
Oh, yeah, not one snort.
You know how to be reasonable in the end with anyone, because there is a way to talk to people, even if you don't like them or get along or have never talked to them and don't believe in their beliefs. But yeah, man.
Do you have any other questions for Phil, Josh, or Phil? Do you have a question for Josh?
Jesus Christ, same guy who went to $250 million man went to DSP stream and gave him $250 super chat. Jesus Christ, man. You got that is fucking crazy. Y'all need to step up your support. You know, God, I've told myself not to make them fucking jokes no more because no matter what, it always comes across as a fucking sneak bag.
We'll let Josh go
You guys have been great. I love you all.
first, and I'll say
All
something.
right. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm trying to think. I don't think so. Because I think a lot of the big questions are all about like the finances and stuff. And if he doesn't want to talk about it, he doesn't want to talk about it. So I don't really have any kind of angle for that. I will ask this though. You said that okay, I got a question. So you said that there's been kind of like a turnaround. What does that mean for you? Like you said that things are turning around. Is that just like in terms of perception and people's amicability towards you, or is that like a financial thing, or is it both?
I mean, I would be very, very disingenuous if I was going to say, oh, I haven't made any extra money these past couple of weeks. I mean, of course I have. I'm doubling, tripling in some cases what I would make on a normal stream. That's amazing. But for me, what's actually more important than that is to
Money, please.
finally be treated with some level of human respect.
Yes, human respect, not normal respect. Just we need human respect.
Didn't ever get treated with dignity for about a decade. Like, I'm gonna have a discussion with Review Tech USA, and he says he wants to have a real discussion. Come to find out, I can't talk with him unless I'm trapping him and having a conversation about all this fucked up
Phil,
I can't like unfuck her sister,
stuff. Like, why can't I just have a normal human conversation with someone? What did I do that I can't be respected like a?
You lied constantly. You were mean to people. You were just downright. You've been horrible, Phil, to people. How do you not realize that? You talk about duty and not having fucking self-actualization or self-realization or all that. Like, take that fucking judgmental pendulum and swing it back your way, my dude.
Normal person. Why can't I go on side scrollers and be a normal guest like everyone else? Why was I treated like some kind of a fucking criminal that needed a 5
Because you are a social pariah.
hour interrogation instead. And that's what I feel like the turnaround is happening right now, where people are seeing me in a different light, a positive light, rather
Wrestling
than this negative
ranter,
attacking light.
thank you, bud.
And that feels amazing. It's a huge weight lifted off my shoulders, because I have tried so hard in the last decade to change as a person and be a better person. I feel like I've done that, but no one wanted to acknowledge it because they just wanted to continue the meme of hate on Phil. So yeah, I would say that there's a turnaround in more ways than one. And I'm really, really grateful to everyone involved, you guys,
prayer hands,
and all the viewers and everyone out there, my fans who've been along these 10 tough years. It's all because of everyone. It's not just me. It's not, it's just everyone together. And it's amazing, kind of the thing that's happening right now.
I mean, you say that like you the way you kind of post it, like this is at the end of 10 years. Do you feel like there's a light at the end of the tunnel that you're very close to at this point?
I don't know what it's like, because here's the thing, and I said this too. My life and my experience has gone like this. It's called, you get a big crest, a big wave of popularity and positivity, and all of a sudden, boom, you go way down. Now you're at the bottom of the valley of
Okay, so I want to say that after the peaks and valleys here, it basically fucking ends. I don't think there's too much afterwards. And I know that I've got to get through, we have to get through the Keemstar shit, which is another 35 minutes. And I am starting to hit that oh shit peak of girl said bro wanting to be like, what the fuck? So we definitely got to hit on this. And well, we just kind of have to. Oh, Christ. Do we, oh, fuck, wrong button, disaster stream again. My God, what is wrong with me? We got to get through. We got stuff. You'll see me being a fucking absolute madman when it comes to this shit. Playback speed, give me 1.5. Actually, well, 1.25, because I actually think they deliver quicker than Filbert does. So, here we go. Doody and fucking Keem. And my God, this is just blah. Oh, about bitching about having to ban Derek after Nolan Casey. Yeah, I may have to just do a video about that one.
What's up, Keem?
What's going on?
Nothing, brother. You wanted to jump on. What's poppin'?
So,
yeah, he did use the Dr. Frankenstein reference. I remember that.
I'm seeing some pretty concerning stuff from you. I'm not gonna lie.
What's up?
I went to go just do some yard work over at my campsite, and I want to see what this current drama was going on between Kino Casino, Phil, and you.
Yep.
And I start watching you talk, and you're saying stuff that's just like insanely concerning. First of all, you're calling yourself a content creator. Do you really think like clipping 30 minutes of someone else's?
Okay, let's start off here. You call yourself a content creator. The energy that he's coming at is one of superiority. So he's already taking the I am better than you approach. Okay, there is no mutual respect here. There is no I came here to have a dialogue. He's establishing dominance early.
Content and uploading it is content creation.
Okay.
So what, you think this is content creation? Yes, he does.
I see what Keem is addressing here when I actually clipped Keemstar's video for 30 minutes. I don't know if you guys know that, and he was pretty upset with me, even after the fact that I chatted with him previously, and I got the okay to do it. Now, after that, we had a conversation, and he said, don't clip my stuff. And I said, okay, I'm going to do commentary over your videos, and that's all I'm going to do.
Yep.
Which is what I did.
I don't agree with anything you just said.
You can look on my channel, dude. No, hold on. No.
Yeah.
Hold on, Keem.
No,
Hold
let
on.
me
No,
finish
no.
what I'm
Let
saying.
me,
Excuse me.
Keem. Let me
When
finish.
I
No,
say that
let
you
me
can clip
finish.
Locale Live, I'm
Yes.
referring to an actual clip.
Okay, I'm referring to an actual clip.
Yes.
35 minutes of my content isn't a clip. That is
actually that is the very definition of a clip. It is quite literally a segment or a piece of something. So let me take a look at something here. How long was the last Locale Live? Sorry, had to cough there. Hopefully I hit the mute button. Let's find out. Last Locale Live was 1 hour and 41 minutes. So 30 minutes of that, 35 minutes of it, literally just under a third. So under 33%.
It is not a clip. Clips are like 5 minutes.
And I base this on what?
Or less.
And I base this on what?
Most clips are like 1 minute long.
And I base this on what?
Okay. All right? I deal with clips my entire fucking career, right?
This is justification based off no professional experience, okay? In terms of professional experience that he's dealt with quote-unquote clips and his understanding or perception of what it is, sure, 100%. Yep, those are clips. In terms of what they actually are, not a fucking clue. Cite your fucking source.
Well, not my entire career, but when I started Drama in 2012, right?
Yes.
We watch clips, we review clips, we react to clips. 35 minutes is not a fucking clip.
Absolutely it can be.
You are using the wrong term. No one online thinks that 35 minutes of someone else's content uninterrupted is considered a clip.
It absolutely can be, but I understand where he's coming from here, okay? Not really going to go too in-depth on that. We actually already talked with Meth Bear about it, about how it can be a clip, and that how Doody probably should throw something in there about how, wow, can you believe this, or remember this, or you know, something more than just that. But that's neither here nor there. He's not attacking the okay, let me take that back. He does attack the fact that he plays it uninterrupted. Fine. Overall, though, his main attack is that it's 35 minutes long. Okay. So that was for Drama Alert, or not Drama Alert, but Lolcow Live, but I think he took that down. So this attack is null and void. It has no merit. It's moot. Okay. There is nothing for him to attack now that has to do directly with Keem.
And Keem, what did I do? Can you tell the people what I did? What specifically did I do when you called me out on Twitter about that? I called you. I called you. No. I didn't take anything down. Hold on a second. Let's be consistent here. I called you to talk about what happened. And in that conversation, I said to you, dude, we talked about this. You gave me permission. If it's a problem, I understand that. I understand that it's too long. I said, cool, not a problem. I'll take it down, right?
And he takes it down.
And we even talked about what's permissible. And you said, keep your clips under 8 minutes. I said, okay, not a problem.
And why under 8 minutes? I don't understand that.
I posted another video that was around 8 or 9 minutes, and you're giving me shit again about that. You're saying, why am I still... Yes, you did. Yes, you did. We had that conversation.
I told you 8 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes, 8 minutes, and I clipped it thinking we were cool. And Pescator's in...
Same here, Lee. Yeah, I didn't say 8 minutes. I said 5. I don't give a shit what you said.
The chat, I went through Pescator and talked to him because I even asked Pescator, hey, can you ask Keem if it's okay if I post my clip before Locale does? And Pescator reached out to you and you said, yeah, that's fine. Okay. I posted a clip that was like 8 minutes long and you're trashing me on Twitter that I'm stealing your content. Yep. So again, what do? I call you again on Discord and said, dude, you gave me permission. You said it was fine. And you said, no, you can't clip my stuff unless you do commentary. I said, okay, Keem, now that we understand each other, anytime I post something from Locale, I'm going to provide commentary. And I'm going to delete the other videos that I posted. What did I do? I deleted those videos, not privated them. I deleted those videos. And I only have 2 videos on Locale Live where I provide commentary.
Yep.
There's straight commentary. If you like, I can show you those videos.
This is one, yeah. So everybody who's saying that this is nothing but Keem trying to make a play so that way he can talk with Phil tomorrow, you're absolutely right. This is nothing but a bitch move. From what I'm being told, and I don't know a ton about Keem, but what I'm being like fed from chat is that Keem is as smart of a businessman as he must be to actually have what he has, is kind of a piece of shit.
So again, you're coming at me on Twitter and saying that I'm stealing your content. I'm stealing, and I'm like, no, the fuck, I'm not. And I even called you out for it. I said, no, I'm not.
You took 35 minutes of our show and just uploaded it to your channel like it was yours.
Exactly.
That's stealing.
Yes. Before thinking, listen to me, Keem. Before I was under the impression we had a conversation and that was perfectly fine. I was wrong. And I told you, yep, okay, now that I understand what the rules are.
You're not just wrong. You're not just wrong there. You're wrong in every single aspect. Like, you're bringing up a court case where Phil can't sue you, but I look into it. into it and it's short clips edited together. It's not what you're doing.
Yeah. Whoa. Just because it's short clips added together, does the court case itself specify time as a contributing factor in the court case ruling? If it does not, your claim of, well, it's just short clips, so that means it doesn't have any merit. Fuck you. It's talking about clips. If the clips aren't defined, you have no right to define them. The court would have to.
Yes, what you're doing is the exact opposite.
Yes,
and
I do.
Furthermore,
You don't even know my contact, Keem. You don't even know my contact.
Phil, you're over here saying Phil is breaking the terms of service because
and he was.
He called you mean names. You don't even.
That was a joke.
Partnership
Dude, that was
and you're gonna lose all your goddamn ads.
This should be used in fucking civil court.
I'm telling you that right now. Now that this is a story and people are talking about it, it's going to get to YouTube.
Okay.
They're going to look at your channel
No
and they're going to say not enough original content.
No
and
problem.
you're going to lose all your ads altogether.
Keem.
That's your future.
Keem.
Take it easy, Walrus.
No problem. Keem, listen to me. Stop yelling. Hold on. Stop fucking yelling. No, you're on my show, brother. You're on my show. You're on my show. You're on my show.
Uninterrupted. 30 fucking
Which one?
minutes.
Let's see.
You have the nerve to call yourself a content creator?
Why? So this is the energy that I'm talking about. LolCow Live has, let me see it here. 71,000 subscribers. 71,000 subscribers, and Keem for Drama Alert has 5.36 million subscribers. Now, Snort Hogan, Snort Burnell, not Burnell, Snort Hogan's done it. Mighty D obviously has just done this one, but this is more a one for Phil. But there are a ton of other fucking creators that clip and take full fucking videos of Phil, and he chooses Doody to come after. Why? He says here in a minute he's going to say, "Oh, I try and maintain the balance" or some shit like that of YouTube. You know, I know what it's like to be a victim of this shit, and I try and call it out when I see it. Bullshit. Then you should have called it out elsewhere. Like this is just straight. It's a lie.
Hey, you have the nerve to say that with your chest out?
Hey, Keem.
You're a fucking phony. You're a fraud.
Hey, Keem, hold on.
You're not the good guy in this situation.
Keem, hold on, Keem.
In every aspect.
Hold on.
I can get every single
Keem.
fucking YouTuber to find out about this situation, and no one is going to
Fine.
side with you.
That's fine.
No one is going to side
I'm
with
not
you.
asking
You are a
anyone to
goddamn
side with
thief.
me, Keem. Keem, okay,
It takes
hold
one
on,
person to
Keem.
call up YouTube and say,
Go
"Hey, do
ahead.
a review on this person's channel."
Dude,
you are disqualified.
Dude, go
from the YouTube
ahead.
Partnership program.
Keem, if that's what you
disqualified.
Keem,
it's that
if
simple.
Keem, if that's
So
what
just
you
keep
want,
keep arguing, and keep lying that you're right in this scenario instead of bowing down and
Bowing down. Who uses this terminology?
apologizing for your fucking crimes, you fucking idiot.
Crimes. Okay, let me play something for you. Did he hang up?
Yeah, and so he calls him an idiot. He says, "Why don't you bow down?" And like straight up, it's like just this overall fucking negative energy. Cambridge Dictionary defines a video clip as a short video. When you search for the definition of short video, you come up with a short form video. The sources listed all state. See, let me see if I can't find it in Black's Law. Black's Law. And clip. I'm just curious. Come on. Look it up. The interwebs is being stupid. Here we go. Clip, short message service. Nope. Wow. I'm actually surprised. Law Dictionary or Black's Law doesn't have one for it. So let's see. Clipping? Let's go with clipping. Sales literature. Nope. So not a good look, dude. For which one? For him or for me? Either way. I'm good with it either way. If that's what it's defined as, fuck, man. I don't know. You may have me there.
Yo.
Yeah, and that's how I've been looking at it, Dapper Dragon. It's literally a segment of a video that is not in of its entirety.
Hello?
I don't know what happened. I didn't delete you or anything.
I was done with what I had to say.
Yeah, I was done with what I had to say, and then I disconnected to not get your retort. That is not being a man.
Kept going on these big long spiels of coping, and I was just
no,
done
dude.
hearing it.
Keem, there is no cope, man. It's
no, you're saying like, oh, I got permission, and the clip wasn't that bad, and it was transformative. All is just bullshit. It's not transformative. You can't take 35 minutes of someone's content.
Your content.
I've been here from the very fucking beginning.
I understand
the commentary community and the people that cover this stuff. I understand YouTube, DMCA, copyright strikes. I understand the partnership program and the TOS of YouTube. You're in violation of everything.
And I base this upon my extensive law degree and my knowledge of being the guy who runs Drama Alert.
Okay.
Of everything.
Okay, well, first
and then you're over here and you're lying to your audience about, hey, check out this case file and check out that case
Yes.
file. It's irrelevant to what you're actually doing.
And you base this upon what, Keem?
Versus Benjamin, that's one thing. And the other thing that I wanted to show you, if you allow me to show you, is Darkside Phil himself. Now, if he wants to retract this is perfectly fine. But Darkside Phil, every single year, makes this announcement, makes this proclamation.
Someone's name when they're outright saying it's not them. So once again,
Yeah, and he's going to say, I can't hear it because he didn't share the screen.
here we go. This is the
Welcome. Keem, someone that has
You're welcome, buddy.
multi-million
You're welcome.
million subs.
Stream.
Someone that has
You're
multi...
to pay my bills.
Oh, yeah, you're on my stream. Someone that's...
Content creator, you want to understand that?
No, listen.
Clip this and you can use it.
I can't hear it. You're
Okay, so this is great. This is great. I can't hear it. Okay.
not sharing the stream.
Do not hit anyone
Because you're not a
with-
content
Sorry.
creator. You want to understand that.
I need those.
That was completely unnecessary. There was absolutely no reason to say it, right? What purpose did it serve? Like, what purpose did it serve of? I can't hear it. You're not sharing it. You would know that if you were a content creator, but you're not a content creator. Why the extra? What was the point? Was it? I mean, was it just to feel good about yourself, Keem? Was it just because you
You
thought?
joined Broside Phil? Banned.
Hey, thank you, Curious Mage, for becoming a newbie. Greatly appreciate it. Were you so tuned up over Doody, a guy who has what, 50, maybe 16,000? Let's max it 30,000. Let's just say he's at 30,000 fucking subs, right? You were so upset that you had to get one up on this guy? Why?
Funny,
I need that money to pay my bills.
But yeah, you're on my stream. Someone that's someone that has
On my stream.
someone that has
You're
multi
welcome.
someone that
You're
has
welcome.
Keem, someone that has
You're welcome, buddy.
multi-million
You're welcome.
million
Yeah, with the ego to say you're welcome because he's on the stream.
subs. I appreciate you coming out. I do. I appreciate it.
Thank you. There we go.
Oh,
Then
thank
stop
you.
that.
Oh,
God, this is so fucking telling. Okay. He says, thank you for coming out. That's what you need to do. That's how you need to treat me. That is the persona that you need to have when you are addressing your superior. Keem is whatever. He makes more money than I do. That's for damn sure. His net worth is higher than mine. That's for damn sure as well. Guess what, Keem? I'm superior than you, or to you. I lift more than you. Physically speaking, I am superior. There's nothing that you can do about that, okay? In terms of the detractor sphere, Keem, Doody is superior to you. He has more influence in the detractor sphere than you do. What is the flex of I have great, you have money.
Oh, yeah,
Good
yeah.
for you.
I'm not acting like a hard ass, dude. But the problem is that if you want to have a conversation, at least let me speak. You just want to sit here and derail me and do and put out bad information. For example,
Well, Doody, when I'm quiet and I let you talk, you just never stop. But go ahead. What's your point?
oh, I know you're not talking about not stopping because you're just and that's what you do. You try to run over people and do wrong information.
That's absolutely correct. He tries to run over him and say, I'm Keem and I get to talk and you don't.
I tried to explain the situation that happened between me and you, and you're
Reaper Piss, I understand that. He has more in overall clout. Good for him. How does that make him superior to Doody? Like, in terms of this conversation, what he's talking about, from what I can tell in terms of overall understanding of YouTube and all the policies and all that jazz, yeah, he has more of a following. Maybe he can afford lawyers and talk with them more, and so maybe he's more based on that. But he's not purporting that to be the reason why he is superior. He's purporting that I am Keemstar and I am therefore superior.
You sit here and every time I bring up a point, you say, I don't remember that. So, okay, you don't remember that. Okay, so I'm giving you what happened. And I outright said, okay, I was wrong. I was mistaken. I'm going to pull it down, and anything that I pull from Keem will have commentary. And that's what I did. You're
Thank
still,
you.
You're
That's what you're supposed to do.
Okay, but you're still going out posting shit on Twitter saying that I'm stealing your content. I'm not stealing your content because we had that conversation, and that's
Yeah, so this is Doody absolutely shutting down Keem's argument. Like, he's done at this point. He said, this is what you used to do. Doody said, you are correct. We had a conversation. I no longer do it, and I operate within the guidelines that we have discussed. Argument's over.
That's not happening.
Okay, where's the tweet? Bring up the tweet on stream right now that I said that you're stealing my content. When was this?
Hold on. It has to be on yours because I got false DMCA takedown on Twitter because I was posting clips. And this is actually my second. So let me lawyer looking into the situation.
There
Oh,
we
and
go.
I remember because you specifically threatened me. You said, "Oh, I have my lawyer looking into the situation."
Yep.
And that's when I posted back at you and said, "What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not stealing your content. Anything I have is with commentary. We've had this conversation." And you said, "Oh, okay, good." And that was the end of it. All right.
And nothing.
Hold on.
Oh, this is where Doody accidentally disconnected him, I think.
But don't commentary, dude. And it's only too fucking hearing you. You still there?
No, so that's the accidental disconnect.
Hello. All right.
I'll take you up there and like why'd you hang up
No,
on me?
my bad. I switched panels and it closed it closed our Discord. That was my bad. Sorry.
And look at that. Look. I switched panels. I wasn't expecting it. I closed it. I'm sorry. How hard is that? Right? That was Doody to be like, look, man, I didn't mean to hang up on you. I know that's rude.
So I understand you saying that you have this clip of DSP back in the day saying
no, this was this was this year. He does it every year.
And what does that clip say again? I know I've seen it a couple times, but it says, I'm not going to flag you. Something like that, right?
No, he said specifically outright, we can use this content. He doesn't care. Here it is right now. I'll play it.
Outright saying it's not them.
Okay, well, now that he does care, are you still doing it?
He still hasn't restricted that.
Yeah, okay, so Keem makes a point. Now he does care. I don't understand where that came from. Doody brings this up.
Actually, yesterday on his podcast, he even said he didn't care. Now, if he's going to put a statement out there and said he doesn't want me clipping his content in log segments without commentary, he can say that, and then I will make the appropriate changes, which is fine.
You go.
Do you understand that you're like in have you read the?
Okay. What's the counterpoint? Find it for me. What is Keem's coming up counterpoint? What is it? Let's listen together, shall we?
Out there and said he doesn't want me clipping his content in log segments without commentary. He can say that, and then I will make the appropriate changes.
All right. So, just as a recap, you're doing it to you've done it to me. No, I'm not. Well, you're doing it to Phil. Yes, of course I am. Phil told me I could. Here's the clip of him telling me I can. Well, what about the fact that he doesn't want you to do that anymore? Well, I don't have any information that says that he doesn't want me to do that anymore. But as soon as he does, I will make the necessary adjustments. Argument's over. Argument is done. Now let's see what Keem has to say about it.
Which is fine.
Do you understand that you're like in have you read the YouTube partnership agreement?
Yes.
So we're going to insult intelligence.
I have.
Okay, so you understand that you have to have original content. You clipping 30 minutes of DSP's podcast, putting it up, and then putting your little overlay around is a clear violation of the YouTube partnership program.
Okay, so he's back to his original argument, which is made moot by the fact that DSP says you can do this.
That one had my commentary. I put in commentations in the beginning, at the end, and at the beginning. I can pull it up.
In the beginning, and the end, you talked for like 2 seconds, and then it's 35 minutes uninterrupted.
Still doesn't address the fact that it's a moot point because he has permission to do so.
All right, so how do I share with you? Do I just? I'm not a Discord person. Let me do share, right?
I just listened to it while I was doing yard work.
Okay.
I had it playing on my headset.
Okay.
And I hear you go, hey guys, DSP is really mad at me. Bam. And then it's 30 minutes of DSP uninterrupted. And then
which has what bearing to do with Keem?
At the very end, so that was DSP. That's not a commentary.
Yes.
He doesn't need commentary.
Yes, that was one video. I'd like to show you other videos where I have commentary. I posted 2 videos today that had nothing but commentary.
Okay, but you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I understand what you're saying.
No. Let me explain. Because this is what you do. I call out clear violations of copyright. I call it clear violations.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to need a source check on that. Who's the other people you've done this to, Keem? I'm waiting.
Of the YouTube partnership program, of TOS, of all this stuff that you're doing, right? Yes. And then you say, well, I have videos with commentary. The videos with commentary are not in question. They're not in question. Why are you saying that? I'm talking about the theft that wouldn't qualify for YouTube partnership. That is literally DSP's copyright. That's his material.
That he gave up copyright to by saying you can use.
Just like Local Live. Like if I go and strike that, or I claim the money that you make from that,
which is
I have full legal right.
Yeah,
which is full legal right to do
which
it. It's
is
my copyright that you have stolen.
Which is perfectly fine. But the issue, no, hold on.
I don't understand when we talk about this that you say, but I have other videos with commentary. I'm not talking about those.
Well, you try to say that all I do is steal content.
Yes,
those are your very
for the
words.
Most part.
No. Now we're walking shit back. Now we're gonna walk it back. No. I said you mostly steal content. You said all I do is steal content. Well, no. You mostly steal content. Okay, so now we're walking back the accusation. That's not good.
The content you put up, most of the content you put up are very long clips of uninterrupted content from other creators.
Am I stealing this stream? Am I providing commentary? Do I have an overlay?
You're doing it again. This is more cope. You're now talking about a stream. I'm not talking about a stream.
Okay, well,
I'm not talking about what you actually doing commentary. I'm not talking about you actually doing content creation.
We've established that I do create content, that I do create my own content, and that I'm a content creator. So
that's a fucking trump card right there. Do you consider yourself a content creator? You just told him that, yes, you in fact do.
I'm glad we can establish that situation. Now, let's talk.
Oh, Lulu Sagi, he actually went out on Twitter and actually flexed on him. And he was like, hey, you know how Keem doesn't like people clipping stuff with absolutely zero context and adding nothing to it? I went ahead and did that for Doody, and I'm posting it up.
Talk about the clipping stuff. If Phil has an issue with me clipping his content, right, and he wants to revoke what he stated, that people can use his content, then he can go ahead and say that.
Bingo.
And then what I will do is anything I publish with DSP will have commentary. The same conversation me and you had, Ken and Keem, remember that conversation? Which I implemented. I'm more than happy to do with Dark Side Phil, okay? Now, I understand that you're supposed to have this little interview with Phil, and you want to drudge up drama and content for your side. That's perfectly fine. I understand the game. It's all cool.
This is the biggest flex that Doody had in this conversation.
It's all great. You can go ahead and chat with me
again.
I'm not coping.
About me going on DSP this
why would you be on my stream, Keem?
Bingo. This is absolutely surgical.
Why would you be on my stream?
I'm on this stream because 1, I have a history with you stealing my content. 2, I want to educate
6 months
myself
ago?
on Kino Casino, DSP. Excuse me, I'm talking.
Oh, no. Excuse me, I'm talking. That bit, you're done. We're done.
DSP and Doody drama. I watched it, and I watched it from your channel, and I watched literally 30 minutes uninterrupted.
And why does that? How does that impact you, Keem?
Interrupted of DSP's podcast being uploaded to your channel, where you only said a few words before and only a few words later. And furthermore, I don't think we should debate this anymore because you don't.
This is the absolute weakest play I've ever fucking heard. Okay. I'm having a debate with somebody. We are talking about what I have the right to do, what I don't have the right to do in terms of civility, right? And that's what this is. This is civil. This is basically civil litigation, or would fall down to civil litigation. Okay. Keem understands he has a position of power here. 54 million or however many subscribers on one, 300,000 or 100,000, 150,000, whatever on the other. Keem is in the quote unquote superior position here as it comes to YouTube clout. Okay. This bit is so fucking cringe that I can't believe Keem calls himself a man after this.
Understand what I'm saying, and you disagree.
I understand what you're
I think
saying.
we should get YouTube involved to do a full review of your channel and
like a bitch.
Find out who's right and who's wrong. Do you accept?
If you want to do that, knock yourself out, Keem.
So you
have
accept
fun
it's
at it.
okay. You're not going to call me snitch star.
No,
and say,
you
that I
would be a
reported
snitch. No, you would be.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
A snitch. I won't bitch about it, but you will be a snitch.
That's exactly it.
Well, you
would.
gave me your blessing, though.
No one gave you a blessing. If that's something you want to go ahead and do because you want to make, hold on. No. If you want to make, no.
So just like DSP gave you his blessing, that blessing is given in a recorded video, which he has a copy of, obviously. There has been no retraction. Doody obviously gave a retraction of any type of purported, I've given you permission. He eventually says, I retract that permission and I'm not saying that I want you to go do that. Right. Straight up, like just fucking chads him the whole way, being the smaller creator. Like, look, I understand there's some people in my Discord, there's some people in my community, they don't like Doody. They don't. I don't know what the beef is. Maybe there's something bad with him. Maybe there's something that I don't know about. Maybe there's a very justified reason. Okay. But I gotta say, dude fucking held his own here. Like he stood in the face of a fucking dragon and says, yeah, fucking breathe fire.
A little hypocritical.
No, if you want to make me your little pet project, go ahead, Keem. That's perfectly fine.
You're a little hypocritical.
I'm not being hypocritical.
No, I think we should do this.
You want to get on my channel. You want to get on my channel.
YouTube fully review your channel and see if you qualify for YouTube partnership.
Okay, now have your fun there, Keem, because you decided you want to come on a 19K. No one's giving you a blessing. No. Don't play this Review Tech USA bullshit about your Patreon. No, I do not give you permission. How's that, Keem?
You did give me permission.
No,
I'm sorry.
I
bingo. I've retracted the permission.
Revoked that permission. Okay, Keem.
Oh, so you revoked that permission.
I've revoked that permission, Keem. Okay, we're good.
All right.
Are we good? Are we good?
We could be good if you can acknowledge what you're doing is wrong. Because in this situation, like, let's bring down the temperature a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
In this
okay. So now, Doody's actually stood. Fucking Keem blasted him with his fucking dragon breath. Fucking armor held up. He's like, I'm still here. Now what? Well, let's okay, hold on. Let's bring down the temperature a little bit.
Situation, you're actually wrong.
Okay.
You're actually, this is my whole life. I've
Who does this fucking sound like?
been doing this for 15 years. Situation, you're actually wrong.
Okay.
You're actually, this is my whole life. I've been doing this for 15 years.
I'm going to take a look at something here real quick. I'm not even fucking saying anything here. I'm just scrolling. I know he, but fuck, man. I mean, if Phil ain't watching my shit, I know Keem ain't fucking watching this shit. But if he, for some reason, got a fucking wild hair up his ass and watched this really tiny fucking content creator, I think this is probably my trump card. Yeah. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with what pigpiggo.re is, it is basically a search index of all of Phil's content. And so you can actually search for a phrase that he said. My search was, I've been doing this for 15 years. And blammo.
What you're doing is wrong on so many levels.
Okay.
And for you to argue and fight with everyone, it's so easy, Doody. Just take my advice. Make commentary.
Okay.
Don't put fucking 30 minutes of uninterrupted clips.
Yeah. Pigpiggo.re. So it's two pigs, go, dot, and then RE.
Because I swear to God,
I'm happy to do that,
if
Keem.
YouTube were to look at your channel, you just get demonetized.
Okay.
Because it's not original content.
And that's fine. And that doesn't change the fact that I won't continue doing what I'm doing. I'll continue doing what I'm doing. That doesn't change what I do.
Yeah, I saw the 4 factors. I actually took a look at that today. There's a lot of interplay in there. Fuck it, we may take a look at it here in a minute.
Content what I do. Now, hold on. Sorry. So, Keem, if Phil no longer wants me to clip his channel,
faked cancer, but now he's acting all high and mighty like he's a better person.
Never
forget he's a locale.
If Phil doesn't want me to use his content at all, he needs to publicly say that. If he publicly says that without commentary or transformative, if he says that, fine, I will go ahead and no longer clip his stuff without commentary. I'm more than happy to do that. But again, Keem, I don't like the way you try to pigeonhole me because of our history.
Well, it works, right?
Well, what works,
right?
No, it doesn't work because you
instead of coping, instead of making up shit,
no one's
you've
coping,
acknowledged that
dude.
you're in the wrong.
No, I haven't acknowledged anything. What I'm telling you is that
Let's do the YouTube review.
If Phil wants me to stop,
do I have your permission to have YouTube review your channel?
Listen to me.
Why is this being brought up?
If Phil wants me to stop,
pick one.
if
It's
Phil,
either YouTube
this is what I'm picking.
channel or admit you're wrong.
Keemstar, this is what I'm picking. What I'm picking here is if DSP wants me to stop using his content the way I'm currently using it with clips, he needs to say that. If he says that, I will modify how I produce my content.
Exactly.
So I'm telling you that right now. The same way. Wait, Keem, hold on. The same way.
Okay.
Dude, I'm sorry, man.
You're
Okay,
then
go ahead and acknowledge it. Go ahead and acknowledge it. You haven't acknowledged it yet.
Let me give you some advice. All right. This is the correct way to do things. All right. You will admit that I know more about this YouTube entertainment world and
no, I would absolutely not admit that.
All the policies and everything than you, right? You do admit that, right?
You do. Yes, you do, Keem.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So this is best practices moving forward, Doody, right? What you should do is you should keep uninterrupted clips 5 minutes or less.
And I base this upon what?
All right.
Okay.
So let's say DSP is making a point, right? You got to stop that clip and then you got to come on with your commentary and react to it, give a rebuttal, whatever. Then another 5 minutes. All right. What you're doing, I'm telling you right now, would get your channel demonetized if YouTube did a review. It would just get demonetized.
Okay.
I'm telling you, you are in the wrong here.
Keem the snitch.
Okay, Keem.
How easy is that though? That's an easy fix.
And all I'm asking for, and the Kino guys.
Yeah, exactly. Where did 5 minutes come from?
They're actually in my chat here, and they talk to Phil. All I'm saying is that if DSP wants me to stop clipping his channel the way I currently do it, right? He needs to acknowledge that and say that. He needs to say, Doody, please stop clipping my content without commentary. If he does that, I will stop doing that. I will stop doing that.
Where does it, Doody, where does it say in the fucking YouTube terms of service that DSP has to tell another channel to stop clipping him?
He renounced his copyright claim by saying, you may clip me. What you're talking about in YouTube's terms of service is null. It's a moot point, right? If Doody comes back with this fucking video that says, look, this is the content creator, okay? This is him saying this. This is an open declaration. And he just retracted it today. Based on what Meth Bear was talking with me about, everything that Doody has up should still be available and should be good.
He gave me permission. He gave me permission. I just played you a video of him giving anyone permission to do. Hold on. I'll send you that clip. More than happy to send you.
I want to. Yeah, can you link me the clip so I can hear it myself, and then I'll go from there.
Fine.
Dude, somebody in the chat said, "Oh my God, Keem is such a shill for YouTube." I'm a YouTuber. I've been a YouTuber for 15 years. Of course.
No.
Like what?
What
do you mean?
No, and
yeah. All of a sudden, he's the YouTube police. It's not that he's a shill for YouTube. It's not that he's like, oh yeah, I've been a YouTuber. Of course, why wouldn't I be a YouTuber? When did you become fucking Hall Monitor Keem?
It's all good. I mean, I know what Keem is doing here, and whatever. It's cool. I understand that. I understand the game.
I'm actually trying to help you.
And now comes the, no, you don't understand. I'm actually trying to help you. The gaslighting.
Help you, but I have to beat you up before I can help you to understand that you're wrong.
That's perfectly fine, and I understand the game, and I'm good with it. The only thing I'm asking Keem is if
this is not about the game. This is not about the game.
Phil, come on, because you don't even acknowledge my existence. You don't even acknowledge my existence until you decide one day before that you're going to meet with DS.
Surgical.
You're going on DS.
One day before it's on
or whenever.
Today's Monday.
2 days.
Do you even know the calendar?
No.
Again, so he makes a simple mistake about, hey, it's one day before. No, it's 2 days before. Now I have to insult you because you got it wrong by 24 hours. Like, this is not adult behavior.
Yeah, today. Come on. Yeah. Next you're going to be talking about my grammar.
Listen, the reason why I'm calling in is because I just watched this content from you, and I was like, this guy is saying all this stuff with his chest out, and he thinks he's so right, and he's so incredibly wrong. I'm going to call in and educate.
I disagree. I completely disagree. And
you don't, because you won't let me do a YouTube review.
Hold on. The problem too is that if
you don't disagree with me.
Keem, hold on, Keem, hold on. Let me just say this. If Phil were to channel strike me, listen to me. If Phil were to channel strike me, and he were to take me to court, right? This would be the first clip that I would play.
Bingo.
I would say, well, he gave me permission to play, to use this content in any form. He's never revoked that. That's what I'm going to say, right, Keem? And in a quarter,
okay,
right?
Okay, I understand that. I understand your point. You don't have to just say the same thing over and over again.
Well, at least acknowledge it. You keep saying that what I'm talking is wrong.
Okay, let me respond. You talk over every time I try to talk.
Yes,
all right?
I do.
So you just did it again. So look, if TSP comes out and says stop clipping me or whatever, I don't care. That's not why I called in. All right, I'm calling in to let you know that you are in violation on so many different levels. YouTube partnership, terms of service. I don't want to go through it again.
Okay.
You are in.
I don't want to go through it again. Who's I? Who's I?
Wrong here.
Okay. I will continue doing my content and giving my opinion on.
All right. So this is actually the biggest cock slap to Keem. I have heard what you have said, and I have heard your opinion on this, and I believe that you are not correct, and therefore I am going to continue acting and doing as I see fit. And I honestly think that Keem's ego got fucking butthurt about this. If it was in fact Keem who issued the fucking challenge to YouTube. If it was DSP, that's something else completely. But if it was Keem, this is what fucking probably sent him over the edge, which was, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not going to listen to you
on this, and that's not going to change.
That's fine.
And
you're
if Phil,
supposed to give your opinion.
If Phil wants me to no longer clip his content the way I do, like long clips, and he wants me to provide commentary, then he needs.
Yeah, exactly. And no, he doesn't give a shit about money.
To say that.
As a matter of fact, he says on here that he once had another channel. It got demonetized, and he's like, I'm out. And he waited a year. He came back. He was like, I'm back. I waited the year, and I started another account.
If he comes out and says that, cool. I will stop clipping him in the format that I'm doing, and we'll provide commentary.
It's.
You know, I think that is actually quite appropriate for your monarch.
I don't care.
Someone in
or 2 years. Sorry.
Chat said my ego's too big. Yeah, maybe.
Stop reading. Stop reading the chat, Keem.
Wait, let me respond. Why do you interrupt me?
Because who gives a fuck? Why are you reading? Why are you reading a fucking nobody?
Yeah. Why are you reading chat?
This is not about ego. This is just I know the facts. Like,
this is not about ego. This is about I know the facts.
I am very well educated in
this
space.
Did anybody here know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is? How many times has the surgeon who's about ready to operate you told you, I am very well educated in surgery. The second that you hear that, get the fuck out of the surgeon's office.
All right, I've been doing this for 15 years, and I know that you're in the wrong, and someone needs to tell you that you're wrong. And when I challenge you to, okay, let's have YouTube review it. No, we don't have to do that. And you're still like coping about it. Just admit that a 35 minutes of uninterrupted clip.
Ultimatum. Just like every rational person does. They give ultimatums, right? Especially when they don't have a side that they're taking.
Is stealing. Just admit that and don't do it anymore. Keep the clips down to 5 minutes, man.
Okay. Even though you get permission to do it, even though you've gotten permission to do it, I'm just asking if you got permission to do it.
Okay, well, let me respond to that. Maybe he did give you permission, but recently I'm seeing him mad at you. And
okay, and him being mad is not a rescinding of permission.
Talking shit about you, right?
And still saying what I'm doing, he doesn't give a shit is perfectly fine. He said this himself. He's come out and actually said this.
Well,
I'm not making this shit up.
Protect yourself. Why don't
That's
you do it to
fine.
protect yourself?
That's perfectly
You could lose
fine,
all
dude.
your ads on your channel.
That's fine, dude. It's okay. I know the risk I'm running when I put content on YouTube, regardless of what it is, because YouTube can demonetize me for any fucking
exactly
reason or whatever. That's fine. I'm okay with that, and I understand that that's a risk that I'm doing. I'm putting on my content. No,
I think you like that
do.
check you get every month.
Oh, the check is always nice. Who the fuck's going to throw money aside? I know.
Bingo. Who? Like, oh, so if it's not about the money, why do you do it and get money? If it is not about the money, but I'm supposed to turn money down.
You are not.
So
you don't do low-cal for free, do you?
No, but
Okay.
so I don't believe you when you say why do you do this off on a tangent thing that we're not talking about, right?
What are you serious right now? Because you went off on 30 tangents.
I don't think you would be happy if your channel got demonetized.
That is an outright threat, in my opinion. That I don't think you'd be happy if your channel got demonetized. Well, I'm gonna walk that back. I'm gonna rescind that. Depends on what he says next.
So stop saying stuff like I don't care, because you do. Like, let's be real.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna walk that back. I don't think that. God, the tone sounded like a threat, but I'm gonna walk it back.
It wouldn't be great, but it wouldn't be end of the fucking world. I had a channel before this that got
it would
demonetized.
be the end of the world. I didn't say that.
Keem.
Again, you're going off on a tangent instead of directly talking about what I'm talking about.
Would I be upset? Yes. Would I be upset for 2 minutes? Yes. I had a previous channel that got demonetized. And what happened? I waited a year later, I created another channel, and I got monetized. It's not the end of the fucking world, Keem.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
Again, I didn't say it was the end of the world.
I understand
What I'm saying is, especially now where you have like a lot of attention around you because of this controversy,
Yes.
why put your channel at risk and still put up these 30-minute uninterrupted clips?
At this point, my answer would be to spite you. Like, straight up. Because you said I couldn't, and I think I'm right.
It's like, what are you doing?
Because I have permission to do it from Darkside Phil. If he no longer wants me to do that, that's a different story, Keem.
You shouldn't do that. That's such a risk.
You shouldn't do it. It's such a risk. I don't care what you think. I will do and act as I please.
You shouldn't do that. You're clearly in the wrong. And you obviously have the capability to do commentary and break those clips up into 5-minute segments.
Yes.
You have the ability to do these live streams. You have so much ability to do this.
Yes.
Instead, you're fighting for the right to upload 30-minute unedited clips. Like, that's insane to me. So you heard it from me. You have the best advice from the best person in this space that knows all this.
Jesus Christ, LeBron, calm down.
Stuff. Either ignore me or take my fucking advice.
Okay. Again, like I said, I'm more than willing to take your advice. Now, matter of fact, DSP is in here. You want to bring DSP on and maybe we can have a conversation?
No, he was banned at this point.
And he can tell me what I can and can't do. I'm more than happy to have that conversation right now because we'll have it recorded and then we can proceed moving forward.
DSP, I would tell him that he has to like literally follow what every other commentator does. No fucking 30-minute uninterrupted
Hold
clips.
on.
That is stealing.
If
that's what I would tell him.
Again, he's in my stream. I'm saying, Phil, would you like to come on? I will be civil. I will be nice and civil to DSP. If you would like to come on, Phil, let me know.
I'm not a jerk.
What? Okay.
I'm not a jerk. And
You're
I'm
not a jerk. I don't think you're a jerk.
In this case, you're being a jerk.
I think you're a good guy. I always say how
I'm responding to the chat.
I'm responding to the
just
chat.
so infuriated listening to you argue these points through these series of videos I watched on your channel when I know for a fact you're clearly in the wrong, and that's what inspired me to call in. It's not leading up to the DSP Keemstar level 1. It's nothing to do with that.
Okay.
Either
if you say so.
Subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Hold on.
Bro, I can go live anywhere and get views. How many views have you jumped up because I'm here?
Again, now we're gonna flex about how awesome I am
right now.
I
don't need
Keem,
to. I don't need these little
appreciate it.
games, bro.
And I appreciate it. And again, Keem, you make it seem like I go behind the scenes and I talk trash about you. And
Anthony Tolentino, you're probably right. And if this is a long play and he actually impacts Doody for this long play, that he's trying to get, Phil on the Lolcow podcast, just fuck him to the nth degree, because that is just absolutely fucked up.
And I dunk on you. I never do that. I always actually say how I appreciate your hustle. I appreciate your hustle. Your content is good. You've never heard me say anything bad about you.
No, it's just in terms of his content, in terms of like the the Lolcow Live, whatever. I may not watch that. I don't have any interest really in Boogie and Wings and all that. Drama Alert, never been really into, but I've seen some of his stuff, and yeah, he makes good. He's made good videos before. He's made me laugh in a video and stuff like that. But this behavior, what I'm seeing right now, is like just full on bullying just to bully, with no fucking purpose. And some of the shit that he is saying is so fucking hateful. It to a dude with 1/10,000th of his following. It's so fucked up.
Not at all. I just personally don't like. I just
on another tangent. I didn't say that, but okay.
No, but I have an issue sometimes when I try to have when you say stuff that's not correct. Like the whole clip, and I don't want to regurgitate it because and say, why are you back on that tangent? But I was going to say the issue we had previously between me and you, and we resolved it, and you still continuously bring it up like I'm still doing it to your channel.
I like that you cover Lolcow Live.
I'm not doing Lolcow Live. I'm not doing Lolcow Live.
I don't care what your opinion is. I like that you cover my podcast. Just don't.
Yeah. I like that you feed my ego. Yes.
Don't steal. Like you uploaded 30 minutes uninterrupted of my show. That's stealing.
Once. And what did I do when you called me out on it? I called you like a man. We had a conversation.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
I even apologized. I said, Keem, my bad. I won't do it again. And even asked you again, what's acceptable? And you told me what was acceptable. I did that, and then you trashed me again. And then I finally said, okay, so just commentary. You said yes. I post 2 videos with commentary, and you're still talking shit about me. You're still saying, I'm going to contact my lawyers looking into your channel. And I'm saying, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you even looking at my content? Or are you bored and you just want to DM me and harass me? That's the shit that I'm saying.
The last time I tweeted at you and said the lawyers are looking into your channel, I don't even remember the context of that.
Of course I magically don't remember the context. Isn't that amazing?
You don't.
So
of course you don't.
I don't know what you did that time, but
nothing.
I think you took down the video.
No, I did nothing. I posted a commentary video of your Lolcow thing. I got 30,000 views. I got 30,000 views on it, and you got butthurt. You started DMing me saying that I'm stealing your content. I'm stealing your content, and that I stole your content, and that I didn't do any commentary.
Oh, Spaghetti Sam, no, I have not seen that one on Aiden Ross. I have not.
Stop, Keem, stop. Okay, stop.
Well, dude, come on. If you were a content creator, you would speak clearly without all the uhs.
Stop being a jerk. I'm getting super chats here, and I'm talking with you, and
so now we're going to just go ahead and go after his dialect, his tone, and his delivery based on the fact he's running a stream. He has super chats coming in, and he probably has multiple stimuli because he has the audio of the super chat, the announcement of the super chat, the visual notification of the super chat, his own line of thinking, and then you going,
No, it's a bit much. I usually don't do this kind of style. Stop, Keem. Stop being a jerk, okay? Stop. I'm trying to be civil with you, and I'm trying to have a conversation with you. My problem with you sometimes...
Is DSP
I don't know. I'm
coming?
waiting for him to come in. Is it coming in?
You are someone woo.
Let me see if he's...
I need that money.
It's not about defending DSP, chat. It really isn't.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what it's about.
Where? It's more about like, I'm watching you do this, and you're the same person that did it to my show, and you're in the wrong on so many levels.
Again, it's the same exact situation, though. You give me permission to do something, I do it. You don't like that, I contact you, we have a conversation.
On Lolcow Live,
yes,
you are able to clip the show all you want. But most people understand that a clip is like 5 minutes or less.
And I base this upon nothing.
And really, what a clip truly is roughly about a minute.
And I base this upon nothing.
The average clip that you see on Twitter, on X, on Instagram, on TikTok is roughly about a minute long. 5 minutes is because if you break up this 5 minute clip, you're going to lose the context, so it has to be that long, right? Anything longer than that, it's stealing. And
cite your source.
Everybody knows it. They can spam L Keem all they want in that fucking chat.
Why are you acknowledging chat?
Every single content creator on the planet would agree with me.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to see if Phil will get on. I don't know if he's going to get on. Are you going to hop on for a combo?
And furthermore, YouTube would agree with me. If YouTube did a review on this channel, you would.
And this is the surreptitious or the veiled threat.
Most likely lose your ads.
Okay.
They would say this is not original content.
Yeah, and he would likely lose. And he's going to the ads and the memberships are fucking gone for now. And Doody's going to have to answer it, and it's going to go to YouTube lawyers, and they're going to take a look at it, and Doody's going to have to fight for it. Maybe he's going to get it back, maybe he won't. If he doesn't get it back, he is going to have to go and go with probably retaining an attorney if he wants his channel back. And that's really fucked up. It really is. Because Keem knows that he can play the long game like that.
This is re-uploads from another content creator, and they would just demonetize your channel.
That money, I really do.
Well, Excalibur, he's still on, but I've heard that his members and his all monetization has been shut off. So he's probably going to have to. He's probably under review right now.
Need that money to pay my bills.
Hold on. I still haven't heard from DSP. He's not. I don't guess he's not willing to come on.
Whale spouting, whale spouting,
All
whale
right, well,
spouting, whale spouting, whale spouting.
That's my take.
Okay.
And
I appreciate you come on, brother. I appreciate you come on. Okay, so wait a minute. Before we hang up, I'm not going to try to be a dead horse here. So me and you are good as a rate to locale, right? As you can see, I'm not clipping your shit. And I'm not even really doing any commentary videos on you. So we're good there, right? I'm not going to get any more bullshit bullshit tweets about me stealing your content, right?
Subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Again, I don't know why I have to say it again, but a clip is 5 minutes if it has to be 5 minutes. A normal clip is a minute long.
Yeah.
You play the clip, you react to the clip, then maybe you play another clip.
And I base this on what?
You react to the clip.
It happened while we've been on the stream.
Everyone understands what commentary is. Everyone. Everybody in this chat understands what a commentary video is.
Right.
What you're doing is not commentary.
All right. Someone unmute or bring back DSP. I don't know why anyone muted him. No one gets muted in my channel, so someone can do me a favor.
Well, DSP, we have DMs because we're setting up this thing. Just DM me right now, and I'll find out if he wants to come on or not.
Yep, you hear that,
DM me on,
Phil?
DM me.
I mean, but on the flip side here, because, and I hope it helped, the amount of super chats that Doody got during this, I hope helped out, because this is so fucked up, in my opinion.
DSP, DM me on Twitter if you want to come on, and I will personally drag you in. If not, just say, no, you're not coming on. It's literally that simple.
Yeah, Doody's retired.
All right, there it is, folks. So if Phil, if you are modifying that rule, please come out and say so. And if you come out and say so, your boy Doody will modify how he does his content. I will provide commentary over my videos, and that would be perfectly fine.
Alrighty. And that is the whole purpose of the thumbnail this time. This absolutely makes no sense to me as to why Keem comes out of the woodwork to no, you're not muted, Mechanic Drew. Why would you be muted? Come out of the woodwork to just say this stuff. And you did this with my stuff, but I didn't, but I no longer do it. Yeah, but you use other clips, and that's wrong. But not yours? No. Okay, why are you fucking talking about it then? I don't understand. It makes no goddamn sense. Now, that being said, big ups, mind you. It is 11 o'clock here. I went super late, you guys, and no. You guys have been fucking fantastic tonight. I think this is the best stream I've had, best solo stream I've ever done. I think we tapped out or capped out around 260. That is just absolutely fucking bonkers. Solo stream, I don't think I've ever done without getting rated. I don't think I've ever gone above 175. This was a lot of fun. Meth Bear, if you're still on, big ups for you for coming on. I really appreciate it. Doody, if you're listening to this after the fact, I know you said you were going to try and make it on, but obviously you've got some other stuff going on at home. Congratulations, by the way, to your youngin that we talked about earlier today. Congratulations to them. Y'all are just fucking great, man. I really, really, really do appreciate the time that I get to do this with y'all. I know it's stupid, but yeah, I look forward to it. Every Tuesday, every Friday, I look forward to it. 6 hours. I'm getting there, Vega. I'm getting there. Now, considering it's 11 o'clock, aren't you about to start up, or do we still have to wait a few hours? Also, go to bed, Vega. Yeah, so I understand why he didn't do that, William Close, because doing that would have only fueled him up. It would only have enraged him even more. He actually handled it a lot better than I think I would have. But you know, then again, I've got a bit of a temper on me. But I'd like to think that if I were to ever be reached out to somebody like Keem, I would be able to play the game of the only reason he's talking to me is to try to enrage me. So I don't know. Anyway, going to be going on Friday. Don't know what I'm going to be covering. But I'll definitely be going on Friday, and I'll probably be doing a video sometime this week over what just fucking happened today, which was an fucking deal. And then obviously what happens tomorrow, which is fuck. That may be what we cover on Friday. I don't know. And Opalton, I tend to agree. Fuck Karen Starr. That was kind of really fucked up. So till next time, swallows the goal for a troll. Lift heavy, eat clean, and until I see y'all again, bye.